The Billionaire's auction. The night money learned to breathe. The air in the room didn't smell like oxygen. It smelled like cedarwood, vintage scotch, and the cold, metallic scent of absolute power. In the basement of the Blackwood estate, morality was a concept left at the coat check. Here, the world was divided into two distinct biological entities, those who possessed and those who were possessed. There was no middle ground. There were no unbiased observers. Even the servers, moving like shadows in silk vests, were owned by the silence they were sworn to keep. The room was a theater of shadows. The lighting was dimmed to a bruised purple, illuminating only the stage and the glint of crystal glasses in the audience. There were 40 men in the room. Each wore a mask, onyx, silver, or bone. Each sat in a velvet-lined chair that cost more than a mid-sized sedan. They didn't speak. In this circle, talking was for the desperate. Here, wealth spoke in the language of slight nods and the rhythmic thrum of high-stakes bidding. At the center of the stage stood the podium. Behind it, the auctioneer, a man whose voice was like sliding gravel, adjusted his spectacles. "Items 1 through 4 have been settled," the auctioneer whispered, his voice amplified just enough to crawl under the skin of everyone present. "We move now to the evening's finality, a rarity, not for her pedigree, but for her defiance." In the back row, a man sat perfectly still. He did not lean back. He did not fidget. He wore a mask of matte black that covered the upper half of his face, leaving only a sharp, uncompromising jawline visible. While the other men leaned forward, hungry and salivating, he remained a statue of ice. He wasn't here to buy a toy. He was here because he had heard a rumor that something existed in this room that couldn't be broken, and Alexander Thorne took great personal offense to things that wouldn't break. The curtain rose. She stood there. She wasn't bound in chains. The auction was more sophisticated than that. She was bound by a debt she couldn't pay and an invitation she had been foolish enough to sign. She wore a slip of silk the color of a midnight bruise. Her eyes weren't downcast. They were wide, terrified, but burning with a low, guttering flame of resentment. The room shifted. The air grew heavy, thick with the sudden, jagged spike of collective desire. "The starting bid," the auctioneer intoned, "is $5 million. The man in the back row didn't raise his hand. He didn't move a muscle. He simply watched her. He watched the way her pulse jumped in the hollow of her throat. He watched the way she looked at the crowd, not as masters, but as monsters. Money is usually a dead thing. It is paper, ink, and digital code. But in that moment, as the numbers began to climb, 6 million, 8 million, 10, the money began to breathe. It became a living, pulsing beast that filled the room, suffocating the girl on stage. Alexander Thorne waited until the frantic energy of the room reached its peak. He waited until the lesser men had exhausted their budgets and their courage. Then he spoke. He didn't raise a paddle. He simply let a single word drop into the silence like a stone into a deep, dark well. 50. The auctioneer froze. The room turned. 50 million for 7 nights of a woman's life. The girl on stage looked toward the back of the room. She couldn't see his eyes behind the mask, but she felt him. For the first time that night, her defiance flickered, because she realized that being bought by a monster was one thing, but being chosen by a god was something else entirely. The gavel fell. The sound was like a bone snapping. Chapter 1: The Envelope. The rain in the city didn't fall. It bled. It smeared the neon lights of the bodegas into long, jagged streaks of red and amber across the pavement. Elena stood by the window of her studio apartment, watching a single droplet race down the glass. The apartment was small, the kind of small that felt like a hug on good days and a coffin on bad ones. The radiator hissed, a rhythmic, metallic sound that seemed to count down the minutes until her life fell apart. On the scarred wooden table behind her sat a stack of papers. They weren't just bills, they were eulogies for her dreams. The medical expenses from her mother's final months, the back rent, the student loans that felt like invisible shackles around her ankles. She had calculated it 1,000 times. She was 3 weeks away from the street. Then there was the envelope. It had arrived that afternoon. No stamp, no return address, just heavy, cream-colored vellum that felt like skin. Her name, Elena Vance, was written on the front in gold calligraphy so sharp it looked like it could draw blood. She turned away from the window and approached the table. She didn't want to touch it again. The first time she'd opened it, her hands had shaken so hard she'd nearly torn the card inside. She picked it up now, the weight of the paper feeling unnatural in her cramped, peeling kitchen. You are cordially invited to an evening of absolute resolution. There was an address in the Upper East Side. A time, 11:00 p.m. And at the bottom, a single line that had kept her heart hammering against her ribs for 6 hours. All debts are negotiable. All desires are valid. It's a scam, she whispered to the empty room. Her voice sounded thin, brittle. It's a trick or a trap. But as she looked at the final notice, stamped in aggressive red ink on the pile of bills next to it, the word scam started to lose its sting. What was a scam compared to an eviction? What was a trap compared to the slow, agonizing suffocation of poverty? Elena walked to the cracked mirror hanging in the hallway. She looked at herself, really looked. She saw the shadows under her eyes, the way her collarbones protruded just a bit too sharply. She saw a woman who was tired of being a victim of circumstance. She thought about the man who had delivered the envelope. He had been dressed in a suit that cost more than her entire education. He hadn't smiled. He had simply handed it to her, bowed slightly, and disappeared into a black sedan that looked like a predatory shark idling at the curb. Who are these people? She wondered. She knew who they were. They were the ones who owned the skyline. The ones who looked down from glass towers and saw the rest of the world as an ant farm. They were the people who didn't play by the rules because they were the ones who had written them in the first place. She went to her closet. It was mostly filled with thrift store finds and practical clothes for her job at the gallery. But tucked in the back, inside a plastic dry cleaner bag, was a dress she hadn't worn in 3 years. It was black silk, floor-length, with a neckline that was perhaps a bit too daring for a girl who spent her days cataloging 19th-century landscapes. She took it out. The fabric felt cool, almost mocking. "Absolute resolution," she muttered, tracing the gold lettering on the card again. The heat in the apartment clicked off. The silence that followed was heavy. In that silence, Elena made a choice. It wasn't a choice made of bravery. It was a choice made of exhaustion. She was done running. She was done negotiating with a world that didn't care if she lived or died. If the world wanted to put a price on her, she would finally show up to hear what the bid was. She began to get ready. She did her makeup with clinical precision, sharpening the lines of her eyes until she looked like someone she didn't recognize. Someone colder. Someone who could survive a room full of wolves. As she zipped up the black dress, the sound of the zipper was a sharp, final rasp. She didn't know that 3 miles away, in a penthouse that touched the clouds, a man was looking at a digital file with her face on it. He was looking at her history, her debts, the way she liked her coffee, and the fact that she had cried at her mother's funeral but hadn't missed a single day of work afterward. He closed the file. "Elena," he said, the name feeling strange on his tongue. He didn't know her yet, but he knew she was the one. He knew that by the time the sun rose, she wouldn't belong to the world anymore. She would belong to him. Chapter 2: A World Above the Law. The sound of the gavel didn't just signal the end of the auction, it felt like the closing of a tomb. For Alina, the seconds following the word sold were a blur of sensory overload. The white spotlight, which had felt like a heat lamp against her skin, suddenly cut to black. The transition was so jarring that her vision swam with purple afterimages. She stood there in the sudden dark, her heart hammering a frantic, uneven rhythm against her ribs. She was $50 million of flesh and bone, yet she felt lighter than air, as if her soul had drifted out of her body the moment the hammer hit the wood. A hand gripped her elbow. It wasn't a gentle touch. It was firm, clinical, and possessed the kind of strength that didn't need to squeeze to show its dominance. "Step down, number 42, a voice whispered. It was the woman in the sharp, charcoal suit. Up close, she smelled of ozone and expensive laundry detergent. She didn't look at Alina's face. She looked at the space just above Alina's shoulder, treating her with the same detached care one might give a priceless Ming vase being moved to a new gallery. Alina's legs were leaden. She allowed herself to be guided off the stage, her heels clicking a hollow, lonely sound against the mahogany floorboards. As they passed the front rows, she caught glimpses of the other bidders. They were murmuring now, the tension of the high-stakes bidding breaking into a low, envious hum. These were men who ruled industries, men who bought and sold companies over lunch, and yet they looked at the back of the room, where the man in the matte black mask had sat, with a mixture of reverence and genuine fear. "Who is he?" Alina's voice was a dry rasp. She felt like she hadn't swallowed in hours. The woman didn't answer until they had passed through a set of heavy, soundproofed velvet curtains. They emerged into a corridor that looked less like a manor and more like a high-end surgical suite. The walls were white marble, the lighting recessed and cool. "He is the man who owns the air you are currently breathing," the woman said, her voice flat. "For the next 7 nights, your world has a population of 2. Him and you, everyone else, your creditors, your landlord, your past, they no longer have jurisdiction over you." They reached a heavy door with a digital keypad. The woman swiped a translucent card and the door hissed open. "Wait inside. The processing will begin shortly." Processing? Alina turned, her eyes wide. I thought the auction was the end of it." The woman gave a small, chilling smile. It was the first bit of emotion she'd shown, and it wasn't comforting. "The auction was the acquisition. Now comes the inventory." The door clicked shut, locking Alina inside a room that redefined the word luxury. It was a circular chamber lined with floor-to-ceiling windows, though the glass was tinted so dark it reflected only her own pale, terrified face back at her. The furniture was minimalist, a single chaise lounge of cream leather and a glass desk. Alina walked to the window. She pressed her hand against the glass, expecting it to be cold, but it was warm, vibrating with a low-frequency hum. She looked out at the city. From this height, the cars were just tiny, glowing embers, and the people were invisible. She felt a sudden, crushing sense of vertigo. She was in the world above the law now. This wasn't the city she knew, the city of subway delays, damp apartments, and grocery store coupons. This was the city of the predators. She thought of the man in the mask. 50 million. The number was too large to comprehend. It was a weight that should have crushed her, yet it felt like a tether. No one paid that much for something they intended to break immediately. Or did they? Her mind raced through the dark romances she'd read, the thrill she'd felt at the darkness in fiction. But standing here, with the scent of his sandalwood still clinging to her memory, the reality was far sharper. It wasn't a book. It was a contract written in the blood of her future. The door opened again. A man entered, carrying a tablet and a slim black briefcase. He wasn't wearing a mask. He was older, with silver hair and a face that suggested he had spent 40 years looking at things he wasn't supposed to talk about. "Miss Vance," he said, nodding politely. "I am Mr. Eris. I handle the legalities for Mr. Thorne's private acquisitions." Mr. Thorne, the name hit her like a physical strike. Alexander Thorne, the man who had inherited a shipping empire and turned it into a global shadow state. He was the man who had bought the city's water rights, its telecommunications, its very pulse. He was a ghost in the news, rarely photographed, never interviewed, and whispered to be the true power behind half a dozen governments. "Alexander Thorne," Elena whispered. "You are well informed," Eris said, tapping the screen of his tablet. "That will make this easier. Before you are transported to the penthouse, there are certain documents that require your biometric signature. These are non-disclosure agreements that carry a penalty of total asset forfeiture and, in extreme cases, indefinite litigation. Do you understand?" I think so." "Don't think, Miss Vance. No, you are entering a space where privacy is the only true currency. What you see, what you hear, and what you feel over the next 7 nights belongs exclusively to the Thorne estate. You are, for the duration of this contract, a part of that estate." He held out a small glass stylus. On the screen was a document that seemed to go on forever. Elena scrolled through the legalese. Clause 12, absolute obedience within the bounds of physical safety. Clause 18, relinquishment of all communication devices. Clause 22, jurisdictional waiver. She realized with a jolt of horror that by signing this, she was effectively stepping off the map of the United States. If she disappeared in Thorne's penthouse, there would be no police report. There would be no trail. She was signing away her status as a citizen and accepting her status as a guest captive. "And my debts?" she asked, her hand trembling as she held the stylus. "The medical bills, the bank." "Paid," Eris said simply. "While you were on stage, the funds were wired. Your mother's estate has been cleared of all liabilities. Your apartment lease has been terminated, and your belongings have been placed in secure storage. You are a clean slate, Elena." A clean slate. It sounded like freedom. It sounded like death. Elena looked at the stylus, then at the black reflection in the window. She thought about the alternative, going back to the rain, the cold radiator, and the slow, agonizing crawl toward homelessness. She pressed the stylus to the screen. A blue light flickered, scanning her retina and her thumbprint simultaneously. "Excellent," Eris said, stowing the tablet. "Now, please follow me. Your transport is waiting." They didn't go back through the hallway. A hidden panel in the wall slid open to reveal a private elevator. The interior was lined with quilted silk. There were no buttons. The elevator simply began to move, not down to the street, but up. "Where are we going?" Elena asked, her heart racing. "The roof," Eris replied. "Mr. Thorne does not use the streets. They are far too congested for a man of his velocity." The elevator doors opened to the rooftop. The wind hit Elena like a physical blow, whipping her hair across her face and tugging at the thin silk of her dress. The rain had turned into a fine mist, illuminated by the red blinking lights of the skyscraper's spire. Waiting on the helipad was a black helicopter. It looked like a predatory insect, its rotors already beginning to turn with a low, rhythmic thwump-thwump-thwump that Elena felt in her teeth. A man in a flight suit stepped forward, gesturing for her to approach. Elena looked back at Eris, but the lawyer was already stepping back into the elevator. He gave her a final, professional nod, the kind a man might give a package before the courier takes it. She was led to the helicopter. The door slid open, revealing an interior that looked more like a private lounge than a cockpit. The seats were deep, midnight blue velvet, and there, sitting in the shadows of the far seat, was the man. He had removed the mask. Elena froze. Even in the dim light of the cabin, Alexander Thorne was overwhelming. He was younger than she had imagined, perhaps in his mid-30s, with a face that looked like it had been carved from granite. His eyes were the color of the sea just before a storm, a turbulent, icy gray. He was dressed in a suit of dark charcoal, his tie loosened just enough to suggest a man who had finished a long day of work and was now turning his attention to his leisure. He didn't move as she entered. He didn't offer a hand. He simply watched her, his gaze traveling from her messy, wind-blown hair down to the tips of her silver heels, and then back up to her eyes. "Sit, Elena," he said. His voice was even deeper than it had sounded in the auction room, a rich, resonant baritone that seemed to vibrate in her very marrow. She sat opposite him, her knees pressed together. The door slid shut, and the noise of the wind was instantly replaced by a high-tech silence. The helicopter lifted off, the sensation of rising making Elena's stomach drop. She looked out the window as the manor fell away, becoming a toy house in a forest of black trees. They were soaring over the city now, the lights of Manhattan spreading out like a carpet of diamonds. "You're trembling," Alexander said. It wasn't an observation of concern, it was a statement of fact. "I've never been in a helicopter before," she lied. "You're not trembling because of the flight," he said, leaning forward slightly. The movement brought the scent of him closer, cold air, expensive tobacco, and something primal that made the hair on her arms stand up. "You're trembling because you just realized that everything you thought was important this morning no longer exists. You're trembling because for the first time in your life, you are completely at the mercy of another human being." Elena swallowed hard. She forced herself to meet his gaze. "You paid $50 million for me. That doesn't make me a person at your mercy. It makes me your most expensive investment. And men like you don't ruin their investments." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. It wasn't kind. It was the smile of a man who had just found a new way to be entertained. "Investments are managed, Elena. They are controlled. They are optimized." He reached out, his fingers hovering just inches from her cheek. He didn't touch her, but the heat from his skin felt like a brand. "I didn't buy your time because I needed a companion. I bought it because I wanted to see what happens when a woman who thinks she can't be bought finds out she has a price. I did it for my mother," she snapped, the anger finally breaking through the fear. "I know why you did it," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper that cut through her. "I know everything about you. I know you like the smell of old books. I know you haven't dated in 3 years because you were too busy working 2 jobs to keep a dying woman alive. I know you have a birthmark on your inner thigh that looks like a crescent moon." Elena's breath hitched. You spied on me." "I did my due diligence. I don't buy things blindly." He finally touched her, a single finger tracing the line of her jaw. His skin was rough, masculine, and the contact sent a jolt of electricity straight to her core. "For the next 7 nights, you will follow my rules. You will eat when I tell you. You will wear what I choose. And you will discover that above the law doesn't just mean I can get away with anything. It means we can." The helicopter began its descent. Elena looked out the window and saw a massive glass tower rising up to meet them. It was the Thorne Plaza, the tallest building in the city. On the very top, a sprawling penthouse garden was lit up like a sanctuary in the clouds. "Welcome to your new world, Elena," Alexander said as the skids touched the roof. "Try not to break any of the rules on the first night. I'd hate to have to start the punishment so early." He stood up, towering over her in the cramped cabin. He offered his hand this time, not as a gesture of equality, but as a command. Elena looked at his hand, then at his face. She felt the cliffhanger of her own life approaching. She was about to step into his home, his cage. She reached out and took his hand. His grip was absolute. Chapter 3: MASKS and Hungry Eyes. The transition from the cool, sterile hallways to the stage was like stepping into a furnace of human intent. When the blindfold was finally ripped away, the light didn't just illuminate Elena, it branded her. The spotlight was a column of pure white heat that seemed to strip away the silk of her dress, leaving her shivering despite the warmth of the room. She stood at the center of the mahogany stage, her pulse a frantic, visible thrum in the hollow of her throat. For a moment, she was blind. The world beyond the edge of the stage was a cavern of velvet darkness. But as her pupils adjusted, the shadows began to resolve into shapes. They were men, or at least, they were in the shapes of men. They sat in low, plush chairs, arranged in a semicircle that felt like a predator's jaw. Every single one of them wore a mask. Some were elegant, filigree silver that traced the lines of their brows. Others were nightmare fuel, jagged bone, matte black obsidian, or the frozen, leering faces of porcelain dolls. The silence in the room was a physical weight. It was thick with the scent of expensive cigars, aged whiskey, and something deeper, the musky, salt-heavy scent of aroused men. "Item 42, a voice boomed from the darkness. It was the auctioneer. He remained unseen, a disembodied authority that dictated the rhythm of the night. Elena, 24 years of age, a rare specimen of untouched defiance. Look at her, gentlemen, note the clarity of the skin, the fire in the eyes. She is not here because she was forced. She is here because she is desperate. And we all know that desperation is the sweetest spice of all." A low, collective murmur rose from the crowd. It was a sound of hunger, a guttural, predatory vibration that made Elena's stomach twist. "Turn for them, Elena," the auctioneer commanded. Elena froze, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. "No," she whispered. The silence that followed her defiance was absolute. It was as if the room had held its breath. Then, a soft, mocking laugh drifted from the front row. A man in a gold leaf mask leaned forward, his eyes glinting behind the slits. "The item has a tongue," the man said, his voice a smooth, oily drawl. "I wonder if it's as sharp as her gaze." "Turn," the auctioneer repeated, his voice dropping an octave, becoming a threat. "Or the contract is voided and your debts return to you tonight, along with the interest." Elena felt the walls of her life closing in. She thought of the eviction notice. She thought of the cold, empty apartment. With a shaking breath, she slowly began to pivot on her heels. As she turned, the light caught the curve of her back, the deep plunge of the dress that exposed the valley of her spine. She felt the eyes of 40 millionaires tracing the line of her hips, the swell of her breasts against the silk, the way her legs moved with every step. It was a violation without a touch. She felt a strange, terrifying heat beginning to pool in her own belly. It was the shame of being seen, coupled with a dark, twisted spike of adrenaline. She was being appraised like a piece of livestock, yet the sheer power in the room was intoxicating. These men could buy cities, and right now they were focused entirely on her. "Note the grace," the auctioneer continued, his voice acting as a narrator for her humiliation. "The silk she wears is merely a suggestion. Tonight, she is a blank canvas for your most expensive desires. She has no protection, no recourse." For 7 nights, she is the property of the highest bidder. To be used, to be taught to be explored. The word explored hung in the air like a cloud of steam. Elena stopped, facing the audience again. She forced herself to look at them. She looked at the masks, the hungry eyes, the way their hands gripped the arms of their chairs. They weren't looking at her as a woman, they were looking at her as an experience they could purchase. Her gaze swept over the front row. There was a man in a wolf mask, his fingers tapping a rhythmic, impatient beat on his knee. Beside him, an older man in a silver mask watched her with a clinical, disturbing intensity, as if he were mentally dissecting her. And then she saw him. He was sitting in the shadows of the back row, almost invisible. He didn't have a mask of gold or bone. His mask was matte black, absorbing the light, making him a void in the room. He wasn't leaning forward. He wasn't whispering to a companion. He sat perfectly still, his large hands resting flat on his thighs. Even though she couldn't see his eyes, she felt him. His gaze was a physical pressure, heavier than all the others combined. It didn't crawl over her skin, it claimed it. It felt like a tether being wrapped around her waist, pulling her toward the back of the room. He didn't look hungry. He looked certain. "Let us begin the bidding," the auctioneer announced. "The starting price for Elena Vance is $5 million. The room erupted. 6 million, called the wolf mask. 8, shouted a man in the second row. The numbers flew through the air like bullets. Each one was $1 million weight added to the price of her soul. Elena stood there, her chest heaving, the air in the room becoming too thin to breathe. 10 million, 12, 15. The men were standing now, their masks glinting under the lights. The atmosphere had shifted from clinical to feral. They were competing, their egos clashing in the language of currency. The man in the gold leaf mask bid 20 million, his voice cracking with a desperate sort of lust. 25 million. Another shouted. Elena felt a wave of nausea. $25 million for a week of her life. She looked at the man in the gold mask and saw the way he was looking at her with a cruel, possessive grin. She realized that if he won, those 7 nights would be a nightmare of pain and subjugation. She looked back to the man in the matte black mask. He still hadn't moved. He hadn't raised a hand. He hadn't uttered a sound. He was a mountain of silence amidst a storm of greed. "Bid," she thought, her eyes locking onto the void where his face should be. "Please, bid." She didn't know why she wanted him. He was a monster just like the rest of them, perhaps even worse. But there was something about his stillness that suggested a different kind of darkness, not the impulsive cruelty of the gold mask, but something deep, controlled, and absolute. The bidding slowed at 30 million. The room was tense, the air vibrating with the sound of heavy breathing and the rustle of silk. 30 million to the gentleman in the silver, the auctioneer called. Going once, going twice. The man in the matte black mask stood up. The movement was slow, deliberate, and commanded instant silence. Even the auctioneer stopped mid-breath. The man didn't look at the crowd. He didn't look at the stage. He looked through the air as if he were the only person in the room who truly existed. He didn't shout his bid. He didn't even raise his voice. He spoke with a low, gravelly resonance that seemed to vibrate the very floorboards Elena stood on. 50 million. The number hit the room like a physical shock. The man in the silver mask slumped back into his seat, his face pale behind his mask. The man in the gold mask hissed through his teeth, but he didn't counter. 50 million was a wall. It was a statement. It was the price of a small country or the price of one woman. $50 million, the auctioneer whispered, his voice trembling with a mixture of awe and terror. 2, the gentleman in the back. The gavel fell, a sharp final sound that echoed in the cavernous room. Sold. The lights on the stage suddenly flared to a blinding intensity, and Alina felt a hand on her arm, pulling her toward the wings. She looked back one last time, trying to see the man who had bought her. He was still standing there, his silhouette tall and imposing. He didn't celebrate. He didn't look satisfied. He simply turned and walked toward the exit, his black coat billowing behind him like wings. As she was led away, Alina felt a sudden, sharp ache between her thighs, a traitorous, instinctive response to the raw power he had just displayed. She had been bought. She was a possession. And for the first time in her life, she was terrified not of what he would do to her, but of how much she might want him to do it. The door to the stage closed, and the room was plunged into a different kind of darkness. "Wait!" Alina gasped as the woman in the suit pulled her down a long, narrow corridor. "Who is he? Tell me his name." The woman stopped and looked at her. Her eyes were cold, filled with a strange kind of envy. "His name is Alexander Thorne," the woman said, "and you should pray, Alina, because Mr. Thorne doesn't just buy things, he consumes them." Chapter 4. The Man WHO Bid. Alexander Thorne didn't believe in luck, and he certainly didn't believe in love. He believed in leverage. He sat in the darkest corner of the Blackwood Estates auction hall, his silhouette blending into the shadows. While the other men around him, men he considered nothing more than well-dressed animals, leaned forward with their tongues practically lolling out, Alexander remained a statue of ice. He had watched the first 4 items with a clinical boredom. They were beautiful, yes. They were trained, but they were hollow. They had been broken long before they hit the stage, their spirits extinguished by the sheer weight of the world they were entering. Then, Alina Vance walked out. The moment the spotlight hit her, Alexander felt a jolt of something he hadn't felt in a decade: genuine, unadulterated interest. She wasn't like the others. She was terrified. He could see the way her pulse hammered in the delicate hollow of her throat, but she was angry. Her anger was a physical thing, a radiant heat that cut through the sterile, cold air of the room. She stood there in that black silk dress, a garment that looked like it was struggling to contain the fire inside her. He watched the way the other men looked at her. He saw the wolfish grins, the way they gripped their paddles as if they were already gripping her hair. He felt a slow, dark poison of possessiveness begin to boil in his blood. He didn't just want her. He wanted to be the one to see that fire die, or better yet, he wanted to be the one she burned for. He waited. He was a man who understood the power of the silence before the storm. He let the little men play their games. He let them drive the price up, watching as their egos pushed the numbers higher and higher. 30 million, 35. When he finally stood and spoke the words 50 million, he wasn't just buying a woman. He was ending a conversation. He was reminding every man in that room that there was a hierarchy in this city, and he sat at the absolute peak. Now, 30 minutes later, he sat in the back of his Maybach, the partition raised, the city lights blurring into long, jagged lines of gold and white against the tinted windows. Beside him, Alina Vance sat as far away as the seat would allow. She smelled of the lilies from the auction hall and the sharp, salty scent of tears she was refusing to let fall. The air between them was so thick with tension it felt like a physical barrier. "You haven't said a word, Alina," Alexander said. He didn't look at her. He kept his gaze fixed on the back of the driver's partition, but his mind was entirely focused on her. He could hear her breathing, shallow, jagged little gasps that told him she was on the verge of a breakdown or a scream. "What do you want me to say?" She whispered. Her voice was brittle like dry leaves. "Thank you." Should I thank you for spending a fortune to ruin my life? Alexander turned his head slowly. He let his gaze drop to her lips, then lower, to where the silk of her dress dipped low over her chest. He saw the way she shivered when his eyes moved over her. I didn't ruin your life, he said, his voice dropping to a low, predatory rumble. I bought your life. There's a distinction. Before tonight, you were drowning. You were a girl with no future, suffocating under the weight of things you couldn't control. Now, you have no debts, you have no worries, you have only me. And that's supposed to be better. She snapped, turning to face him. Her eyes were bright with defiance. Being owned by a man who thinks money makes him a god. Alexander reached out. It was a movement so fast she didn't have time to flinch. He gripped her chin, his thumb pressing firmly into the soft skin beneath her lower lip. He forced her to look at him, to see the raw, uncompromising hunger in his gray eyes. Money doesn't make me a god, Alina. It makes me the master of your reality. For the next 7 nights, the world outside this car doesn't exist. You don't have a name unless I speak it. You don't have a body unless I touch it. He felt her breath hitch. Her lips parted, and for a second he thought she might bite him. He almost hoped she would. He wanted her to fight. The victory was always sweeter when the prey didn't go down easily. He slid his hand down, his palm grazing the column of her throat. He felt her heart jumping like a trapped bird. You're so small, he murmured, his fingers tracing the edge of her dress. So fragile, and yet you look at me like you want to kill me. I do, she whispered. Good, hold on to that. It's the only thing that's going to keep you interesting. He moved his hand lower, his fingers dipping beneath the neckline of the silk. He felt the heat of her skin, the way her body betrayed her by arching slightly into his touch, even as her face remained a mask of hatred. He felt the hardness of her nipples through the thin fabric, a silent admission of the arousal she was trying so desperately to hide. You're reacting to me, Alina, he whispered, leaning closer until his lips were inches from her ear. He could smell the heat coming off her, a musky, sweet scent that made his own blood thrum with a dark, heavy rhythm. Your mind says no, but your body is already starting to understand who its master is. Stop, she gasped, though she didn't pull away. I haven't even started. He withdrew his hand, the absence of his touch leaving her shivering. He leaned back into the leather seat, adjusting his suit jacket. He felt the familiar, heavy ache in his loins, a demand for a release he wasn't going to grant himself just yet. He wanted her wound up. He wanted her so tight she would snap the moment they reached the penthouse. The car slowed, the tires humming as they entered the private, underground garage of Thorn Plaza. The lights were clinical, white, and bright. We're here, he said. The door opened automatically. Alexander stepped out, then turned and offered his hand. Alina stared at it as if it were a coiled snake. You can walk out on your own, or I can carry you, Alexander said, his voice devoid of emotion. But if I carry you, you won't like the way I hold you. Alina took a deep breath, her chest heaving, and climbed out of the car. She didn't take his hand. She stood on the concrete floor, looking up at the elevator bank. She looked like a captive queen, shattered but still holding onto a sliver of her crown. Alexander stepped behind her. He didn't touch her, but he stood close enough that she could feel the heat of his body, close enough that she was enveloped in his shadow. The rules of the penthouse are simple, Alina, he said as the elevator doors slid open. The interior was mirrored gold, reflecting a dozen versions of them, the tall, dark predator and the small, vibrant prey. As the elevator began its high-speed ascent to the 100th floor, Alexander turned her to face him. He pinned her against the mirrored wall, his hands landing on either side of her head. "Rule number 1, he whispered, his face inches from hers. "You do not cover yourself. I paid $50 million to see you, and I intend to see every inch of you at all times." He reached out and took the straps of her dress. With a slow, deliberate movement, he slid them off her shoulders. The silk pooled around her waist, leaving her exposed to the harsh, golden light of the elevator. Elena let out a choked sob, her hands rising to cover her breasts, but Alexander grabbed her wrists, pinning them to the wall above her head. "I said no covering," he growled. He let his eyes roam over her. She was perfect. Her skin was the color of cream, her breasts high and firm, the nipples a dark, dusky rose that were peaked with cold and fear. He felt a surge of dominance so powerful it was almost dizzying. "Look at yourself, Elena," he commanded, forcing her to look at the mirrors. "Look at what you are. You aren't a girl in a debt-ridden apartment anymore. You are mine. My eyes are the only thing that matter now." Elena looked. She saw herself, naked from the waist up, held captive by a man whose face was a mask of dark, terrifying desire. She saw the way her own body was flushed, the way her breath was coming in ragged gasps. The elevator chimed. The doors opened directly into the vast, glass-walled expanse of the penthouse. Alexander released her wrists but kept his gaze locked on her. "Welcome home, Elena," he said, his voice thick with the promise of the night to come. "Now go to the bedroom, remove the rest of that dress, and wait for me on the bed. If I find a single stitch of clothing on you when I walk in, the first night will be much, much longer than you're prepared for." He watched her as she turned and walked toward the master suite, her hips swaying, the silk of her dress dragging on the floor behind her. She didn't look back. Alexander waited until she disappeared behind the heavy oak doors. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the city. He felt like a king surveying his kingdom, but for the first time, the buildings and the billions didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was the woman in the other room. The woman he was going to break. The woman he was going to own. He poured himself a glass of scotch, the amber liquid glowing in the moonlight. He took a slow sip, letting the burn settle in his throat. He wasn't in a rush. The best part of the hunt was the moment just before the kill. He set the glass down and began to unbutton his shirt. Chapter 5. When the Numbers Rise. On the stage of the Blackwood estate, time didn't move in seconds. It moved in millions. Elena stood perfectly still, her hands clasped tightly at her sides, her knuckles white. The white spotlight was so hot it felt like it was trying to bake the truth right out of her skin. In the darkness beyond the stage, the air was thick with the heavy, humid scent of 40 men whose pulses were all synchronized to the rhythm of her humiliation. 30 million, the auctioneer's voice rang out, vibrating through the floorboards and up into the soles of Elena's feet. "The bid is $30 million from the gentleman in the silver wolf mask." 30 million. The number was a fantasy. It was a skyscraper. It was a fleet of planes. It was more money than her family had earned in 5 generations. And yet, sitting in this room, it was just the opening movement of a very dark symphony. Elena's gaze flickered toward the front row. The man in the silver wolf mask was leaning forward, his hands gripping the velvet armrests of his chair so hard the fabric was puckering. Even through the mask, she could feel his hunger. It wasn't just sexual. It was the hunger of a collector who had finally found the piece that would complete his gallery of broken things. 32, a new voice called out from the shadows on the right. This voice was older, thinner, with a jagged edge of entitlement. It belonged to a man in a porcelain mask, a face frozen in a permanent, haunting smile. 35, the silver wolf countered instantly. Elena felt a strange, cold detachment beginning to settle over her. This was the rise. This was the moment where she ceased to be a woman who liked old books and black coffee and became a figure on a ledger. She watched the invisible lines of power crossing the room. Each bid was a lash of a whip, a statement of dominance not just over her, but over every other man in the room. The auctioneer paced behind his podium, his eyes glinting. 35 million for 7 nights. Think of it, gentlemen. 7 nights of absolute jurisdiction. 7 nights where the word no is merely a suggestion for you to overcome. Look at her. Look at the defiance still burning in those eyes. Don't you want to be the one to see it flicker out? The room groaned with a collective, low-frequency arousal. Elena's stomach turned. She felt like a carcass being circled by vultures who were arguing over who got the heart and who got the eyes. 38 million, the porcelain mask croaked. 40, the silver wolf barked. The pace was accelerating now. The air in the room seemed to grow thinner, more pressurized. Elena's breath hitched. $40 million. She thought of her mother's hospital bills, the ones she had spent nights crying over, the ones that had felt like mountains. They were molehills now. They were pebbles. She was being saved by the very monsters she had spent her life trying to avoid. She looked toward the back of the room. He was still there, the man in the matte black mask. He hadn't moved since she first noticed him. While the other men were sweating, shouting, and shifting in their seats, he remained a void. He didn't have a paddle. He didn't have a companion. He sat with his legs crossed, his large hands resting on his knees, watching her with a terrifying, absolute focus. He wasn't part of the noise. He was the silence that waited for the noise to end. 42 million, the silver wolf said, his voice strained now. This was near his limit. He was a wealthy man, but even for the elite, 42 million for a week was a staggering ego play. The auctioneer paused, letting the silence stretch. He knew how to play this. He knew that in this room, pride was more expensive than gold. Going once at 42 million, the auctioneer intoned, raising his silver gavel. Going twice. The man in the porcelain mask slumped back, defeated. The silver wolf let out a sharp, triumphant breath, his chest swelling. He looked up at Elena, his eyes devouring her, already imagining the ways he would use his new prize. Elena felt a sudden, sharp spike of pure terror. She looked at the wolf mask and saw a man who would enjoy the breaking far more than the owning. She saw a man who would spend 7 nights proving he was stronger than her. Please, she thought, her eyes darting back to the shadow in the back row. Please, not him, not the wolf. She didn't know why she was pleading with a different monster. Maybe it was the way the man in the black mask sat. He didn't look like he wanted to break her. He looked like he already knew she was broken, and he was the only one who knew how to put the pieces back together in a way that served him. The auctioneer drew in a breath to close the sale. Sold for 42. 50. The word didn't drop, it crashed. It was the man in the back. He didn't shout it. He didn't even stand up. He spoke the number with a flat, icy finality that made the 42 million bid sound like pocket change. The silver wolf mask froze. He turned his head slowly, looking toward the back of the room. He opened his mouth to counter, to reclaim his pride, but then he saw who had spoken. Even in the dim light, the silhouette of the man in the black mask was unmistakable to those who moved in these circles. The wolf mask looked back at Elena, then down at his hands. He didn't speak again. He didn't even try. The fight was over. 50 million, the auctioneer whispered, his voice cracking with a mixture of awe and genuine fear. The bid is $50 million. The room went tomb quiet. The rise had ended. They had reached the summit, and the air up here was too cold for anyone else to breathe. Elena looked at the man in the back. He finally moved. He uncrossed his legs and leaned forward just enough for the edge of the spotlight to catch the sharp, uncompromising line of his jaw. He wasn't looking at the auctioneer. He was looking directly into her soul. In that moment, Elena realized that the numbers hadn't just risen, they had vanished. This wasn't about money anymore. This was a claim. A total, undisputed claim on her existence. Chapter 6. Fear tastes like excitement. Elena's heart was no longer a muscle. It was a drum beating out a rhythm of pure, unadulterated panic. 50 million. The number echoed in the rafters of the Blackwood estate. It hummed in the silk of her dress. It pulsed in the soles of her feet. As the auctioneer stood frozen, his gavel hovering in the air like a guillotine blade, Elena felt the world tilt. Fear has a specific taste. It tastes like copper on the back of the tongue. It tastes like the dry, metallic air of a basement. But as Elena stood under the heat of that spotlight, looking into the darkness where her new owner sat, the fear began to morph into something else. It was an electric charge that ran up her spine, making the fine hairs on her arms stand up. It was a jagged, forbidden thrill. She was terrified, yes, but she was also seen. For the first time in 24 years, she wasn't a girl in the background. She wasn't a daughter mourning a mother. She wasn't a debtor hiding from the phone. She was the woman worth $50 million to a man who looked like he could dismantle the world with a word. The man in the matte black mask stood up. He was tall, taller than any of the other men in the front rows. He moved with a heavy, deliberate grace, his dark coat billowing slightly behind him as he stepped into the aisle. The crowd parted for him without a word being spoken. There was no whispering, no murmuring. There was only the sound of his footsteps on the carpet, a slow, rhythmic thud, thud, thud that sounded like the ticking of a clock counting down the end of her life. He stopped at the edge of the stage. The spotlight caught him now. Up close, his mask was even more intimidating. It had no features, no nose, no mouth, just two almond-shaped slits for eyes. Behind those slits, Elena saw a flash of gray. A cold, turbulent gray that reminded her of the Atlantic Ocean in the middle of a storm. He didn't say a word. He didn't reach for her. He simply stood there, his presence an invisible wall that pushed back the rest of the world. Items are to remain on stage until the paperwork is finalized, the auctioneer stammered, his usual bravado gone. Mr. Thorne, if you could just step into the side office. Thorne, the name hit Elena like a physical blow. Alexander Thorne. She knew the name. Everyone knew the name. He was the man who had bought the city's skyline and then disappeared behind it. He was the ghost in the machine of global finance. He didn't look at the auctioneer. He kept his eyes on Elena. "She comes with me now," Alexander said. His voice was deeper than it had sounded from the back of the room. It was a rich, textured baritone that seemed to vibrate in Elena's very marrow. It wasn't a request, it was a fact of nature. But the protocols, the auctioneer started. Alexander turned his head slightly. The movement was small, but the auctioneer went silent as if a hand had been clamped over his mouth. "The protocols are for people who can't afford to break them," Alexander said. He turned back to Elena. He reached out his hand. His palm was broad, his fingers long and powerful. He didn't grab her. He didn't command her. He simply held his hand out, waiting. It was a test, a choice disguised as an order. Elena looked at his hand. She looked at the mask. She felt the eyes of the 40 other men on her back, the wolf, the porcelain smile, the vultures. She realized that the stage was no longer a platform, it was a ledge. And the only way off was to take the hand of the man who had just bought her soul. Her hand trembled as she reached out. When her fingers touched his, a jolt of pure, white-hot energy shot through her arm. His skin was warm, his grip absolute. The moment their flesh met, the fear finally, fully transformed. It tasted like excitement. It tasted like the first drop of a roller coaster. It tasted like the moment you realized you were no longer in control of your own destiny, and for the first time, you were glad. He pulled her toward the edge of the stage. Elena didn't jump, she stepped off, and for a split second she was weightless. Then his arm caught her waist, pulling her flush against his side. The scent of him hit her then. It wasn't the floral, cloying smell of the room. It was cold air, expensive tobacco, and a dark, musky spice that made her head swim. "Walk," he whispered in her ear. Elena walked. She didn't look back at the stage. She didn't look at the bidders. She walked beside the shadow in the black mask, her heels clicking on the marble floor, moving toward a future that had no rules, no laws, and no exits. Chapter 7. The Final Gavel. The side office of the Blackwood estate was a room designed for the end of things. It was lined with dark mahogany bookshelves, filled with leather-bound volumes that likely hadn't been opened in a century. The air was stagnant, smelling of dust and old ink. In the center of the room sat a massive desk of green marble, and behind it, a man in a clinical white suit was waiting with a stack of papers. Alexander didn't let go of Elena's hand as they entered. He led her to a chair, a low-slung thing of oxblood leather, and pressed her down into it. He didn't sit. He stood behind her, his hands resting on the back of the chair, his presence a heavy, dark cloud over her shoulders. "The contract," Alexander said, his voice cutting through the silence of the room. The man in white pushed a fountain pen across the marble desk. "Mr. Thorne, a pleasure as always. The terms are standard. 7 nights of exclusive access, total privacy, total discretion. The Blackwood estate assumes no liability once the item leaves the premises." The item? Elena flinched at the word. The man in white didn't even look at her. To him, she was a serial number on a high-value invoice. "Sign here," the man said, pointing to a line at the bottom of a thick vellum document. Alexander leaned over Elena. She could feel the heat of his body, the way his chest brushed against her shoulder. He reached for the pen, his fingers brushing against hers. He signed the name Alexander Thorne with a jagged, aggressive script that looked like a row of teeth. "And the girl?" the man in white asked. "She needs to sign the consent of transfer." Elena looked at the paper. It was a single paragraph, written in elegant, tiny font. "I, Elena Vance, hereby acknowledge the transfer of my time, presence, and personhood to the buyer for a period of 7 nights. I acknowledge that all previous debts are settled in full upon the signing of this document. I enter into this agreement of my own volition." "My mother's debt," Elena whispered, her voice barely audible. "Is it really gone?" "The wire transfer was completed the moment the hammer hit the wood," the man in white said, finally looking at her. His eyes were cold, professional. "You are a free woman, Miss Vance. For the next 7 nights, the only person you owe anything to is the man standing behind you." Elena looked at the pen. It felt heavier than a sword. She thought of the hospital rooms. She thought of the collection calls that had kept her awake at 3:00 a.m. She thought of the way her life had been a slow, agonizing crawl toward a cliff. She picked up the pen. As she signed her name, she heard it, the distant, muffled sound of the gavel hitting the podium in the main hall as the next item was brought out. Bang! The sound echoed through the office. To Elena, it didn't sound like a sale. It sounded like a cell door slamming shut. It was the final gavel. Her life as Elena Vance, the girl who struggled, the girl who hoped, was over. She was now a possession. Alexander took the pen from her hand and set it back on the desk. He didn't say thank you. He didn't smile. He simply reached down and took her chin in his hand, forcing her to look up at him. The mask was still on. The gray eyes were still turbulent. "You're mine now, Alina," he whispered. "Do you understand what that means?" "Yes," she said, her voice stronger than she expected. "No," he countered, his thumb tracing the line of her lower lip. "You have no idea, but by the time the sun rises on the 8th day, you won't remember how to be anyone else's." He turned to the man in white. "We're done here." He pulled Alina to her feet. They walked out of the office, through a back exit that led directly to a private, underground garage. A black Maybach was waiting, its engine purring with a low, predatory hum. The door opened automatically. Alexander stepped back, gesturing for her to enter. Alina looked into the dark, leather-lined interior of the car. It looked like a womb. It looked like a cage. She stepped inside. As Alexander climbed in beside her and the door hissed shut, the sound of the auction, the city, and the world vanished. There was only the scent of him and the terrifying, beautiful realization that she was finally, fully owned. Chapter 8, 7 Nights. The interior of the Maybach was a world unto itself. The windows were tinted to a total, impenetrable black, and the partition between the back seat and the driver was raised. The only light came from the soft, blue glow of the fiber-optic ceiling, which looked like a cluster of cold stars. Alina sat as far away from Alexander as the seat would allow, her back pressed against the leather door. She watched him as he reached up and finally removed the matte black mask. She held her breath. She had expected a monster. She had expected a man whose face was as scarred and twisted as the world he ruled. What she saw was worse. Alexander Thorne was devastatingly handsome. He had a face that looked like it had been carved from granite by a sculptor who hated humanity but loved beauty. His jaw was sharp enough to cut glass, his nose straight and arrogant. His hair was dark, thick, and slightly disheveled from the mask, but it was his eyes that held her. Up close, they weren't just gray. They were the color of smoke over a battlefield. They were ancient, tired, and burning with a restless, dark intelligence. "Stop staring, Alina," he said. He didn't look at her. He was looking at a slim, silver tablet he had pulled from the armrest. "It's impolite to gawk at your owner." I wasn't gawking," she lied, her face flushing. "You were, and you're allowed. You paid for the privilege with your freedom." He tapped the screen of the tablet and handed it to her. "The contract, read it. Carefully, I don't like repeat questions." Alina took the tablet. Her fingers brushed his, and she felt that same jolt of electricity, a sharp, stinging reminder that she was no longer in control of her own physical reactions. She looked at the screen. 7 NIGHTS, Protocols of Possession. One time, the buyer has absolute jurisdiction over the item's schedule. Sleep, wakefulness, and activity are at the buyer's discretion. 2 Privacy. The item will have no contact with the outside world. No phones, no internet. No windows that are not tinted. Your world is the space the buyer provides. 3 Obedience. Commands are not requests. Hesitation is a violation of the contract. 4 Luxury. The item will be provided with every physical comfort. Clothing, food, and medical care are of the highest caliber. Luxury is not a gift. It is the standard of maintenance for the buyer's property. 5 Choice. The item is reminded that she chose this path. Choice is the foundation of the contract. The item chose to be bought, therefore, the item chooses the consequences. Alina read the 5th rule twice. Choice disguised as luxury. It was brilliant. It was cruel. By reminding her that she had signed the paper, he was stripping away her right to feel like a victim. He was making her a co-conspirator in her own captivity. "Why?" she asked, looking up from the screen. "Why 50 million? You could have had me for 10. You could have had anyone for 10. Alexander set the mask down on the seat between them. He turned his head slowly, his gaze pinning her to the leather. "Because 10 million buys a body," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper that made her core ache. 50 million buys a soul. I don't want a woman who is here because she has to be. I want a woman who knows exactly how much she cost me and who spends every second of the next 7 nights wondering why she's worth it." He leaned closer. Elena wanted to pull away, but her body wouldn't move. She was mesmerized by the scent of him, the sheer, crushing weight of his presence. "Do you know why I chose you, Elena?" "No," she whispered. "Because when you stood on that stage, everyone else saw a girl in trouble. I saw a girl who was looking for a reason to let go. You've spent your whole life being the responsible one, the grieving one, the one who carries the weight." He reached out, his hand hovering just inches from her throat. He didn't touch her, but she could feel the heat radiating from his palm. "For the next 7 nights, you don't have to carry anything. I am the floor. I am the walls. I am the sky. You don't have to think. You only have to exist for me. Doesn't that sound like a relief?" Elena felt a tear prick the corner of her eye. It did sound like a relief. That was the most terrifying part. The idea of surrendering, of letting someone else take the wheel of her life, was a siren song she had been humming to herself for years. "I'm not a toy, Alexander," she said, her voice trembling. "No," he agreed, his eyes darkening. "Toys are easily replaced. You are an obsession, and obsessions are far more dangerous." The car began to slow. The blue light of the Maybach reflected in Alexander's eyes as he leaned back. "We're here," he said. "The clock starts now, Elena. Night 1, try to keep up." The door opened, and the cool, sterile air of a private garage rushed in. Elena stepped out, looking up at the glass tower that touched the clouds. This was it, the 7 nights. The contract was signed. The gavel had fallen. And as she followed Alexander Thorne toward the private elevator, she realized she wasn't just entering a penthouse. She was entering the mouth of the wolf. Chapter 9. The Billionaire Revealed. The elevator didn't have buttons. It didn't even have a floor indicator. It was a silent, velvet-lined capsule that moved with a speed that made Elena's ears pop. Alexander stood in the center, his back to her. He had put his suit jacket back on, the charcoal wool hugging his broad shoulders. He looked like a man heading into a merger, not a man who had just purchased a human being. "When we step out," Alexander said, his voice echoing in the small space, "you will remove your shoes. The floors are heated marble. I don't like the sound of heels in my home." "Yes, Alexander," she said. The name felt strange on her tongue, heavy like a secret. The doors slid open. Elena's breath caught in her throat. She had seen luxury before. She worked in an art gallery, after all. But this was something different. This was the Thorne penthouse. It was a vast, open space of glass and shadow. The ceilings were 20 feet high, and the walls were nothing but floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out over the entire city. Manhattan lay below them like a carpet of glowing embers. There were no walls, only partitions of dark wood and frosted glass. The furniture was minimalist, deep leather sofas, a dining table made of a single slab of black obsidian, and art on the walls that Elena recognized as lost masterpieces. "Shoes," Alexander reminded her. Elena reached down and unbuckled her silver heels. She set them by the door, her bare feet meeting the marble. It was, as he said, warm. It felt like walking on living skin. Alexander walked to a bar built into the far wall. He poured himself a glass of amber liquid, something that smelled of peat and smoke. He didn't offer her a drink. "Rule 6, he said, turning to face her. "You will not dress yourself. In the morning, you will find your attire laid out. In the evening, you will wait for me to decide when the day is over." He walked toward her, his footsteps silent on the marble. He stopped a foot away, the scent of the scotch mixing with the scent of his skin. "No mask now," he murmured, his gaze traveling over her face. "No stage, no bitters, just you and me, Alina. Do you feel the difference?" "Everything feels different," she said. "Good, it should. Your old life is a ghost. It doesn't haunt this floor." He reached out and took her hand, leading her toward the back of the penthouse. They passed a library, a state-of-the-art kitchen, and a long hallway lined with white lilies. They stopped at a pair of massive, dark oak doors. "This is the master suite," Alexander said. "This is where the contract lives." He pushed the doors open. The bedroom was a sanctuary of charcoal silk and low, amber light. The bed was enormous, draped in fabrics that looked soft enough to drown in. Another wall of glass looked out over the Hudson River, the water a shimmering black ribbon in the moonlight. Alexander turned her to face him. He reached for the zipper at the back of her black dress. Alina's heart hammered against her ribs. "Alexander." "Rule 6, Alina," he whispered, his breath hot against her ear. "I decide when the day is over." He pulled the zipper down. The sound was a sharp, final rasp in the quiet room. The silk dress loosened, sliding off her shoulders, pooling around her waist. Alina stood there in her lace bra and panties, her skin flushed, her eyes wide. She felt exposed, vulnerable, and more alive than she had ever felt in her life. Alexander didn't touch her. He stepped back, taking a slow sip of his scotch, his eyes devouring every inch of her. "You're more beautiful than the photos," he said, his voice thick. "The photos didn't capture the way you breathe. The way your pulse jumps in your neck when you're scared." He set his glass down on a side table. "Go to the bed, Alina. Get under the sheets. Wait for me." Are you coming now?" she asked, her voice cracking. Alexander gave her a small, dark smile. It was the smile of a man who knew exactly how much power he held and exactly how he intended to use it. "I'm going to finish my drink. I'm going to look at the city, and I'm going to think about all the things I'm going to do to you over the next 7 nights." He leaned in, his lips brushing the shell of her ear. "The anticipation is part of the price, Alina. Don't fall asleep. I want you awake when I claim what I bought." He turned and walked out of the room, closing the oak doors behind him. Alina stood in the center of the charcoal silk room, the cold air of the penthouse meeting her bare skin. She looked at the bed. She looked at the door. She was $50 million of property. She was a secret in a glass tower. She walked to the bed and slid beneath the silk. It was cool, smooth, and smelled faintly of him. She lay there, her eyes fixed on the door, listening to the silence of the 100th floor. The billionaire had been revealed. The rules were set. And night 1 was only just beginning. Chapter 10: The Penthouse Rules. The bedroom of the Thorn Plaza penthouse did not feel like a place of rest. It felt like a sanctuary built for a god of glass and steel. 3 of the 4 walls were floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic, dizzying view of a city that looked like a carpet of fallen stars. The bed was a massive, low-profile slab of dark ebony, draped in sheets of charcoal silk that shimmered like oil under the dim, recessed lighting. Alina stood in the center of the room, the silence pressing against her ears. She was vibrating, a fine, constant tremor that started in her core and radiated out to her fingertips. She had done what he said. The black silk dress lay in a heap near the door, a discarded shadow of the woman who had walked into the auction. She was entirely naked. The air-conditioned chill of the penthouse felt like 1,000 tiny needles against her skin. Without the fabric to protect her, she felt hyper-aware of her own body, the weight of her breasts, the curve of her stomach, the sensitive, exposed skin of her inner thighs. She looked at the bed. It looked like an altar. "I shouldn't be here," she whispered, but the words were hollow. She was here because $50 million had been wired into an escrow account. She was here because her mother's debts were gone. She was here because, despite the terror, a dark, traitorous part of her was starving for the touch of the man who had bought her. The heavy oak doors clicked open. Elena gasped, her hands instinctively flying to cover herself, one over her breasts, the other shielding the junction of her thighs. Alexander Thorne stepped into the room. He had removed his jacket and tie. His white dress shirt was unbuttoned halfway down his chest, revealing glimpses of hard, tanned muscle and a light dusting of dark hair. He looked less like a businessman now and more like a predator who had finally cornered his prey in a gilded cage. He stopped 3 feet away from her. He didn't say a word. He simply looked at her. His gaze was a physical weight. It traveled slowly, agonizingly over her body. He looked at her tangled hair, her flushed face, and then down to her hands, which were trembling as she tried to hide herself. "Rule number 1, Elena," he said, his voice a low, gravelly vibration that seemed to travel through the floor and up into her feet. "I told you, no covering. Drop your hands." "Please," she whispered, her eyes stinging. I can't." Alexander moved. He was faster than she could react. He stepped into her space, his heat enveloping her. He grabbed her wrists in one hand, his grip like iron manacles, and pulled them away from her body, pinning them behind her back. The movement arched her chest forward, thrusting her breasts toward him. Elena let out a sharp, choked breath as her nipples, already peaked from the cold, brushed against the crisp cotton of his shirt. "You are $50 million of my property," Alexander growled, leaning down until his lips were inches from hers. "In this room, your shame is a luxury you cannot afford. You will stand before me as you are. You will let me see what I have purchased. Do you understand?" "Yes," she gasped, her head falling back as his grip tightened. He released her wrists, but he didn't move back. He let his eyes feast on her. He reached out with his free hand, his fingers tracing the swell of her breast. The contact was electric. Elena's skin hummed wherever he touched her. He circled her nipple with his thumb, watching as the dark bud hardened even further under his touch. "Beautiful," he murmured. "Every inch of you is exactly what I imagined while I watched you on that stage." He moved his hand down, his palm flat against her stomach, then lower. His fingers brushed against the damp curls between her legs, and Elena let out a whimpering moan, her knees buckling. "You're already wet for me, Elena," he said, a dark, triumphant smirk touching his lips. "After all the fire, all the defiance, your body knows exactly where it belongs." He grabbed a handful of her hair, not enough to hurt, but enough to force her to look up at him. "Now, listen to the rules of this house. If you break them, the punishment will be physical. If you follow them, the pleasure will be beyond anything you've ever imagined." Elena couldn't speak. She could only nod, her breath coming in short, ragged hitches. "Rule 2, Alexander said. You do not speak unless I ask you a question. Your voice is mine to summon." He slid his hand between her thighs, his fingers slicking with her own heat. He found the sensitive nub of her clitoris and began to rub it in slow, agonizing circles. Elena's eyes rolled back in her head. "Rule 3, he continued, his voice dropping to a whisper. "You will never turn away from me. Whether I am touching you, watching you, or entering you, you will keep your eyes on mine. I want to see every bit of the pleasure I give you." He stepped back, leaving her shivering and needy. He began to unbuckle his belt, the metallic clink sounding like a death knell in the quiet room. He stripped off his trousers and his shirt, revealing a body that was a masterpiece of power. He was thick with muscle, his shoulders broad, his abdomen carved into deep ridges, and he was fully, intimidatingly erect. Elena stared at him, her heart thumping against her ribs like a trapped bird. He was beautiful and terrifying. "On the bed," he commanded. "On your back, spread for me." Elena moved like a sleepwalker. She climbed onto the silk sheets, the fabric cool against her heated skin. She lay back, her hair spilling across the charcoal pillows. She hesitated for a second, then slowly she opened her legs. Alexander climbed onto the bed, looming over her. He didn't go between her legs immediately. He knelt over her, his hands pinning her shoulders down. "Look at me, Elena," he commanded. She looked. His eyes were like molten lead, burning with a hunger that felt like it could consume her whole. "You're mine for 7 nights," he whispered. "By the end of the first, you'll have forgotten there was ever a world outside this room." He bent his head and captured her mouth in a kiss that was a conquest. It wasn't gentle. It was a collision of teeth and tongue, a demand for total surrender. He tasted of scotch and power. Elena found herself kissing him back with a desperate, starving energy, her hands reaching up to grip his bicep, her nails digging into his skin. He moved down her body, his kisses trailing fire over her throat, her collarbone, and then landing on her breasts. He took one nipple into his mouth, sucking hard, his tongue lashing against the sensitive tip. Elena cried out, her back arching off the bed, her fingers tangling in his dark hair. "So reactive," he muffled against her skin. He moved lower, his head disappearing between her thighs. Elena gasped as she felt his warm breath against her most intimate parts. And then his tongue found her. It was a systematic destruction of her defenses. He used his tongue and his fingers with a clinical, lethal precision, driving her toward a cliff she wasn't ready to fall over. She thrashed against the sheets, her hips rising to meet him, her voice a constant, low moan of "Alexander, please, please." "Look at me," he growled, pulling back just enough to see her face. Her eyes were glazed, her lips swollen. She was a woman completely undone. "Ask me for it," he said. "Break rule 2. Ask your master to fill you." "Please," she sobbed, her hands reaching for his hips. "Alexander, please, I want you, I need it, now." He didn't wait. He moved between her legs, his thick, heavy length probing her entrance. He paused there for a second, savoring the way she was shaking beneath him. "Remember this moment, Elena," he whispered. "The moment you stopped being a person and became mine." He lunged forward, his entire length burying itself inside her in one deep, punishing stroke. Elena let out a silent scream, her head snapping back against the pillow. She felt stretched, filled to the point of bursting. He was too large, too much, yet as he began to move, the friction of his skin against hers sparked a fire that turned her blood to lava. He moved with a brutal, relentless rhythm. Each thrust was a statement of ownership, slamming his pelvis against hers with a rhythmic, wet sound that filled the room. He didn't hold back. He used her body with a hunger that was almost frightening, his hands gripping her waist so hard he would surely leave bruises. Elena was lost. She was no longer a woman with a past or a future. She was a collection of nerves and heat orbiting around the man who was currently breaking her apart. She wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling him deeper, her heels digging into the small of his back. "Yes," she gasped, her voice breaking. Yes, Alexander, more. He sped up, his breathing becoming a series of guttural growls. The penthouse windows reflected their joined bodies, a chaotic, beautiful collision of light and shadow against the backdrop of the sleeping city. Elena felt the climax building, a tidal wave of sensation that threatened to drown her. It started in her toes and crashed through her center. I'm going to, she choked out. Do it for me, he commanded, his pace becoming frantic. Look at me and let go. She locked her eyes onto his. In that moment, she saw the man behind the mask, the obsession, the loneliness, and the raw, jagged need that matched her own. The wave crashed. Elena's entire body convulsed, her internal muscles clamping down on him in a series of rhythmic, intense pulses. She cried out his name, her voice echoing off the glass walls. Seconds later, Alexander let out a low, primal roar. He buried his face in the crook of her neck and stiffened, his own release hitting him with the force of a heart attack. He filled her, his pulse thrumming inside her as they both collapsed onto the bed, their skin slick with sweat, their breath coming in ragged, synchronized gasps. The silence returned to the penthouse, but it was different now. It was the silence of the aftermath, the heavy, charged air of a battlefield where only one side was left standing. Alexander didn't move for a long time. He stayed heavy on top of her, his heart beating against hers. Finally, he shifted, rolling to his side but keeping a firm arm draped over her waist, pulling her back against his chest. He leaned in, his lips brushing the shell of her ear. That was only the first rule, Elena, he whispered. We have 6 more nights to go. Elena closed her eyes, the charcoal silk of the sheets feeling like the only real thing in the world. She should have felt used. She should have felt ashamed. But as she drifted toward a dark, exhausted sleep, the only thing she felt was the terrifying realization that she never wanted to leave this room. The billionaire had bought her body, but in the heat of the first night, he had started to take something far more dangerous, her will. Chapter 11, Tension in Every Breath. Elena woke to a world that was too bright and too quiet. She didn't move at first. She lay pinned beneath the weight of charcoal silk sheets that felt like heavy liquid against her skin. Her body felt different, heavy, thrumming with a dull, persistent ache that radiated from the junction of her thighs up into her spine. It was a physical map of the night before. The bruises on her hips where his hands had gripped her, the slight sting on her neck where his teeth had grazed her, and the lingering, internal fullness that reminded her exactly who had claimed her. She was alone in the bed. The massive expanse of the mattress felt like a desert. She turned her head toward the window. The sun was a white-hot disk hanging over the Manhattan skyline, turning the glass towers into jagged shards of gold. From this height, she felt like she was floating in a vacuum, disconnected from the earth, disconnected from the woman she had been 48 hours ago. She sat up slowly, the silk sliding down her body. She was still naked. The no covering rule echoed in her mind, a cold, sharp command that made her skin prickle. She looked at her hands. They were steady now, but her heart was performing a slow, heavy thud against her ribs. She wasn't just Elena Vance anymore. She was a transaction. She was a $50 million secret. The sound of water running came from the master bath, a sprawling marble cavern that was larger than her entire apartment. She stood up, her legs feeling shaky. Every movement was a reminder of Alexander's size, his strength, and the uncompromising way he had used her. She walked toward the bathroom, her feet sinking into the plush, dark carpet. She stopped at the threshold. The room was filled with steam, the scent of sandalwood and expensive soap hanging thick in the air. Alexander was standing in front of the vanity, a towel wrapped low around his waist. His back was to her, a broad expanse of muscle and tanned skin. She could see the faint, red marks where her own nails had raked down his shoulders in the height of her climax. He didn't turn around, but he saw her in the mirror. His gray eyes locked onto hers through the glass, cold and predatory. "You're late, Alina," he said. His voice was a low, mourning rasp that made her core tighten instinctively. "Rule 4, you wake when I wake. You do not linger in bed while I am active." I didn't know," she whispered. "Now you do." He turned around, the movement revealing the hard, carved lines of his chest and the V-line that disappeared beneath the towel. He looked at her, his gaze traveling slowly down her body, noting the flush on her skin and the way she tried and failed not to shiver. "Come here," he commanded. Alina hesitated for a heartbeat, then stepped into the steam. She felt small in his presence, a bird walking into the path of a storm. When she reached him, he didn't touch her immediately. He simply stood there, letting the heat of his body roll off him and onto her. "You look like a woman who has been thoroughly taken," he murmured, his hand reaching out to tilt her chin up. He ran his thumb over her bottom lip, which was still slightly swollen from his kisses. "Do you feel like mine, Alina, or do you still think you belong to yourself?" "I feel broken," she admitted, her voice trembling. "Good, broken things can be rebuilt, properly this time." He grabbed her waist and lifted her, setting her down on the cold marble counter of the vanity. Alina let out a sharp gasp as the chilled stone met her heated skin. He stepped between her legs, forcing them wide, his towel-clad lap pressing against the sensitive center of her. "Alexander, please." "It's morning," she gasped, her hands landing on his shoulders to steady herself. "In this penthouse, time is whatever I say it is." He leaned in, his mouth finding the sensitive spot just below her ear. He bit down, not enough to draw blood, but enough to make her cry out. His hand moved down, his fingers sliding between her thighs, testing her. She was already slick, her body reacting to him with a speed that filled her with shame. "Still so wet," he groaned against her skin. "Your body is a traitor, Alina. It loves the way I hurt you. It loves the way I fill you." He didn't use a condom this time. He didn't ask. He reached down, discarded the towel, and guided himself to her entrance. He was thick, hard, and hot. He pushed inside her slowly, a deliberate, agonizing inch at a time, watching her face as her eyes rolled back and her breath became a series of broken whimpers. "Look at me," he growled. She forced her eyes open, locking them onto his molten gray stare. He lunged forward, burying himself to the hilt, the force of the impact making the marble counter beneath her groan. He fucked her there, in the steam and the morning light, with a brutal, rhythmic efficiency. There was no tenderness, only the raw, driving need for possession. He gripped her thighs, pulling them higher onto his shoulders, opening her up completely to his assault. Alina's head thrashed against the mirror behind her, the sound of their bodies colliding echoing off the marble walls, a wet, slapping rhythm that drowned out the sound of the city below. "You are mine," he panted, his pace becoming frantic. "Every breath, every come, mine." Alina couldn't answer. She could only scream his name into the steam as the climax hit her, a violent, shuddering explosion that felt like her nerves were being cauterized. Moments later, Alexander followed her over the edge, his body stiffening as he spilled himself deep inside her, his fingers digging into her hips with enough force to leave permanent marks. He stayed there for a long time, his forehead pressed against hers, their shared breath misting in the air. "Shower," he said finally, withdrawing from her and stepping back. He didn't look at her as he turned on the water. "Wash my scent off you, Alina. I want to spend the rest of the day putting it back." The rest of the morning was a study in psychological torture. Alexander didn't leave for an office. He worked from a glass-walled study that overlooked the living area. He sat behind a desk of obsidian, his eyes focused on 3 different screens, his voice low and commanding as he took calls that shifted millions of dollars across the globe. And Alina was forced to wait. Rule 5 was delivered via a printed card on the dining table. You will remain in the living area. You will not dress. You will be available for my gaze at all times. She sat on the white leather sofa, her skin feeling tight and sensitized. She felt like a piece of art, something beautiful and expensive that he had bought to decorate his space. Every time he looked up from his screens, his eyes would find her. He didn't say anything. He would just watch her for a long, silent minute, his gaze tracing the curve of her leg or the slope of her shoulder before returning to his work. The tension was suffocating. It wasn't the tension of fear, not exactly. It was the tension of the weight. Her body, still buzzing from the morning encounter, was on high alert. Every sound he made, the click of a pen, the shift of his chair, made her jump. She tried to read one of the books from his shelf, but the words blurred. She could only think about the weight of his body on hers. She could only think about the fact that she was worth $50 million to him, and she had no idea why. By mid-afternoon, the silence was broken. Alexander walked out of the study. He had changed into a tailored suit, dark navy, crisp white shirt, no tie. He looked every bit the billionaire, the titan of industry. He walked toward the sofa where Alina sat, his footsteps silent on the rug. He stood over her, casting a long shadow. "Do you know why I bid $50 million for you, Alina?" he asked. She looked up at him, her heart racing. "Because you could." "No, I could have bought any woman in that room for 10. I bought you because you were the only one who looked like you were going to burn the building down." He reached down, his hand cupping her cheek. "I don't want a doll, Alina. I want a fire. And I want to be the only thing that keeps it burning." He leaned down, his lips brushing hers. It was the first gentle touch he'd given her, and it was more terrifying than the violence. "I have a meeting. I will be gone for 3 hours." He slid his hand down to her throat, his thumb pressing against her windpipe just enough to make her gasp. "When I return, I want you waiting in the foyer, on your knees. If you move, if you try to cover yourself, or if you are not exactly where I told you to be, the second night will begin with a lesson you won't forget." He let go and walked toward the elevator. Alina watched the doors close behind him. She was alone in the glass tower. She could have looked for a phone, tried to find a way out, or even just put on a robe to hide from the sun. But as she looked at the marble floor of the foyer, she realized with a jolt of pure, dark electricity that she wasn't going to move. She wasn't staying because of the contract. She wasn't staying because of the money. She was staying because she wanted to see what he would do when he came back. She was staying because the tension in every breath had become her new oxygen. She walked to the center of the foyer, the cold marble meeting her knees. She folded her hands in her lap and waited. The 3 hours felt like 3 years. The sun moved across the sky, casting long, orange shadows across the penthouse. Her legs grew numb. Her back ached. But she didn't move. She focused on the sound of the wind whistling against the glass, 100 floors above the world. And then the chime of the elevator echoed through the room. The doors slid open. Alexander stood there, his coat over his arm. He stopped, his eyes locking onto the sight of her, naked, kneeling, and obedient in the center of his palace. A slow, dark smile spread across his face. "Good girl," he whispered. The air in the room didn't just feel charged. It felt like it was about to ignite. Chapter 12. Control is his language. Alexander Thorne did not step forward to lift her. He did not lean down to kiss her. He didn't even drop his coat. He simply stood at the edge of the marble foyer, his presence a dark, suffocating shroud that filled the cavernous space. The elevator doors hissed shut behind him, sealing them into the silence of the 100th floor. The only sound was the distant, rhythmic ticking of a grandfather clock in the library and the ragged, shallow sound of Alina's breathing. Alina remained on her knees. Her joints were stiff, her skin goose-fleshed from the cooling evening air. She was a vision of absolute vulnerability, nude, exposed, and trembling. She had expected him to rush her, to take her right there on the cold floor, but the silence stretched into minutes. Alexander began to walk, not toward her, but around her. The click of his handmade Italian leather shoes against the marble sounded like a hammer hitting an anvil. He circled her slowly, like a wolf inspecting a kill it wasn't quite ready to eat. He kept a distance of exactly 3 feet, his eyes never leaving her body. 3 hours, Alina, he said, his voice a low, melodic purr that sent a fresh jolt of terror-fueled arousal through her. You didn't move, not once. I checked the security feed from the car. Alina swallowed, her throat dry. She wanted to look up to see his face, but Rule 3 remained. Keep your eyes on mine only when commanded. She kept her gaze fixed on the floor, on the reflection of her own pale thighs in the polished black marble. Look at me, he commanded. She lifted her head. He had stopped directly in front of her. He looked down at her with a clinical, detached interest that was far more devastating than anger. He was perfectly groomed, his suit sharp, his power radiating off him in waves. You look pathetic, he whispered. A $50 million woman kneeling on the floor like a common servant. Tell me, Alina, do you feel like a queen or a whore? The insult stung, but beneath the sting was a hot, liquid throb of desire. I feel like whatever you want me to be, she whispered. Speak up, I didn't buy a whisper. I feel like yours, she said louder, her voice cracking. Alexander reached out, his hand hovering just inches from her face. Alina instinctively leaned toward the heat of his palm, her eyes fluttering shut, desperate for the touch she had been deprived of for hours. He pulled his hand back. Alina's eyes snapped open. The rejection was a physical blow. Control is a language, Alina, Alexander said, beginning to unbutton his cuffs as he walked toward the living room, leaving her behind. Most men think control is about the act itself. They think it's about the thrust, the grip, the noise. They are wrong. True control is the space between the desire and the fulfillment. It is the no that precedes the yes. He sat down on the leather armchair, crossing his legs. He didn't look at her. He picked up a tablet from the side table and began scrolling through emails. Stay there, he said, his voice flat. I have a few more things to attend to. This was the cruelty she hadn't prepared for. She had expected the high heat of his bed. She had expected to be used, filled, and dominated. But to be ignored, to be left naked and aching on the floor while he checked his stock portfolios was a different kind of torture. Her body was a raw nerve. The morning's encounter had left her sensitized, and the 3-hour wait had pushed her to the brink. She was slick between her thighs, the moisture cooling and making her itch with a need that felt like it was going to drive her insane. Alexander, she whimpered. Rule 2, Alina, he said without looking up. Do not speak unless questioned. 10 minutes passed, then 20. The sun finally dipped below the horizon, plunging the penthouse into a twilight of deep blues and purples. The city lights began to twinkle, reflecting off the glass walls, surrounding Alina with a million uncaring eyes. She began to cry. Not aloud, sobbing grief, but silent, hot tears that tracked down her cheeks and fell onto her breasts. She felt the weight of her objectification in its purest form. She was a thing, a piece of furniture, a toy he had grown bored of before the second night had even truly begun. "Come here," he said suddenly. Elena scrambled to her feet, her legs nearly giving out. She walked toward him, her footsteps silent. She stopped in front of his chair, her head bowed. "On your back." "On the rug," he ordered. The rug was silk spun, softer than anything she'd ever felt, but it felt like sandpaper against her sensitized skin. She lay back, her hair fanning out. She looked up at him, her eyes pleading. Alexander set the tablet down. He stood up and began to strip. He didn't rush. He folded his trousers over the back of the chair. He hung his shirt. He stood before her, his massive, dark-veined cock already straining toward her. He didn't kneel. He stood over her, his feet on either side of her waist. "You've been waiting for this all day, haven't you?" he asked. "Yes," she gasped. "Tell me how much you want it. Tell me what you want me to do to you, Elena, and be explicit. If I don't like your description, I'll go back to my emails." Elena felt a flush of heat that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. She looked at his towering strength, the raw masculinity of him, and the words spilled out of her, dirty, desperate, and true. "I want you to fuck me," she whispered, her hands reaching up to stroke her own breasts, her nipples hard and aching. "I want you to move inside me until I can't breathe. I want you to use me like you bought me. I want to feel how big you are, how much you can take from me. Please, Alexander, I'm so wet, I'm dripping for you." "Show me," he commanded. Elena slid her hand down. She opened herself, her fingers dipping into her own cream. She groaned as she touched herself, her hips arching off the rug. "I'm so slick, Alexander. Look at what you've done to me." He didn't wait any longer. The language of control had served its purpose. The prey was fully broken. He dropped to his knees, his weight pinning her into the plush rug. He didn't use his hands. He leaned down and caught her clitoris between his teeth, biting down with a sharp, sudden pressure that made Elena scream, her back arching into a bridge. He lapped at her, his tongue a heavy, rough muscle that drove her toward a frantic, jagged peak. "You're so tight," he growled against her skin, his voice muffled by her thighs. "So hungry." He sat back on his heels, grabbing her ankles and shoving them back until her knees were beside her ears. He was looking directly into her core, seeing the way she pulsed with need. He gripped his cock, lining himself up. He was thick, the head of him deep red and weeping with his own pre-cum. He teased her entrance, rubbing the broad head against her opening, coating himself in her heat. "Say it," he hissed. "Tell me who you belong to." "You," she sobbed, her hands clawing at the rug. "I'm yours. Alexander, please fuck me." He lunged. He didn't go slow. He slammed into her with a violence that knocked the air from her lungs. The sensation of being filled so completely, so suddenly, was a shock that turned her world white. He buried himself to the root, his pelvis crashing against hers with a heavy, wet thud. Elena's eyes rolled back. She felt stretched to the breaking point, her internal muscles struggling to accommodate his massive girth. He began to move, long, punishing strokes that pulled almost all the way out before slamming back in. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of their joining was the only thing in the room. He reached up and gripped her throat, not to choke her, but to hold her still as he hammered into her. "Look at me," he commanded, his face a mask of dark, unholy focus. Elena locked her eyes onto his. She saw the obsession there. She saw that his control wasn't just about her, it was a cage he had built for himself, and she was the only thing that let him out of it. He sped up, his thrusts becoming short, brutal stabs. Elena was lost. Her climax hit her like a lightning strike, her body vibrating with a high-voltage release that made her vision go dark. She felt her walls clenching around him, milking him, and the sensation was too much for Alexander to endure. He let out a low, guttural roar, his body stiffening. He thrust one last time, pinning her to the floor as he erupted inside her. She felt the heat of him, the sheer volume of his release filling her, spilling out of her and onto the silk rug. He stayed inside her, his chest heaving, his sweat dripping onto her face. The silence returned, but the power dynamic had shifted. He hadn't just used her, he had needed her. Alexander withdrew slowly, the sound of his exit a wet, lingering echo. He looked down at her, shattered, covered in him, and utterly spent. "That was the language of control, Alina," he whispered, his voice returning to its cool, measured tone. "And tonight, you learned how to speak it fluently." He stood up, not offering her a hand. He walked toward the shower, leaving her on the rug to deal with the cooling slickness of their encounter. Alina lay there, watching the city lights. She was no longer a person. She was a vessel, and the terrifying truth was that she was already beginning to crave the next time he would empty her. Chapter 13, The First Defiance. Alina Vance was a woman of many things, a woman of art, a woman of grief, a woman of debt. But until 48 hours ago, she had never been a woman of silence. She woke on the third morning with the taste of copper and charcoal on her tongue. The penthouse was a cathedral of glass, and once again, the sun was her only witness. Her body was a map of Alexander Thorne's territory. There were faint, yellowing bruises on her wrists from where he had held her, and a deep, pulsing ache in her core that was becoming a permanent part of her anatomy. But as she lay on the bed, watching the dust motes dance in the high-altitude light, something inside her snapped. It wasn't a loud break. It was the quiet, jagged sound of a spirit remembering its own shape. She had been bought, she had been used, she had been humiliated on a marble floor while a man checked his emails. Enough. She stood up. The charcoal silk sheets fell away, revealing her nakedness. Rule 1, no covering. She looked at the door. Alexander was likely in the kitchen or his study, already moving the world with a few taps on a screen. She didn't go to the living room. She went to his walk-in closet. It was a room of its own, smelling of cedar, expensive wool, and the dark, intoxicating scent of the man himself. Rows of identical white shirts, charcoal suits, and silk ties stood like soldiers at attention. Alina reached out. Her fingers brushed against a crisp, white dress shirt. It was heavy, high-thread count Egyptian cotton. She took it off the hanger. She slid her arms into the sleeves. The fabric was oversized, the cuffs hanging past her fingertips, the hem reaching mid-thigh. She buttoned it all the way to the throat, the collar stiff against her jaw. It smelled like him, sandalwood, scotch, and absolute authority. By putting it on, she was breaking Rule 1. By entering his space, she was breaking the unspoken boundary of her confinement. She walked out of the bedroom. Alexander was in the kitchen. He was standing by the marble island, a cup of black coffee in his hand. He was dressed for the day, black trousers, a gray cashmere sweater, his hair perfectly swept back. He looked like a man who had never felt a moment of doubt in his entire life. He didn't look up as she entered. "I believe I heard the shower running, Alina. You should be in the foyer." "I'm not going to the foyer," she said. The silence that followed was different from the others. It wasn't a silence of anticipation. It was the silence of a fuse burning down to the powder. Alexander slowly turned his head. His gray eyes moved from his coffee to her feet, then up the length of her legs, landing on the white shirt that bore his own monogram on the cuff. He looked at the buttons done up to her chin. His expression didn't change, but his aura did. The air in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. "Rule 1, he said, his voice a low, dangerous vibration. "No covering. Rule 2, do not speak unless questioned." Elena took a step forward, her heart hammering against the cotton of his shirt. I'm cold, Alexander. And I'm tired of being a statue for you to look at when you're bored. You bought 7 nights of my time, not my soul. And right now, I'm wearing your shirt. What are you going to do about it? Alexander set his coffee cup down on the marble. The clink was the only warning she got. In 3 strides, he was across the kitchen. He grabbed the front of the shirt, his knuckles brushing against her throat, and slammed her back against the refrigerator. The impact made the magnets rattle, and Elena let out a sharp gasp. You think this is a game? He hissed, his face inches from hers. You think you can play with the boundaries I've set because I was soft with you on the rug. Soft, she laughed, a jagged, hysterical sound. You treated me like a dog, Alexander. You want a fire. Here it is. I'm not a doll. I'm the woman who's going to make you remember what it feels like to lose control. Alexander's eyes darkened to the color of a stormy sea. A vein pulsed in his temple. He didn't hit her, he wasn't that kind of monster, but the way he looked at her was far more violent. You want to see me lose control? He whispered. You have no idea what you're asking for. He reached for the top button of the shirt. He didn't unbutton it. He gripped the fabric and ripped. The sound of the high-end cotton tearing was like a gunshot. Buttons flew across the marble floor, skittering into the shadows. He shredded the shirt down the center, exposing her breasts, her stomach, her defiance. Elena didn't flinch. She stared him down, her chest heaving, her nipples peaked and hard in the sudden cold. Is that it? She challenged. You can tear a shirt. Can you tear the truth? You're obsessed with me, Alexander. You didn't buy me to possess me. You bought me because you're lonely in this glass tower and you wanted someone who could actually look you in the eye. Alexander let out a guttural growl, a sound of pure, unadulterated animal rage. He grabbed her waist, his fingers digging into her skin, and hoisted her up onto the marble island. He swept his coffee cup and a bowl of fruit aside with one violent motion, sending them shattering against the floor. On your knees, he commanded. No, she said, her voice steady. He didn't repeat himself. He grabbed her hair, tilting her head back, and kissed her. It wasn't a kiss of desire, it was a war. He tasted of coffee and fury. He bit her lip, drawing a tiny bead of blood that he licked away with a rough, demanding tongue. Elena fought him, her hands pushing against his chest, but he was a wall of muscle. He broke the kiss, both of them panting. You want to defy me, he whispered, his hand sliding down to the junction of her thighs. He was already hard, a heavy, insistent pressure against his trousers. Then do it while I'm inside you. Do it while I'm taking everything you have. He didn't take off his trousers. He simply unzipped them, his thick, dark-veined cock springing free. He didn't use a lubricant. He didn't wait for her to be ready. He grabbed her hips and pulled her to the edge of the marble island. He lunged. Elena let out a strangled cry as he buried himself in her. It was a brutal, dry entry that made her vision swim. He was too big, too angry, but as he began to move, the friction ignited a fire that she couldn't extinguish. He fucked her with a relentless, punishing pace. Each thrust slammed her back against the marble, her heels drumming a frantic rhythm against the cabinets. He didn't look away. He kept his eyes locked on hers, watching her defiance turn into desperation, watching her anger melt into a raw, primal need. Say it, he hissed, his breath hot against her face. Tell me you're mine. I'm, she choked out, her head thrashing. Say it. I'm yours. She screamed, her body betraying her as the first wave of a violent climax hit. Her internal muscles clamped down on him like a vice. Alexander let out a low, pained groan, his pace becoming a blur of movement. He reached down and gripped her clitoris, his thumb moving with a savage speed that pushed her over the edge. Elena's world exploded. She clawed at his shoulders, her nails drawing blood through his cashmere sweater. She was sobbing, coming so hard her entire body was shaking. Alexander followed her seconds later. He thrust one last time, pinning her to the marble as he erupted inside her. He buried his face in her neck, his body vibrating with the force of his release. For a long time, the only sound was the hum of the refrigerator and their ragged, synchronized breathing. Alexander withdrew slowly. He looked down at the shredded white shirt hanging off her shoulders, the buttons scattered like tiny white bones on the floor. He looked at the blood on her lip and the fire still flickering in her eyes. He reached out, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw. His touch was almost tender. "I didn't buy you because I was lonely, Elena," he whispered, his voice returning to its cool, measured resonance. "I bought you because I knew you were the only thing in this world that could actually survive me." He stepped back, adjusting his clothes. He looked around the ruined kitchen, the shattered ceramic, the spilled coffee, the remnants of his own shirt. "Rule 6, he said, pausing at the door. "You will never wear my clothes again, not because I care about the fabric, but because I don't want anything coming between my eyes and your skin." He walked out, leaving Elena on the marble island. She looked down at her hands. They were still shaking. She was a mess, torn, used, and marked. But as she touched the spot where his teeth had grazed her lip, she felt a strange, terrifying sense of victory. She had broken him, just for a second. She had made the billionaire lose his language of control. And as she climbed down from the counter, the silk rug feeling soft beneath her feet, she realized the most dangerous thing of all. She wanted to do it again. Chapter 14. A Crack in the Ice. The aftermath of the kitchen was a haunted silence. Elena sat in the center of the oversized master bathtub, the water so hot it turned her skin a violent, blossoming pink. The steam rose in thick, white plumes, obscuring the floor-to-ceiling windows and the uncaring city beyond. She scrubbed at her skin, but she couldn't wash away the feeling of him. Her body felt used in the most literal sense, repurposed for his pleasure, reshaped by his hands. Her lips stung where he had bitten her. Her inner thighs were tender, a constant reminder of the marble island and the way he had driven himself into her with a hunger that felt like an exorcism. She closed her eyes, letting her head sink back against the cool porcelain. She expected to feel a crushing weight of shame. She expected to feel like a victim, but instead, she felt awake. For the first time in her life, she wasn't invisible. She was the focal point of a storm named Alexander Thorne. The bathroom door creaked open. Elena didn't move. She didn't try to hide her nakedness beneath the bubbles. Rule 1 was no longer a command she followed out of fear. It was a challenge she met with a level gaze. Alexander didn't come in with the fire of the kitchen. He walked slowly, his footsteps heavy. He had showered in another part of the penthouse and was dressed in a dark silk robe, his hair damp and messy. He looked tired. For the first time, the billionaire facade was missing, replaced by a man who looked like he was carrying the weight of the very towers he owned. He sat down on the edge of the tub. He didn't look at her body. He looked at the water. "My father used to say that everything in this world is a transaction," he said, his voice so low it was almost swallowed by the hiss of the steam. "He said that if you can't buy it, it isn't worth having, and if you can't sell it, it's a liability." Elena watched him. The crack in the ice wasn't a metaphor. She could see it in the way his hands trembled slightly as he reached out to trace the rim of the tub. "Is that why you bought me?" she asked, to prove him right. Alexander finally looked at her. His gray eyes weren't molten lead to night, they were shattered glass. I bought you because I wanted to see if my father was wrong. I wanted to see if there was anything left in this world that didn't have a price tag. You paid $50 million for me, Alexander, she reminded him, her voice soft but sharp. That's a hell of a price tag. That wasn't your price, he whispered. That was the price to get the rest of the world to leave you alone. I didn't buy you from yourself, Elena. I bought you from the wolves. He reached into the water. His hand found hers beneath the surface, his fingers tangling with hers. The touch was gentle, frighteningly gentle. It was the first time he had touched her without a command or a claim. You're a wolf too, she said. The biggest one, he agreed. A small, sad smile touched his lips. But even wolves get cold, Elena. He stood up, pulling her hand, silently commanding her to rise. Elena stood, the water cascading off her body, her skin steaming in the cooler air of the room. He took a plush, white towel and began to dry her. He did it with an agonizing slowness, his hands moving over her curves with a reverence that made her heart ache more than her body. He dried her breasts, his thumbs grazing her nipples until they peaked. He dried the small of her back, his breath warm against her shoulder. When he reached the damp hair between her thighs, he knelt on the bath mat. Elena's breath hitched. Alexander. Hush, he murmured. He didn't use the towel. He leaned forward and pressed his forehead against her stomach, his arms wrapping around her hips. He stayed like that for a long time, just breathing her in. The man who owned the city was kneeling before his item, seeking comfort in the very body he had spent the last 2 days colonizing. The vulnerability was the most erotic thing he had ever shown her. It was a different kind of heat, a slow-burn intimacy that bypassed her skin and went straight to her nerves. He looked up at her, his face inches from her core. I want you, he whispered. Not because I own you, not because of the contract. I want you because I can't breathe when you aren't in the room. He stood up, his robe falling open. He was hard again, but it was a different kind of tension, an emotional demand masquerading as a physical one. He picked her up, her legs wrapping instinctively around his waist, and carried her to the bed. He laid her down on the charcoal silk, but he didn't pin her down. He lay beside her, propped up on one elbow, his hand tracing the line of her throat. No rules tonight, he said. No numbers, no item 42, just us. He kissed her then, and it was a revelation. It was slow, deep, and tasted of ancient longing. Elena felt her walls crumbling. She reached for him, her hands sliding inside his robe, feeling the heat of his skin. She wanted him with a ferocity that terrified her. She wanted to fill the cracks in his ice with her own fire. She pushed him onto his back, taking the dominant position for the first time. She sat astride him, her knees pinning his arms, her hair falling around them like a curtain. She looked down at him, seeing the way his eyes flared with a mixture of shock and intense, raw desire. My turn, she whispered. She leaned down, her hair brushing his chest. She began to kiss him not as a submissive but as a predator of her own. She tasted his neck, his shoulders, his chest. She used her tongue to trace the muscles of his abdomen, hearing the way his breath caught, the way his fingers dug into the mattress. When she took him into her mouth, Alexander let out a choked, broken sound, a name she realized was hers, spoken like a prayer. She was thorough. She was relentless. She used the power she had discovered in her defiance to drive him to the brink of madness. She watched him, the titan, the billionaire, unraveling beneath her touch. His head thrashed against the pillows, his hips lifting off the bed in a desperate search for friction. Elena, please, he gasped, his hands coming up to grip her waist. Not yet, she whispered against his skin. She kept him on the edge until he was begging, his voice raw and stripped of all its authority. Only then did she lift herself and guide him inside her. The entry was different tonight. It was a joining of more than just flesh. As she lowered herself onto him, she felt a connection that went deeper than the bruises, deeper than the debt. She looked into his eyes and saw the crack, the human soul that was just as trapped in this penthouse as she was. They moved together in a slow, rhythmic dance. It wasn't the frantic hammering of the kitchen or the cold dominance of the foyer. It was a conversation. Each thrust was a question, each moan was an answer. Elena arched her back, her breasts swaying in the moonlight, her eyes locked onto his. "You're beautiful," Alexander whispered, his voice breaking. "God, Elena, you're so beautiful." The climax didn't hit them like a lightning strike. It rose like a tide. It was a slow, overwhelming swell of sensation that pulled them both under. When it finally broke, it was quiet. Elena collapsed onto his chest, her body vibrating with a deep, soul-shaking release. Alexander held her, his arms wrapped around her so tight she could feel his heart hammering against her ribs, a frantic, living thing. He didn't pull away. He didn't reset to the master persona. He kept her there, tucked under his chin, his hand stroking her hair as the steam from the bathroom finally dissipated. "Tomorrow the world comes back," he whispered into the dark. "But tonight the ice is gone." Elena closed her eyes. She knew the contract still existed. She knew she was still his property in the eyes of the Blackwood estate. But as she fell asleep in the arms of the man who had bought her, she realized the most dangerous truth of all. The crack in the ice was big enough for her to fall through, and she was falling. Chapter 15, Desire Without Permission. The morning did not offer the warmth of the night before. It arrived with a sharp, surgical light that cut through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the penthouse, stripping away the shadows where vulnerability had hidden. Elena woke to the sound of a zipper. She opened her eyes to find Alexander standing at the foot of the bed. He was already fully dressed in a charcoal suit, so dark it looked like a bruise against the morning sun. His tie was knotted with a precision that felt like a slap. The man who had knelt before her in the steam, the man who had whispered her name like a prayer, was gone. In his place stood the Titan, the buyer. He was looking down at his watch, not at her. "The car will be here in 20 minutes, he said. His voice had returned to that terrifying, level resonance, the sound of a gavel hitting wood. "I have a board meeting that will last the better part of the day. You will stay here. The door is coded to my biometrics. Do not attempt to leave." Elena sat up, the charcoal sheets pooling at her waist. She felt a sudden, jagged chill. "Alexander, about last night." "Last night was a lapse in discipline," he interrupted, finally meeting her eyes. His gaze was like ice water. A moment of physical release that took an unnecessary turn. "Do not mistake a moment of fatigue for a change in our arrangement, Elena. You are still lot 42. I still own your time, and I still expect absolute obedience." The words felt like a physical weight on her chest. The crack in the ice hadn't been a door, it had been a trap. He was overcompensating, building the walls back up twice as thick because he had let her see the man inside. "I see," she whispered, her voice tightening. "So we're back to the rules." "We never left them." He walked around the bed, his presence looming over her. "Rule 1 is still in effect. You are covered, remove the sheets." Elena felt a surge of hot, indignant anger. "No, if you're going to treat me like a transaction again, then you can wait until you have time to actually manage your investment. I'm cold and I'm tired." Alexander's eyes narrowed. He didn't argue. He reached out and gripped the edge of the silk sheet, ripping it away from her with a violent, fluid motion. He tossed it to the floor. "You don't get to be tired," he hissed, leaning over her until she was pinned between his arms. "You don't get to have moods, you have a function, and right now, my desire for you is not asking for permission." He grabbed her wrists, pinning them into the mattress above her head. He was dressed in a $3,000 suit, smelling of crisp air and expensive cologne, while she was naked, vulnerable, and still smelling of the sex they had shared hours ago. The contrast was a provocation in itself. "You think because I held you, you're special," he whispered, his face inches from hers. "I could buy 100 women who look just like you by noon. The only thing that makes you valuable is that you are mine. And I am going to remind you of that before I leave this room." He didn't wait for her to respond. He used his free hand to unfasten his belt. He didn't take off his trousers, he simply lowered them enough to release his hardness. He was already fully erect, a thick, dark-veined testament to the fact that no matter how much his mind wanted to distance himself from her, his body was still a slave to her scent. "Alexander, don't," she gasped, though her own body was already traitorously humming, her blood turning to liquid heat. "I told you," he growled, "I'm not asking." He forced her legs apart with his knee, moving between them with a brutal, single-minded focus. He didn't use any foreplay. He didn't kiss her. He gripped her thighs, his fingers digging into the soft flesh, and drove himself into her. Elena let out a choked cry. She was dry, the entry friction-heavy and demanding, but as he began to move, her body's natural response took over. She hated him in that moment, hated his control, hated his coldness, but she wanted him with a desperation that bordered on insanity. He fucked her with a cold, rhythmic violence. There was no conversation tonight. There was no us. There was only the sound of his pelvis slamming against hers and the rhythmic creak of the expensive bed. He kept her wrists pinned, his eyes locked onto hers, forcing her to witness his reclamation of her body. "Who do you belong to?" he demanded, his pace increasing until he was a blur of charcoal and skin. "You," she sobbed, her head thrashing against the pillow. "God, Alexander, please. Say my name like you mean it. Like you're drowning in it. Alexander." He let go of her wrists and grabbed her hair, pulling her head back to expose the line of her throat. He bit her shoulder, leaving a mark that would surely turn purple by noon. At the same time, his thumb found her clitoris, rubbing it with a savage, relentless speed. The climax hit Elena like a physical assault. It was too much, too fast, and too raw. She screamed into the empty room, her body convulsing around him, her internal muscles milking him with a frantic intensity. Alexander let out a guttural roar, his body stiffening as he followed her over the edge. He filled her, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like they were branding her from the inside out. He stayed deep inside her for a long minute, his forehead pressed against hers, his breath coming in jagged, angry gasps. He withdrew slowly, his face already settling back into a mask of indifference. He adjusted his clothes, zipped his trousers, and buckled his belt. He didn't look at her as he walked to the mirror to check his tie. "I'll return at 8, he said, his voice as smooth as if he hadn't just used her like an animal. "I expect you to be in the dining room." Dressed in what I've laid out in the dressing room. And Elena. She looked at him, her eyes red-rimmed, her body shivering. "Do not test me again today. I am in no mood for your defiance." He walked out, the heavy oak doors clicking shut with a finality that felt like a sentence. Elena lay in the wreckage of the charcoal sheets. She felt hollowed out, her skin sensitized to the point of pain. She looked at the mark on her shoulder, the desire without permission that he had branded her with. She realized then that the crack in the ice hadn't made him weaker. It had made him more dangerous. He was terrified of what she made him feel, and he was going to spend every second of the remaining nights trying to crush that feeling out of both of them. She crawled to the edge of the bed, her legs shaking. She walked into the dressing room and saw what he had left for her. It was a dress of sheer, blood-red lace. It was beautiful, expensive, and offered absolutely no modesty. It was the dress of a woman who was meant to be seen, but never touched by anyone but her master. Elena touched the lace, her fingers trembling. "You want a transaction, Alexander," she whispered to the empty room. "Then I'll give you one. But by the time these 7 nights are over, you're going to realize that $50 million was the cheapest part of this deal." She began to get ready, the cold morning light finally fading into the gray of a city that didn't care about the wars fought in glass towers. Chapter 16. Crossing the Line. The red lace dress was not a garment, it was a cage made of thread. Elena stood before the triptych of mirrors in the dressing room, her hands trembling as she smoothed the delicate, blood-colored fabric over her hips. Alexander had chosen it with a specific kind of cruelty. The lace was so fine, so intricate, that it hid nothing. It clung to the swell of her breasts, the curve of her waist, and the dark, bruised mark on her shoulder where his teeth had claimed her that morning. She looked at herself and didn't see Elena Vance. She saw a masterpiece of provocative intent. The silence of the penthouse was different today. It wasn't the sterile silence of an empty apartment. It was the pressurized silence of a storm cellar. Outside, the sky over Manhattan had bruised into a deep, necrotic purple. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a low, guttural sound that vibrated through the floorboards and up into Elena's bare feet. She had been waiting for 6 hours. 6 hours of pacing the glass-walled cage. 6 hours of catching her reflection and feeling the heat of her own shame. 6 hours of wondering if the man who had bought her was a monster, a savior, or something far more terrifying, a mirror. Rule 6. I decide when the day is over. The chime of the private elevator echoed through the foyer. Elena's heart didn't just beat, it slammed. She walked toward the dining room, the red lace whispering against her skin. Every step was a reminder of the desire without permission from the morning, the way he had used her as a tool for his own calibration. Alexander Thorne entered the room. He didn't look like a man who had spent the day in boardrooms. His charcoal jacket was gone, his white shirt unbuttoned at the collar, his sleeves rolled up to reveal the powerful, vein-mapped forearms that had pinned her to the bed only hours ago. He looked raw. He looked like a man who had fought a war and realized he was on the losing side of his own self-control. He stopped at the edge of the obsidian dining table. His eyes, usually the color of cold flint, flared when they landed on her. The red lace against her pale skin was a provocation he wasn't prepared for. "You're wearing it," he said. His voice was a low, textured rasp that made Elena's core ache with a traitorous, Pavlovian response. "You left it for me," she replied, her voice steady despite the hurricane in her chest. "I follow the rules, Alexander. Isn't that what $50 million buys? A woman who does exactly what she's told." Alexander walked toward her. He didn't stop until he was inches away, his heat enveloping her like a physical weight. He reached out, his thumb tracing the edge of the lace where it dipped low over her breast. His touch was electric, a sharp contrast to the cold air of the room. "You're angry," he murmured. "I'm a lot of things. Angry is just the easiest one to name." He looked into her eyes, searching for the girl he had bought at the auction. But that girl was gone. In her place was someone who had been forged in the heat of his penthouse, someone who was beginning to realize that her vulnerability was the only thing that could truly hurt him. "Dinner is served," he said, his voice dropping an octave. "Sit." The meal was a study in psychological warfare. They sat at opposite ends of the long obsidian table, a distance of 12 feet that felt like 12 miles. The food was exquisite, rare Wagyu truffles, wine that cost more than Alina's old car, but it tasted like ash. Alexander watched her. He didn't eat. He drank deep red wine and watched the way the lace moved when she breathed. He watched the way she refused to look down, the way her defiance had turned from a flicker into a steady, burning flame. "You haven't spoken a word about the contract today," she said, setting her fork down. The sound of silver on stone was like a gunshot. "The contract is a formality, Alina. We both know that now." "Is it? Then why the rules? Why the foyer? Why the no covering?" She leaned forward, the red lace straining. "If it's just a formality, why are you so afraid to let me be a person?" Alexander set his glass down. He stood up and walked the length of the table. He didn't stop at her chair. He stood behind her, his hands landing on her shoulders. His fingers found the mark he had left that morning, his thumb stroking the bruised skin with an agonizingly slow rhythm. "I'm not afraid of you being a person," he whispered into her hair. "I'm afraid of what happens when I realize that I don't want the item anymore. I want the woman." He pulled her chair back and lifted her. He didn't carry her to the bedroom. He led her to the library, a room of dark wood, leather, and thousands of books that smelled of history and secrets. The rain was hammering against the glass now, a relentless, rhythmic drumming that matched the pulse in Alina's throat. He pressed her back against a shelf of ancient law books. The irony wasn't lost on her. Here, in a room dedicated to rules and order, he was about to break every line he had drawn. "This wasn't in the deal," she gasped as his hands found her waist. "The deal is dead," Alexander growled. He kissed her then, and it was the crossing of the line. It wasn't the kiss of a master, it was the kiss of a starving man. He tasted of wine, tobacco, and a desperate, jagged need. Alina kissed him back, her hands tangling in his dark hair, her nails digging into his scalp. She wasn't submitting, she was claiming him. He lifted her, her legs wrapping around his waist, the red lace hiking up to her hips. He hiked her up until her back was against the cold wood of the bookshelf. "Look at me," he commanded, his eyes burning with a terrifying, unholy light. "No rules, Alina, no Lot 42. Just this." He didn't remove the red lace. He simply pushed it aside, his fingers finding her slick, heated center. Alina cried out, her head thumping against the books. She was so wet, so ready, her body a traitorous instrument playing a song only he knew how to conduct. "You're shaking," he whispered, his thumb moving with a lethal precision. "Because I hate how much I want you," she sobbed. "Hate me later. Right now, feel me." He unzipped his trousers, his thick, heavy length springing free. He didn't tease her this time. He didn't wait. He lunged forward, burying himself in her with one deep, soul-shattering thrust. Alina's vision went white. The sensation of him filling her was different tonight. It was more than physical. It was as if he were trying to merge their very atoms. He began to move, a brutal, relentless rhythm that sent books fluttering off the shelves behind her. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of their bodies colliding was the only thing louder than the thunder outside. Alexander was a force of nature, a hurricane of muscle and intent. He gripped her hips, his fingers leaving new marks, his face buried in the crook of her neck as he groaned her name. "Alina, Alina." It was the first time he had said her name during the act without a command attached to it. It was a plea, a confession. The line wasn't just crossed, it was incinerated. Elena felt her own climax building, a tidal wave of heat that started in her marrow and crashed through her nerves. She arched her back, her breasts heaving against his chest, her eyes locked onto the dark, swirling gray of his. She saw him then, not the billionaire, not the buyer, but the man who was just as lost as she was. The wave broke. Elena screamed, a raw, primal sound that was swallowed by a crack of lightning outside. Her body convulsed, her internal muscles clamping down on him with a frantic, rhythmic intensity that pulled him over the edge with her. Alexander let out a low, guttural roar, his body stiffening as he spilled himself into her. He thrust one last time, pinning her to the books, his forehead pressed against hers, his breath coming in jagged, broken gasps. For a long time, the only sound was the rain. He didn't pull away. He kept her pinned there, his heart beating against hers in a frantic, synchronized rhythm. He reached up and wiped a tear from her cheek, a gesture so tender it hurt more than his bite. "The contract is over," he whispered. Elena blinked, her mind still hazy with the aftermath. "What?" "I'm tearing it up." He withdrew slowly, the sound a wet, lingering echo in the quiet library. He set her down on her feet, but he kept his arm around her waist to steady her. "You're free, Elena. You can leave tonight. The money stays. The debts are gone. You can walk out those doors and never see me again." Elena looked at him, her chest heaving, the red lace dress torn and ruined. She looked at the man who had just offered her everything she had prayed for since the auction. "Why?" she asked. "Because as long as that paper exists, I don't know if you're here because you want to be or because I'm holding the leash. And I realized tonight, I can't live with not knowing." He stepped back, his face a mask of weary vulnerability. He was giving her the choice he had stolen from her. He was standing on the other side of the line, waiting to see if she would cross it back toward her old life or stay in the storm with him. Elena looked at the elevator doors in the distance. She thought of her small apartment, the cold radiator, the quiet, safe, invisible life. Then she looked at Alexander Thorne, the man who was a monster, a king, and a broken soul all at once. The deal had shifted. It wasn't written. It wasn't spoken. She walked toward him. She didn't head for the elevator. She stopped inches from him, her hand reaching out to touch the monographed cuff of his shirt, the shirt she had torn, the shirt he had reclaimed. "The seventh night hasn't happened yet," she whispered. "You don't owe me a seventh night." "I know." She looked up at him, her eyes burning with a new, dangerous kind of power. "That's why I'm staying, because for the first time, I'm the one making the bid." Alexander's breath hitched. He reached out, his hand tangling in her hair, pulling her back toward him. The line was gone. There was only the heat, the rain, and the two of them lost in a glass tower at the top of the world. Chapter 17. When Want Turns Dangerous. The morning after the library felt like the world had been stripped of its skin. Elena woke not to the sound of a zipper or a cold command, but to the weight of a hand resting on the small of her back. It was a heavy, warm presence that anchored her to the charcoal silk of the bed. She didn't move. She lay still, watching the dawn light filter through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the penthouse. The city below was waking up, a million souls beginning their frantic, invisible lives, but up here, at the top of the glass tower, time had stalled. The contract was gone. Alexander had offered her the elevator, the freedom, and the $50 million without strings. And she had stayed. That was the danger. When she was a prisoner, her desires were a byproduct of survival. Her body's reaction to his touch was something she could blame on the situation, on the overwhelming power he wielded. But now, As she felt his thumb trace a slow, absent-minded circle against her skin, she realized she had lost her best excuse. She wasn't an item anymore. She was a woman who had looked at the exit and decided she liked the cage. "You're awake," Alexander's voice rumbled against her shoulder. It wasn't the voice of the billionaire. It was a rough, morning rasp, stripped of its corporate armor. "I am," she whispered. He pulled her back against him, his chest a solid wall of heat. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, breathing her in as if she were the only oxygen left in the city. There were no orders today. No Rule 1. But Alina found herself remaining naked, her body seeking the friction of his skin with a hunger that terrified her. "The money hit your account in full at midnight," he murmured, his teeth grazing the sensitive cord of her neck. "You could buy a villa in Tuscany. You could disappear. You could be anyone you want to be." Alina turned in his arms, forcing him to look at her. His gray eyes were clear, the turbulent storm replaced by a haunting sort of clarity. "Is that what you want, Alexander? For me to disappear?" "I want," he began, his voice cracking, "things I have no right to ask for. I want to know why you stayed. I want to know if you're staying for the man or for the ghost of the deal." "The deal is dead. You killed it." She reached up, her fingers tracing the sharp, arrogant line of his jaw. "I stayed because I realized that being free of you was a different kind of prison. I stayed because I want to see what happens when the billionaire isn't in control." Alexander's grip on her waist tightened. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. The tenderness didn't vanish, but it was joined by that familiar, dark electricity, the predatory hum that defined their connection. "Want is a dangerous thing, Alina," he whispered, rolling her onto her back and looming over her. "Demand is safe. Contracts are clear. But want has no ceiling. Want is what makes empires fall." He kissed her then, and it wasn't the kiss of a master. It was the kiss of a man who was drowning and had finally found the surface. He tasted of the night before of wine and obsession. He didn't wait for a command, he didn't need one. He moved between her thighs, his hands pinning her wrists to the pillows. "If you stay," he growled against her lips, "it won't be like the first nights. I won't be holding back. I won't be trying to prove a point. I will simply be taking what I crave." "Then take it," she challenged, her hips arching to meet his. He didn't use the clinical precision of the rules today. He used the raw, uncoordinated strength of his own desire. He entered her with a thick, heavy thrust that made the headboard groan against the wall. Alina let out a sharp, choked cry, her legs wrapping around his waist, her nails digging into the muscles of his back. It was a different kind of heat. It was desperate. It was the sound of skin on skin, the frantic rhythm of two people trying to occupy the same space at the same time. Alexander was a force of nature, his breath coming in jagged, guttural pants as he hammered into her. He wasn't looking for obedience, he was looking for her. "Alina," he groaned, his face buried in her hair. "God, Alina." She was lost in the sensation. The penthouse, the money, the auction, it all blurred into a single point of white-hot intensity. She was coming, her body vibrating with a high-voltage release that made her vision dark. Alexander followed her seconds later, his body stiffening, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like a signature on her soul. Later that morning, the reality of Act III began to set in. Alina stood in the kitchen, wearing one of his white shirts, not as an act of defiance this time, but as a claim of her own. Alexander was standing by the window, a phone to his ear, his voice sharp and professional as he dealt with a crisis in his London office. Watching him, Alina realized that she had stopped feeling like a prize. A prize sits on a shelf. A prize is admired. She felt chosen. And being chosen by a man like Alexander Thorne was far more dangerous than being bought by him. When you are bought, you are a luxury. When you are chosen, you are a vulnerability. She saw it in the way his eyes darted toward her even while he was discussing multi-billion-dollar mergers. She saw it in the way he stood, slightly more guarded, as if he were constantly aware of the glass walls surrounding them. "The sterling deal is falling through," Alexander said, hanging up the phone and rubbing his temples. He looked at her, and for a second the Titan looked human. "They're targeting my liquidity. They know I moved a massive amount of personal capital 48 hours ago." "The 50 million," Alina whispered. It created a ripple. "My enemies aren't stupid, Alina. They know I didn't spend that on a yacht or a building. They know I spent it on something private, and in my world, private means weakness." He walked toward her, taking her face in his hands. His thumbs stroked her cheekbones, his eyes searching hers. "You chose to stay in the storm, Alina. But you need to understand, the storm is getting louder. People will want to know who you are. They will want to know why Alexander Thorne, the man who never lets anyone in, suddenly has a ghost in his penthouse." "Let them look," she said, her voice stronger than she felt. "They won't just look, they'll try to take." He leaned down, his forehead pressing against hers. "And the problem is I don't think I can let them. I don't think I can let anything happen to you. And that makes me the most dangerous man in this city, not because of my money, but because I finally have something I'm afraid to lose." Alina felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. She had wanted to see the man behind the mask, and she had found him. But the man was just as terrifying as the billionaire. He was a man who lived on a knife's edge, and by staying, she had stepped onto that edge with him. "What happens now?" she asked. "Now the illusion of power ends," Alexander said, his voice dropping to a low, determined resonance. "Now we find out if what we share is a sanctuary or a target." He kissed her, a slow, lingering seal of their new reality. It wasn't about the contract anymore. It was about the fact that they were no longer playing a game. The want had turned dangerous. The obsession had turned real. And as Alina looked out at the city, she realized that the auction was just the beginning. The real price of being the billionaire's auction winner was only just starting to be tallied. Chapter 18. His Empire, His Shadow. The penthouse had been a dream, a high-altitude fever dream of silk, shadow, and surrender. But as the elevator descended from the 100th floor on the morning of the 4th day, the dream began to dissolve into the cold, hard reality of Thorne Plaza. Alexander stood at the front of the elevator, his back a rigid wall of charcoal wool. He had spent the last hour on a secure line, his voice a low-frequency hum of commands and threats. The sterling deal wasn't just falling through, it was being sabotaged. Someone was hunting him, and they were using the $50 million hole in his personal accounts as a scent trail. Alina stood behind him, wearing a dress he had selected that morning, a structured, knee-length sheath of slate gray. It was the most clothed she had been since the auction, yet she felt more exposed than ever. In the bedroom, her nakedness was a language they both spoke. Here in the belly of his empire, her presence was a loud, vibrating secret. "Stay close to me," Alexander said as the elevator slowed. He didn't turn around. "Do not speak to anyone. Do not look at anyone. In this building, information is more valuable than gold, and your face is the most expensive piece of data in the city right now." "I'm not a secret you can keep forever, Alexander," she said, her voice echoing in the small, silk-lined capsule. "I don't intend to keep you forever. I intend to keep you safe. There's a difference." The doors slid open. The lobby of the executive floor was a cathedral of glass and brushed steel. It didn't smell like sandalwood or scotch. It smelled of ozone, expensive perfume, and the sharp, acidic scent of collective anxiety. Dozens of people, men and women in suits that cost more than Alina's entire past, moved with a frantic, hive-like purpose. The moment Alexander stepped out, the room went silent. It was a wave of quiet that followed him, a physical manifestation of his power. He didn't slow down. He moved with a predatory grace, his footsteps heavy and rhythmic. Alina followed, feeling the weight of 100 pairs of eyes landing on her. She saw the whispers starting behind hands. She saw the way the women looked at her slate-gray dress and her flushed skin, their eyes narrowing with a mixture of envy and calculation. They were walking through the heart of his empire. Alexander led her past rows of glass-walled offices where traders screamed into phones and analysts stared at glowing red and green screens. This was the Thorn Shadow, the machine that moved the world's money, that decided which companies lived and which were dismantled for parts. They reached a set of massive, blackened steel doors at the end of the corridor. Alexander pressed his palm to a biometric scanner. The doors hissed open to reveal his private office. It was a room of absolute, terrifying scale. A single wall was a massive window overlooking the harbor, but the other 3 walls were lined with floor-to-ceiling archives of physical ledgers, the history of the Thorn family. In the center sat a desk made of a single, gnarled piece of ancient redwood. "Wait here," Alexander said, gesturing to a leather armchair. "I have a briefing in the war room. I won't be long." "Alexander." "Wait, Alina." He grabbed her chin, his thumb pressing firmly into her cheek. His eyes were hard, the billionaire mask fully back in place. "The sharks are in the water. I need to deal with them before they realize there's blood in the penthouse." He left, the steel doors clicking shut with a sound of finality. Alina sat in the silence. She felt small. She felt like an ant in the mouth of a lion. She stood up and began to pace, her heels clicking on the dark wood floor. She walked to the archive walls, her fingers tracing the spines of the ledgers. Thorn 1950. Thorn 1970. Thorn 1990. She pulled out a volume from 1995, the year Alexander would have been a child. She opened it and found not just numbers, but notes. Cold, clinical observations written in a sharp, jagged hand. Alexander must learn that empathy is a tax on profit. Today, he cried because the gardener was fired. "I have instructed the boy to spend the night in the wine cellar. He will learn to value the cold." Alina's blood turned to ice. She realized she was looking at the shadow that had shaped him. This empire wasn't a gift, it was a scar. Alexander hadn't been raised, he had been engineered. She turned the pages, seeing the transformation. Year by year, the boy's name appeared less in the notes and more in the ledgers. He became a tool, a weapon. "My father was a man of great discipline," a voice said from the doorway. Alina jumped, the ledger slipping from her hands and hitting the floor with a thud. Alexander was standing there, his tie gone, his shirt sleeves rolled up. He looked at the book on the floor, then at her. "He didn't believe in love," Alexander said, walking toward her. "He believed in endurance. He believed that the only way to rule a world like this was to be more machine than man." He stopped in front of her, his shadow falling over her. He looked down at the ledger. "He's the reason I bid 50 million for you," he whispered. "Not because I wanted you, but because for the first time in my life, I felt a spark of something that wasn't a calculation, and it terrified me. I thought if I bought you, I could own the feeling. I could control the fire." "And can you?" Alina asked, her voice trembling. Alexander reached out, his hand tangling in her hair. He pulled her head back, forcing her to look into his eyes. "No," he growled. "Every time I touch you, the machine breaks. Every time you look at me like that, the empire feels like a pile of dust." He kissed her then, and it was a violent collision of past and present. He tasted of the cold archives and the hot, raw desperation of a man trying to outrun his own shadow. He lifted her, setting her on the edge of the ancient redwood desk, the very place where his father had likely signed the orders that had hardened Alexander's heart. The power dynamic shifted in a heartbeat. He wasn't the billionaire anymore. He was the boy who had survived the wine cellar, looking for heat in the middle of a blizzard. He didn't remove her slate-gray dress. He hiked it up to her waist, his hands moving with a frantic, clumsy intensity she had never seen from him. He unzipped his trousers, his thick, heavy length straining against his silk boxers. "Alexander, we're in your office," she gasped, her hands gripping his shoulders. Anyone could walk in. "Let them," he hissed, his breath hot against her throat. "Let them see the only thing that's real in this entire building." He lunged forward, burying himself in her with a single, deep thrust. Elena let out a sharp, choked cry that was swallowed by the vastness of the room. He was too big, too hard, but she welcomed the pain. It was the only thing that felt as intense as the history surrounding them. He fucked her there, against the weight of his legacy, his pace a brutal, rhythmic hammer. He used the desk to anchor her, his hands gripping the wood as he drove himself into her. Elena's head thrashed against the leather chair behind her, her vision swimming with the sight of the city through the massive window. She felt the empire watching them, the ledgers, the traders outside, the ghost of his father. And in the heat of the act, she realized that this was how Alexander Thorne fought back. This was his rebellion. "You're mine," he panted, his face buried in her neck. "Not because of the money, not because of the auction. Because you're the only thing that makes me feel human." The climax hit them like a crash on the market floor, sudden, violent, and total. Elena screamed, her body convulsing as she felt his release hit her in thick, hot pulses. Alexander let out a low, primal roar, his body stiffening as he pinned her to the desk. He stayed inside her for a long time, the only sound the hum of the building's air filtration system. He finally withdrew, his face settling back into that mask of calm, but his eyes were different. They were soft. They were haunted. "Now you've seen it," he said, gesturing to the room. "The empire, the shadow. This is what you stayed for, Elena. This is the world that wants to consume us." He walked to the window, looking out at the harbor. "The Sterling deal is dead," he said quietly. "But they've started a new game. They've leaked your name to the tabloids. By tonight, the whole world will know that Alexander Thorne bought a woman for $50 million. Elena felt the chill return. The sanctuary of the penthouse was gone. The shadows had finally caught up to them. "What do we do?" she asked. Alexander turned back to her, his jaw set in a hard, uncompromising line. "We stop hiding," he said. "If they want to see the woman who cost me $50 million, we'll give them a show they'll never forget. But remember, Elena, once we step into the light, there's no going back to the shadows." He offered his hand, not as a master, but as a partner. Elena looked at his hand, then at the ledger on the floor. She realized that the illusion of power was over. The real war was just beginning. She took his hand. Chapter 19, The Cost of Obedience. The silence of the penthouse had been a sanctuary. Now it was a target. Elena stood in the center of the living area, her bare feet pressing into the cold marble. On the giant screen integrated into the far wall, a news cycle was looping. It was a jagged, pixelated photo, taken from a distance with a telephoto lens of a black Maybach entering a private garage. The headline was written in a font that looked like a scream: "The $50 million Mistress. Who is Alexander Thornes' secret prize?" The cost of the auction had finally moved past the ledger. It was no longer a number in an escrow account. It was her face, grainy but recognizable, being broadcast to a world that thrived on the destruction of privacy. "Turn it off," Alexander's voice cut through the room. He was standing on the balcony, the wind whipping his white shirt against his chest. He didn't look back as Alina picked up the remote and killed the screen. The sudden silence was worse than the noise. It was heavy, pregnant with the realization that the glass tower was no longer opaque. "They're calling me a prize," Alina said, her voice sounding thin in the vast space. "They're talking about the auction like it's a fairy tale for the depraved." Alexander turned. His face was a mask of cold, concentrated fury. He walked toward her, his footsteps echoing like the ticking of a countdown. He didn't stop until he was in her space, his shadow swallowing her. "They are vultures," he hissed. "They don't care about the truth. They care about the scandal of a man like me having a pulse. They want to know if I can be hurt, Alina. And they think you are the nerve ending they can pinch." He reached out, his hand tangling in her hair, pulling her head back. It wasn't the gentle touch of the morning. It was the possessive grip of a man who was watching his most precious asset being circled by predators. "This is the cost of obedience," he whispered. "In private, you obey me because you want to. In public, you will obey me because you have to. If you show a single crack, if you look like anything less than a woman who belongs to me body and soul, they will tear you apart." "I'm not an actress, Alexander," she gasped, her hands clutching his forearms. "You're going to be tonight." He let go of her hair and stepped back, his eyes scanning her body with a clinical, predatory intensity. "There is a gala for the Museum of Modern Art. Every shark in this city will be there. Every lens will be focused on my arm. You will be on that arm. You will wear the diamonds I've chosen. You will wear the dress that tells the world you were worth every cent of that 50 million. The power dynamic had shifted again. It was no longer about the heat between them in the dark. It was about the cold performance of power in the light. "And if I don't want to go?" she challenged. "If I want to stay here, where it's safe." "Safety is a lie, Alina. The only thing that exists is leverage." He walked to the dressing room door and threw it open. "Dress. Now, Rule 7, in the light, you are mine without question." The process of getting ready was a ritual of dehumanization. 2 stylists had been brought in, silent, efficient women who didn't look Alina in the eye. They treated her skin like silk and her hair like spun gold. They painted her face into a mask of ethereal, untouchable beauty. Then came the dress. It was a column of midnight blue velvet, so dark it looked like a hole in the universe. It was backless, the fabric dipping dangerously low at the hips, held together by nothing but invisible thread and the sheer arrogance of its design. Finally, the diamonds. Alexander entered the room as the stylists were finishing. He held a velvet box. Inside was a necklace of raw, uncut diamonds, the thorn heart. It was a piece of jewelry that carried its own history of blood and conquest. He waved the stylists out. He stood behind Alina in the mirror. She looked at her reflection and didn't recognize the woman staring back. She looked like a queen. She looked like a captive. She looked like a $50 million lie. Alexander leaned down, his breath hot against her bare shoulder. He fastened the necklace, the cold stones feeling like ice against her skin. "You look perfect," he whispered. "You look like something a man would burn a city down to keep." He turned her to face him. His hands moved down her back, the velvet smooth under his palms, until they reached the exposed skin of her lower spine. He pulled her flush against his tuxedo. The heat of him was a shock compared to the cold diamonds. "Remember the rules, Alina," he murmured, his lips grazing her ear. "You do not speak to the press. You do not look away from me. You are the shadow to my son. If any man approaches you, you look at me for permission to breathe." "It's a performance," she said, her voice a hollow echo. "It's a survival tactic." He kissed her then, not a kiss of affection, but a kiss of marking. He bit her lower lip, hard enough to leave a sting, a secret brand she would carry into the room full of cameras. The ride to the museum was a blur of tinted glass and sirens. Alexander's security detail moved like a paramilitary unit, clearing the path through a sea of paparazzi. The flashes of the cameras began blocks away, a strobe light assault that turned the night into a series of fractured, violent moments. The car stopped. "Stay close," Alexander commanded. The door opened, and the noise hit Alina like a physical wave. The shouting, the clicking of shutters, the roar of 1,000 voices calling her name. She felt a surge of pure, unadulterated terror. She wanted to shrink back into the leather, to hide in the darkness of the Maybach, but Alexander's hand was there. He gripped her elbow, his fingers digging into the velvet of her sleeve. He stepped out and pulled her with him. The world went white. Alina couldn't see. She could only feel the pressure of Alexander's body beside her, the solid, unmoving wall of his presence. He didn't hurry. He walked up the red carpet with a slow, arrogant stride, his head held high, his expression a mask of bored indifference. He stopped at the center of the press line. He didn't look at the cameras. He looked at Alina. He reached out and adjusted a stray lock of her hair, a gesture of such intimate possession that the camera shutters sounded like a hail of gunfire. "Smile, Alina," he whispered, his voice inaudible to anyone but her. "Tell them you love being owned." Alina looked up at him. In the glare of the flashes, she saw the billionaire in his purest form. He was using her. He was using the scandal, the diamonds, and her own fear to reinforce his image of absolute, untouchable power. The cost of obedience was her dignity. She smiled. It was a cold, brittle thing, but it was enough. She leaned into him, her hand resting on his chest, feeling the heavy thud of his heart. They moved inside the museum, the noise of the street fading into the low, cultured hum of the city's elite. The room was a sea of black ties and silk gowns. Every conversation stopped as they entered. Every eye in the room tracked their movement. Alexander, a moment. A man approached, middle-aged, with a face like a shark and a smile that didn't reach his eyes. It was Marcus Sterling, the man behind the sabotage of Alexander's latest deal. "Marcus," Alexander said, his voice a lethal purr. "And this," Sterling said, his gaze raking over Alina with a disgusting, clinical hunger, "must be the legendary investment. I must say, Thorne, your taste in assets is impeccable. 50 million. A bit steep for a week, isn't it?" Alina felt a flare of white-hot rage, but Alexander's grip on her arm tightened, a silent command to remain still. "The price of a thing is determined by its rarity, Marcus," Alexander said. "And as you can see, Alina is a rarity you could never afford, even if you liquidated every soul you've ever sold." Sterling's smile flickered. He looked back at Alina. "Tell me, my dear, does he treat you as well as his ledgers suggest, or are you just another numbers game to him?" Alina looked at Alexander. She saw the tension in his jaw, the raw, violent protective instinct warring with his corporate mask. She looked back at Sterling. "To a man like you, Mr. Sterling," she said, her voice clear and carrying across the quieted room. Everything is a numbers game. To a man like Alexander, everything is an obsession. I'd much rather be an obsession than a line item. The room went tomb silent. Sterling's face turned a mottled red. Alexander's eyes flared with a mixture of shock and dark, intense pride. "We're done here," Alexander said. He led her away, moving toward the shadows of a private gallery. The moment they were out of sight of the main crowd, he spun her around and pinned her against a marble pedestal. "You spoke," he hissed, his face inches from hers. "He insulted you." "He insulted me. I told you to be silent. I told you to follow the rules." He was shaking, a raw, jagged energy radiating off him. He wasn't just angry, he was electrified by her defiance. "The cost of my obedience isn't my voice, Alexander," she snapped. "If you wanted a doll, you should have bought the one in the feathers." Alexander let out a guttural growl and kissed her. It was a violent, desperate collision. He tasted of the adrenaline of the crowd and the darkness of the night. He grabbed her waist, his fingers digging into the velvet, and hiked her dress up. "Alexander, someone will see." "I don't care," he growled, his hand sliding between her thighs. She was already slick, her body reacting to the danger and the public scrutiny with a frantic, animal hunger. "You think you can challenge me in front of the world. You think you can break the rules and not pay the price." He didn't remove his tuxedo. He simply unzipped, his hardness hitting her with the force of a physical blow. He entered her right there, in the shadow of $1 million sculpture, with the hum of the gala only a few yards away. It was a brutal, rhythmic reclamation. Each thrust was a statement of ownership, a reminder of the contract he had torn up but that still lived in the marrow of their bones. Elena clung to his shoulders, her head back, her gasps muffled by the heavy velvet of the curtains. She felt the thrill of it, the danger of being caught, the raw power of the man taking her, and the realization that by speaking up, she had changed the game. She wasn't just his property, she was his partner in the scandal. Alexander spilled himself inside her with a low, pained groan, his body shuddering against hers. He stayed there for a moment, his forehead pressed against the marble pedestal, his breath hot against her neck. "You're a nightmare, Elena," he whispered. "And you're the one who bought it," she replied. He withdrew and adjusted his clothes, his mask of indifference sliding back into place. He looked at her flushed, her hair slightly mussed, the thorn heart diamonds glowing in the dim light. "We leave now," he said. "The show is over." As they walked back through the crowd, Elena felt the eyes again. But they were different now. They weren't just looking at a prize. They were looking at a woman who had stood beside a king and kept her head. The cost of obedience was high. But as the doors of the Maybach closed and the white flashes of the cameras began again, Elena realized she was finally learning how to pay it. And Alexander Thorne was finally learning that some things were worth far more than $50 million. Chapter 20. A Night Without Rules. The interior of the Maybach was a tomb of silent adrenaline. Outside the tinted glass, the world was a blurred smear of neon and rain, but inside, the air was thick enough to choke on. Elena sat in the corner of the leather seat, her chest still heaving, her skin still buzzing from the raw, reckless encounter in the museum gallery. The midnight blue velvet of her dress felt like lead, and the thorn heart diamonds around her neck felt like a cold, heavy shackle. Alexander sat opposite her, his silhouette etched in the shadows. He hadn't spoken since they left the museum. He didn't look at her. He stared out the window, his jaw set so tight it looked like it might shatter. He was the Titan again, the man who moved billions, but Elena could see the tremor in his hands. He was rattled. Not by the press, not by Marcus Sterling, but by her. When the car finally hissed to a stop in the private garage of Thorn Plaza, the silence didn't break. It deepened. The elevator ride-up was a blur of gold-mirrored walls and the mechanical hum of their ascent. The doors opened into the penthouse. The air here was cool, filtered, and smelled of the lilies that were beginning to wilt in their vases. Alexander stepped out and immediately began to strip. He didn't wait to reach the bedroom. He threw his tuxedo jacket onto the marble floor. He ripped off his tie and tossed it toward the obsidian table. "Take off the diamonds, Alina," he said. His voice was a low, jagged rasp, stripped of its corporate polish. Alina reached up, her fingers fumbling with the clasp of the necklace. Her hands were shaking too hard. The raw energy of the night, the flashes, the insults, the secret sex in the shadows had left her nerves frayed. "I can't," she whispered. Alexander was in her space in 2 strides. He didn't say a word. He stepped behind her, his heat hitting her back like a physical wave. He unfastened the diamonds, the cold stones sliding off her skin with a sound like a sigh. He didn't put them in the box. He dropped them onto the marble counter as if they were trash. "And the dress," he commanded, his breath hot against the back of her neck. He reached for the zipper. The velvet fell away, pooling around her feet in a dark, shimmering heap. Alina stood there in her lace, her skin glowing in the amber twilight of the penthouse. She turned to face him, expecting a command, expecting Rule 1 or Rule 7. "There are no rules tonight, Alina," Alexander whispered, his eyes dark with a desperate, unholy light. "The contract is dead. The public show is over. I don't want the item. I don't want the mistress. I want the woman who looked Marcus Sterling in the eye and told him he couldn't afford her." He grabbed her waist, his fingers digging into her skin, and pulled her flush against him. He wasn't dressed like a billionaire anymore. His shirt was open, his hair was a mess, and his gaze was entirely, terrifyingly human. "Why did you do it?" he hissed. "Why did you defend me?" "Because you're not just a numbers game to me, Alexander," she said, her voice rising with her own frantic emotion. "And I'm not just an investment to you. You know it, I know it, and the whole world saw it tonight." Alexander let out a guttural growl, a sound of pure, unadulterated surrender. He kissed her then, and it was a collision of everything they had been suppressing. It wasn't about power. It wasn't about ownership. It was about the terrifying, dangerous truth that they were lost in each other. He lifted her, her legs wrapping instinctively around his waist. He didn't take her to the bed. He carried her to the floor-to-ceiling window, pinning her against the glass. The city lay 100 floors below them, a sea of uncaring lights, but up here there was only the storm of their own making. "I have no rules for this," he groaned against her throat. "I have no leverage left, Alina. You've taken it all." "Then just take me," she sobbed, her hands clawing at his back. He didn't remove his trousers. He simply unzipped them, his thick, heavy length straining toward her. He was larger than she remembered, his arousal fueled by the adrenaline of the gala and the fear of his own vulnerability. He entered her with a single, deep, punishing thrust that made the glass wall behind her vibrate. Alina's head thrashed against the glass. The sensation was overwhelming, the coldness of the window against her back and the furnace heat of him inside her. He didn't go slow. He fucked her with a frantic, rhythmic intensity, his breath coming in ragged, broken gasps. You're mine." He panted, the words no longer a command but a desperate plea. "Yes," she gasped, her body arching to meet every stroke. "Alexander, yes." He moved his hands down to her thighs, pulling them wider, opening her up to the very root of his desire. He was hitting her deep, over and over, his pelvis slamming against hers with a wet, rhythmic sound that filled the silent room. Elena was lost. She was no longer a person with a history or a debt. She was a raw nerve, vibrating at the frequency of the man who was breaking her apart. She felt the climax building, a tidal wave of silver light that threatened to drown her. She gripped his shoulders, her nails drawing blood through his white shirt. I'm going to. Do it, he growled, his pace becoming a blur. Show me what $50 million couldn't buy. The wave crashed. Elena's entire body convulsed, her internal muscles clamping down on him in a series of violent, rhythmic pulses. She cried out his name, her voice echoing off the glass and into the vastness of the city. Alexander followed her seconds later. He let out a low, primal roar, his body stiffening as he spilled himself into her. He thrust one last time, pinning her to the window as he erupted, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like a baptism. He stayed inside her for a long time, his forehead pressed against the glass, his breath fogging the window. The silence returned to the penthouse, but it was different now. It was the silence of the aftermath, the heavy, charged air of two people who had finally crossed the point of no return. He withdrew slowly and set her down on her feet. He didn't walk away. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, pulling her back against his chest. They stood there, naked and shattered, looking out at the world that thought it knew them. The rules are gone, Elena, he whispered into her hair. But the shadow is still there. Sterling won't stop. The press won't stop. By tomorrow, they'll be looking for the next way to hurt me. Elena turned in his arms. She looked at the man she had bought with her own defiance. Let them look, she said. We're not in the shadows anymore, Alexander. We're the storm. He kissed her then, a slow, tender seal of their new alliance. The night without rules had ended, but the reality of their obsession was only just beginning. As they walked toward the bed, the midnight blue velvet dress and the thorn heart diamonds lay forgotten on the floor, the relics of a game they were no longer playing. Chapter 21, Possession or Protection. The morning after the gala didn't arrive with light. It arrived with the sound of a deadbolt sliding home. Elena woke to a penthouse that felt different. The air was colder, the silence sharper. When she walked into the living area, she didn't find Alexander looking at the city with a glass of scotch. She found 4 men in charcoal tactical gear standing by the elevator, their faces expressionless, their earpieces glowing with a steady, clinical blue light. The glass tower, once her gilded cage, had officially become a fortress. What is this? Elena asked, her voice echoing off the marble. She was wearing one of Alexander's silk robes, the fabric draped loosely over her shoulders, but it offered no warmth against the sudden, militarized atmosphere of her home. The guards didn't answer. They didn't even blink. It's a necessity, Alexander said, appearing from the hallway that led to his study. He looked as though he hadn't slept a second. His eyes were bloodshot, his jaw shadowed by a rough, dark stubble. He held a tablet in one hand, his fingers flying across the screen. Sterling didn't just leak the story, Elena. He put a bounty on our privacy. There are drones outside the windows. There are 3 news vans idling at the garage entrance. And someone tried to hack the penthouse's internal security at 3:00 a.m. He walked toward her, his presence a heavy, vibrating force. He didn't touch her, not yet. He stood just outside her reach, his gaze raking over her with a mixture of intense relief and simmering anger. You're not going out, he said. It wasn't a suggestion. It wasn't even a command under the rules. It was a lockdown. I have a life, Alexander, she said, her own anger sparking. I have a job at the gallery. I have. You have a target on your back." He roared, the sound of his voice making the guards shift almost imperceptibly. He took 2 strides, closing the distance between them, and gripped her upper arms. His fingers dug into the silk, pinning her in place. The world doesn't see a woman with a job. They see the $50 million mistress. They want to know what you look like when you bleed. They want to see if I'll burn the city down to save you. "And will you?" she whispered, her eyes locked onto his. Alexander's expression broke for a split second. The Titan vanished, replaced by a man who looked terrified of his own shadow. "I already am," he murmured. "But these men, these rules, this is for your protection, Alina." "It feels like possession," she countered. "It feels like you're just finding a new way to make sure I'm under your thumb." "Maybe it's both," he growled. He didn't give her a chance to argue. He dragged her toward the study, the heavy steel doors sliding shut behind them, cutting off the view of the guards. The room was dark, lit only by the glowing monitors on his desk. He slammed her back against the door, his body a solid, unyielding wall against hers. The transition from the clinical cold of the guards to the furnace heat of Alexander was a shock to her system. He wasn't gentle, he was desperate. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, his breath hot and jagged. "I can't lose you," he whispered, the words a jagged confession against her skin. "I can't let them touch you. You're the only thing that isn't a lie." He grabbed the lapels of her robe and pulled them open. He didn't look at her with the appraisal of a buyer. He looked at her with the starvation of a man who had finally found water in a desert. He dropped to his knees, his hands sliding down her hips, pulling her toward him. "Alexander, wait." He didn't wait. He used his mouth to silence her, his tongue a rough, demanding muscle against her center. Elena's head thrashed against the door, a low, broken moan escaping her. She hated the lockdown. She hated the guards. But she craved the way he claimed her, the way he used his own obsession to drown out the rest of the world. He was thorough, relentless, his hands gripping her thighs so hard he would surely leave marks. He was marking her again, not because of the contract, but because he was terrified that if he stopped, she would vanish into the chaos outside. "Look at me," he commanded, his voice muffled by her skin. She looked down at him. The most powerful man in the city was on his knees before her, his face flushed, his eyes dark with an unholy, protective lust. "You are mine," he hissed. "Not because I bought you, because I will kill anyone who tries to take you. Do you understand? You are protected. You are possessed. There is no difference anymore." He stood up, his movements fluid and predatory. He didn't remove his trousers. He simply unzipped them, his thick, dark-veined length springing free. He lifted her, her legs wrapping around his waist, her back pinned against the cold steel door. He entered her with a single, violent thrust that knocked the air from her lungs. Elena screamed, the sound muffled by his mouth as he captured her lips in a punishing kiss. He fucked her with a rhythmic, desperate violence, the sound of their bodies colliding echoing in the quiet study. Each thrust was a statement of jurisdiction. Each groan was a prayer for safety. "Alexander." "Please," she sobbed, her hands clawing at his shoulders. "Tell me," he growled, his pace becoming a blur of friction and heat. "Tell me you're safe only with me." "I'm yours," she gasped, her body arching as the climax began to rise, a tidal wave of silver light that threatened to shatter her. "I'm only yours." The wave broke. Elena convulsed, her internal muscles clamping down on him with a frantic, rhythmic intensity. Alexander let out a low, primal roar, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like they were branding her from the inside out. He stayed deep inside her, his forehead pressed against the door, his heart hammering a frantic, synchronized rhythm against her ribs. For a long time, the only sound was their ragged breathing and the low hum of the servers in the corner. Alexander withdrew slowly and set her on her feet. He didn't look satisfied. He looked haunted. He adjusted his clothes and walked to the monitors, his eyes immediately returning to the security feeds, the gates, the garage, the perimeter. "You stay in the penthouse, Alina," he said, his voice returning to that cold, level resonance. "The guards have orders. You don't leave this floor. It's not for the gallery, not for anything." "You're making me a prisoner again," she said, her voice trembling with the come down of the high. "I'm making you a survivor," he replied without looking back. "There's a war coming, Alina, and I'm the only one who knows how to win it. But I can't fight if I'm looking over my shoulder wondering if you've been taken." He turned back to her, his gaze dropping to the marks on her thighs, the bruises he had left in his desperation. "You think this is about power?" he asked softly. "It's not. It's about the fact that $50 million was the easiest thing I ever gave up. This silence, this fear, this is the real price." He walked out of the study, leaving her in the dark. Alina looked at the monitors. She saw the news vans. She saw the drones. She saw the world that wanted to consume her. And then she looked at the marks on her skin. She was protected. She was possessed. And as she pulled the silk robe back around her, she realized that the illusion of power was gone. They were no longer playing a game of master and mistress. They were two people trapped in a glass tower, waiting for the world to burn them down. The want had turned dangerous, but the protection felt like a different kind of death. Chapter 22. Jealousy Wears a Suit. Jealousy didn't arrive in Alexander Thorne's world as a sudden explosion. It arrived as a cold, sharpening pressure, the sound of a predator sharpening its teeth on a stone. It was 4:00 p.m. on the fifth day. The penthouse was bathed in a bruised, amber light as the sun began to sink behind the skyscrapers of New Jersey. Alina was in the library, trying to lose herself in a book on 17th-century Dutch landscapes, but the words were ghosts. She could hear the low, rhythmic pacing of the guards in the foyer, a constant reminder that her world had shrunk to the size of a glass box. The elevator chimed. Alina didn't move, but her pulse spiked. Alexander usually didn't return from the office until much later. She heard the heavy thud of the steel doors closing, and then the silence, the heavy, vibrating silence that always preceded his arrival. But he didn't come to the library. He didn't call her name. Curiosity, or perhaps a lingering sense of defiance, drew her out. She walked into the living area and stopped. Alexander was standing by the obsidian dining table. He hadn't taken off his coat. He was holding a large, flat box wrapped in silver paper, a bouquet of white lilies, the same flowers that filled the penthouse, lying discarded on the floor beside him. "Alexander," she asked. He turned. His face was a mask of such terrifying, cold stillness that Alina stepped back. His eyes weren't gray, they were black, the pupils blown wide with a dark, tectonic rage. "This was delivered to my office," he said. His voice was a jagged rasp, stripped of all humanity. "A gift for the lady of the house. From Marcus Sterling." He ripped the silver paper open. Inside was a dress, a slip of gold chainmail so thin it looked like liquid sunlight. It was a garment designed for one purpose, to be seen through. Along with the dress was a card. Alexander picked it up and read it aloud, his voice dripping with lethal intent. "To Alina, a rarity deserves a better setting than a cage. If the billionaire grows bored of his investment, remember that some of us know how to appreciate art without trying to own it. My yacht leaves for the Caymans on Friday. There's a seat for a queen." The air in the room didn't just feel charged, it felt like it was about to ignite. "He's testing you," Alina whispered, her heart hammering against her ribs. "He's trying to get a reaction." "He succeeded," Alexander hissed. He walked toward her, the gold dress trailing from his hand like a dead snake. He didn't stop until he was inches away. The scent of him, cold air, expensive wool, and raw, jagged testosterone enveloped her. He looked at her, his gaze raking over her body as if he were checking for Sterling's fingerprints. "He looked at you at the gala," Alexander whispered, his voice dropping to a low, predatory rumble. "I saw him. I saw the way his eyes moved over your skin. He wasn't looking at a woman. He was looking at a prize he thought he could steal." "I don't care about him, Alexander. I don't care about the dress." "I care," he roared, grabbing her waist and pulling her flush against his suit. The force of it knocked the breath from her. "I care that every man in this city thinks they have a right to desire what I bought. I care that Sterling thinks he can put a price on your smile." He grabbed the gold chainmail dress and threw it across the room. It hit the floor with a metallic clink that sounded like chains. "He thinks I'm a man of rules," Alexander growled, his hand tangling in her hair, pulling her head back to expose the line of her throat. "He thinks I'm a man of contracts. He's wrong. I'm a man of possession. And tonight, I'm going to make sure you remember exactly who you belong to." The jealousy wasn't a suit anymore, it was a skin. He didn't take her to the bedroom. He didn't care about the guards outside the door. He stripped off his coat, his movements frantic and violent, and pinned her against the back of the leather sofa. He didn't ask. He didn't wait. He grabbed the hem of her silk skirt and ripped it, the sound of the fabric tearing like a scream in the quiet room. "Alexander, stop." "No." He captured her mouth in a kiss that was a conquest. It tasted of salt, fury, and a desperate, unholy need. He bit her lip, his tongue demanding entry, his hands gripping her hips so hard his knuckles turned white. He was marking her again, not with diamonds, not with money, but with the raw, animal heat of his own insecurity. The billionaire was gone. The protector was gone. There was only the man, driven to the edge of madness by the thought of another man's gaze. He didn't remove his trousers. He simply unzipped, his thick, heavy length springing free, pulsing with a rhythmic, frantic energy. He forced her legs apart with his knee, moving between them with a single-minded focus that bordered on the feral. He entered her with a brutal, dry thrust that made Alina cry out, her head thumping against the leather cushions. He was too big, too hard, but the friction sparked a fire in her blood that turned her resistance into a starving, matching hunger. "Say it," he hissed, his breath hot and jagged against her ear. "Tell me you're mine. Tell me Sterling is nothing. Tell me you wouldn't leave this cage for 1,000 suns." "I'm yours," she sobbed, her hands clawing at the back of his shirt, her nails digging into the muscles of his shoulders. "Alexander, I'm yours, only yours." He fucked her with a relentless, punishing pace. Each thrust was a reclamation of territory. Each groan was a statement of jurisdiction. The sofa groaned under the weight of their joined bodies, the sound of their skin colliding a rhythmic, wet slapping that drowned out the hum of the city. Alexander was lost. He was driving himself into her as if he could merge their very souls, as if he could hide her inside his own body where no one else could ever look at her again. He gripped her throat, his thumb pressing against her windpipe, not to choke her, but to anchor her to the moment, to make sure she felt every inch of his possession. "You're not a queen," he panted, his face a mask of dark, unadulterated lust. "You're my obsession. You're my blood. and I will burn the world to the ground before I let another man touch a single hair on your head." Elena was vibrating, her body pushed to the absolute limit of sensation. The climax hit her like a lightning strike, a violent, shuddering explosion that turned her vision white. She screamed into the empty penthouse, her internal muscles clamping down on him with a frantic, rhythmic intensity. Alexander let out a low, primal roar. He thrust one last time, pinning her to the sofa as he erupted. He filled her, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like they were branding her from the inside out. He stayed deep inside her, his forehead pressed against her shoulder, his heart hammering a frantic, synchronized rhythm against her ribs. For a long time, the only sound was the distant hum of the elevator and their ragged, synchronized breathing. Alexander withdrew slowly, his face still flushed, his eyes still dark with the remnants of his rage. He looked down at her, shattered, marked, her skirt torn and her hair a wild mess. He looked at the gold dress on the floor, then back at her. He didn't apologize. He didn't offer a hand. He walked to the window and looked out at the harbor where Sterling's yacht would be waiting. He looked like a king who had just secured his borders, but at a cost that was written in the lines of his face. "Get rid of that dress," he said, his voice returning to its cold, level resonance. "I want it burned. I want the ashes sent back to Sterling's office." "Alexander." "And Alina." He turned to face her, his gaze dropping to the bruises on her hips, the marks of his jealousy. "Friday morning, we leave for my private estate in the Hamptons. No press, no news vans, no Marcus Sterling, just you and me. And the only people who will see you are the ones I permit." He walked out of the room, leaving her in the wreckage of the sofa. Elena looked at the gold dress. She looked at the marks on her skin. She realized that the illusion of power had become a reality of total, absolute control. Alexander Thorne wasn't just protecting her from the world. He was consuming her so completely that the world no longer existed. Jealousy wore a suit, but underneath, it was a beast that never stopped being hungry. And as she pulled the remains of her skirt together, Elena realized that the auction was never going to end. He was going to keep bidding on her, over and over, until there was nothing left of her but him. Chapter 23: The Lie Beneath the Contract. The private estate in the Hamptons was not a home. It was a fortress of salt and stone. It sat on a jagged cliff overlooking an Atlantic Ocean that seemed to be in a permanent state of mourning. The house was a sprawling, Gothic masterpiece of gray shingle and white trim, but it lacked the sterile perfection of the Manhattan penthouse. Here, the air was heavy with the scent of brine and decaying kelp, and the wind never stopped its low, mournful whistling through the eaves. Alexander had brought her here under the guise of protection, but as the iron gates clicked shut behind them, Elena felt the weight of a different kind of silence. There were no guards in tactical gear here, only the vast, empty rooms and the man who seemed to be unraveling with every mile they put between themselves and the city. It was the second night at the estate. Alexander was in the library, or perhaps the wine cellar. He had been drinking steadily since they arrived, his eyes haunted by a ghost she couldn't see. Elena found herself in his private study, a room at the top of the West Tower. It was a space he had forbidden her from entering, which, in the new language of their relationship, was an invitation. The room was cold. A single lamp burned on a desk of dark, weathered oak. Elena walked to it, her bare feet silent on the Persian rug. She wasn't looking for a way out. She was looking for a way in. She wanted to understand the man who had paid $50 million for her, only to treat her like a holy relic one moment and a stray animal the next. She found the file in a locked drawer that yielded to a simple letter opener and a surge of desperate curiosity. It wasn't a digital file. It was a physical folder, the tab labeled in a cold, typewritten font, Project VANCE, Liquidation. Elena's heart stopped. Her breath caught in a throat that suddenly felt like it was filled with broken glass. She opened the folder, her hands shaking so hard the papers rattled like dry leaves. Inside were documents dating back 10 years, reports on her father's small engineering firm, bank statements, internal memos from Thorne International. She read the words, and the world tilted on its axis. Her father hadn't just lost his business to bad luck. He hadn't just died of a broken heart and a sudden illness. He had been targeted. Thorne International, under the direction of Alexander's father, had systematically dismantled her father's company to steal a patent. They had frozen his assets, blacklisted him from the industry, and pushed him into the debt that eventually killed him. But that wasn't the lie that broke her. She turned the last page and saw a signature on a final acquisition order. It was dated 2 months before her father's death. The signature wasn't that of Thorne Sr., it was Alexander's. A sharp, elegant, aggressive script that she had seen on the auction contract. Alexander hadn't just known about her father's ruin, he had been the executioner. He had signed the document that had turned her life into a graveyard. The auction hadn't been a random act of obsession. It hadn't been about seeing her fire. It had been a calculated act of penance, or worse, a final act of collection. He had bought the daughter of the man he had destroyed. The truth is rarely as beautiful as the lie, is it, Elena? The voice came from the doorway, a low, gravelly rasp that made her skin crawl. Elena spun around, the file clutched to her chest. Alexander was leaning against the doorframe, a glass of dark amber liquid in his hand. He had stripped off his jacket and tie, his white shirt unbuttoned to the waist, revealing the hard, tanned skin of his chest. He looked like a man who had been waiting for this moment, a man who was tired of holding up the sky. "You killed him," she whispered, her voice breaking. "You ruined my father. You watched us drown, and then you waited until I was desperate enough to put myself on a stage so you could buy what was left." Alexander walked into the room, his movements slow and predatory. He set his glass down on the desk, never taking his eyes off her. "I didn't kill him, Elena. My father did. I simply finished the job. In my world, that's called efficiency." He stopped inches from her, his heat hitting her like a physical blow. "But you're right. I knew who you were the second your name appeared on the Blackwood list. I didn't bid $50 million to save you. I bid it because I couldn't let anyone else have the only thing I ever felt guilty about." "Guilty?" She spat, shoving the file against his chest. "You don't know what guilt is. You're a monster. You bought me like a trophy to prove you could win even after the game was over." "I bought you because I was obsessed." He roared, grabbing her wrists and pinning them to the desk. The lamp flickered as his shadow loomed over her. "I spent 10 years watching you from the shadows, Elena. I watched you go to school. I watched you bury your father. I watched you struggle with those goddamn medical bills. I was going to give you the money anonymously, but then I saw you on that stage. And I realized I didn't want to be your savior. I wanted to be your master." The admission was a confession of pure, unadulterated madness. Elena struggled against his grip, her nails digging into the skin of his forearms. "I hate you. I hate every cent you spent on me. I hate every time you touched me." "Then hate me," he hissed, his face inches from hers. "But do it while you're underneath me. Do it while I'm reminding you that no matter how much you hate the lie, your body still craves the man who told it." He didn't wait for her to respond. He captured her mouth in a kiss that was a collision of teeth and fury. It tasted of scotch, salt, and betrayal. Elena fought him, her head thrashed against the oak desk, but the fire in her blood was already turning her grief into a jagged, toxic lust. He lifted her onto the desk, sweeping the lamp and the files aside with one violent motion. The papers, the proof of his sins, scattered across the floor like autumn leaves. "Look at them," he growled, his hand tangling in her hair, forcing her to look at the documents on the floor. "Look at the price of your life, Elena. This is who I am. I'm the man who broke you, and I'm the only man who can put you back together." He didn't remove his trousers. He simply unzipped them, his thick, heavy length springing free, pulsing with a rhythmic, frantic energy. He was harder than she had ever felt him, a physical manifestation of his own self-loathing and his desperate need to reclaim her. He forced her legs apart, his knee moving between them with a single-minded focus. He didn't use foreplay. He didn't use the gentle touch of the Hamptons. He entered her with a brutal, dry thrust that made Elena scream, the sound echoing in the cold tower room. He was too big, too much, but as he began to move, the friction ignited a fire that felt like it was burning her soul to ash. "Tell me," he panted, his pace a relentless, punishing hammer. "Tell me you hate me while I fuck the air out of your lungs. Tell me I'm a monster while you come for me." I hate you," she sobbed, her hands clawing at his shoulders, drawing blood through the white silk of his shirt. "Alexander, I hate you so much." "More," he commanded, his thrusts becoming short, brutal stabs that hit the very back of her womb. "Give me all of it, every bit of the rage, every bit of the pain." Elena was lost. The betrayal was the fuel, the sex was the fire. She was vibrating, her body pushed to the absolute limit of sensation. The climax hit her like a lightning strike, a violent, shuddering explosion that turned her vision dark. She screamed his name, her internal muscles clamping down on him with a frantic, rhythmic intensity. Alexander let out a low, primal roar. He thrust one last time, pinning her to the desk, his body stiffening as he erupted. He filled her, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like they were branding the truth into her very marrow. He stayed inside her for a long time, his forehead pressed against hers, his breath coming in jagged, broken gasps. The silence returned to the tower, but it was a different silence. The illusion was gone. The masks were in the trash. He withdrew slowly and set her on her feet. He didn't look at her. He looked at the floor, at the scattered papers of Project Vance. "The contract is over, Elena," he said, his voice a hollow, dead thing. "You know the truth now. You have the money, you have the house in Tuscany. You can leave. I won't stop you. I won't follow you." Elena looked at him. She looked at the man who had ruined her life and then tried to buy her back. She looked at the blood on his shoulders from her own nails. She realized then that the most dangerous lie wasn't the one beneath the contract. It was the lie she had been telling herself. She wasn't staying because of the money. She wasn't staying because of the protection. She was staying because she was just as broken as he was. And in the dark, Gothic tower in the Hamptons, she realized that she didn't want to be saved. She wanted to be consumed. She reached out and took his hand. Her fingers were trembling, but her grip was firm. "I'm not going to Tuscany, Alexander," she whispered. He looked at her, shock flickering in his gray eyes. "Why?" "Because if I leave, you win," she said, her voice sharpening with a new, dangerous kind of power. "If I stay, I get to be the one who decides when we're done. You bought 7 nights, but I'm going to make you pay for a lifetime." Alexander's breath hitched. He pulled her back toward him, his hands gripping her waist with a new, terrifying reverence. The lie was out. The war had begun. And as the wind howled against the glass tower, Elena Vance realized that she was no longer the item. She was the master of the master. Chapter 24, Walking on a Knife's Edge. The ocean didn't care about the truth. Elena stood on the wraparound balcony of the Hamptons estate, the salt spray misting against her skin. The Atlantic was a churn of gray and white, the waves crashing against the cliffs with a violence that mirrored the state of her soul. Behind her, the house was a cavern of silence, filled with the ghosts of the documents she had found in the tower. She was no longer the girl who had been bought. She was the woman who knew the cost of the man. Alexander was responsible for the wreckage of her life. He had signed the orders that killed her father. He had watched her struggle from his glass tower, and then he had walked into that underground auction to buy back the pieces. It was a cycle of destruction and reclamation that should have made her run into the sea. But she didn't run. She stood on the knife's edge, balanced between a hatred so cold it burned and a desire so hot it blinded. The sliding glass door hummed open. She didn't have to turn around to know it was him. She could feel his gravity. Alexander moved into the space behind her, his presence a physical pressure against her back. He didn't touch her. He stood close enough that the heat of his body warded off the ocean chill, but he remained a ghost. "The wind is picking up," he said. His voice was a low, hollow resonance. "You'll catch a chill." "A chill is the least of my worries, Alexander," she said, finally turning to face him. He looked different in the morning light. The billionaire was gone. He wore a simple black sweater and dark trousers, his hair wind-blown, his eyes shadowed by the weight of 1,000 sleepless nights. He looked like a man waiting for a sentence. "You said I could leave," she reminded him. "You offered me the world to get away from you. And you chose to stay." He took a step closer, his eyes searching hers. "Why, Elena? Why stay with the man who broke your world?" "Because you're not done paying," she whispered, reaching out to trace the line of his jaw. Her fingers were cold, but his skin was a furnace. "You think 50 million was the price. You think a week in a penthouse was the penance. You owe me more than money, Alexander. You owe me every second of the life you stole, and I intend to collect." Alexander's breath hitched. He grabbed her hand, his fingers crushing hers, but he didn't pull away. He pressed her palm against his cheek, his eyes closing in a moment of pure, jagged vulnerability. "Collect it then," he growled. "Take everything. Bankrupt me, burn the empire. But don't look at me like I'm a stranger. I can handle your hate, Elena. I can't handle your indifference." He pulled her into his chest, his arms wrapping around her with a frantic, bone-deep desperation. Elena didn't fight him. She buried her face in the crook of his neck, breathing in the scent of him, sea salt, wool, and the dark, musky spice of the monster she had grown to love. The power had shifted. She was no longer walking behind him. She was leading him to the edge. The external world broke their fragile bubble an hour later. Alexander's phone, the one he had supposedly turned off, began to vibrate with a relentless, rhythmic persistence. He ignored it at first, but when the third call came through from his head of security, he finally answered. Elena watched his face. The man vanished, replaced by the Titan in a heartbeat. His jaw set, his eyes sharpened into flints of gray ice. "When?" he asked, his voice a lethal whisper. "Who leaked it?" He listened for a long minute, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the phone. "Seal the garage. I want the legal team on a secure server in 5 minutes. And tell Marcus Sterling if he breathes a word of this to the SEC, I will dismantle his holding company before the markets open on Monday." He hung up and looked at Elena. The air in the room grew heavy. "The Blackwood investigation," she guessed. It's not just an investigation anymore, Alexander said, walking toward her. The FBI raided the Blackwood estate an hour ago. They've seized the ledgers. They have the names of every bidder and every item from the last 3 years. Elena felt the world tilt. My name, it's in those books. Your name, your medical history, the bank transfer details. Alexander grabbed her shoulders, his grip hard and protective. Sterling didn't just leak the story to the tabloids, he's been feeding information to the feds. He wants to frame the auction as a human trafficking ring. He wants to make me the face of a criminal empire, and you the victim who was coerced. Coerced, Elena repeated, a bitter laugh escaping her. I signed the papers, Alexander. I took the money. In the eyes of the law, that doesn't matter when the power imbalance is this extreme. They'll paint me as the predator who used your debt to force you into a contract. He leaned in, his forehead pressing against hers. They're coming for us, Elena, not just the press. The authorities, they'll try to separate us. They'll try to get you to testify against me. And will you let them? I will burn the city to the ground before I let them take you from this house. The danger was no longer an illusion of power. It was a cold, legal, and public reality. And in the face of that threat, their toxic connection didn't fray, it fused. Alexander didn't lead her to a safe room. He led her back to the master bedroom, the heavy oak doors locking with a final mechanical click. The room was bathed in the gray light of the approaching storm. If this is the end, Alexander whispered, his hands moving to the hem of her sweater, I want you to remember who you belong to, not the law, not Sterling, me. He stripped the sweater over her head, leaving her in nothing but her lace panties. He looked at her with a hunger that was heightened by the threat outside. He wasn't just claiming her body, he was claiming her soul against the coming darkness. He pushed her back onto the bed, the charcoal silk cool against her heated skin. He stripped off his own clothes with a frantic, jagged energy. He stood over her for a heartbeat, thick, hard, and terrifyingly powerful. Show me, he commanded, his voice a low, predatory rumble. Show me that you're staying because you want to be the master of the monster. Elena reached up, her hands finding his hips, pulling him down. I'm staying because I'm the only one who can handle you, Alexander. He didn't wait. He moved between her thighs, his hands pinning her wrists to the pillows. He entered her with a single, brutal thrust that made the headboard slam against the wall. Elena let out a sharp, choked cry, her head thrashing as the fullness of him stretched her to the breaking point. He fucked her with the intensity of a man who was fighting for his life. Each thrust was a statement of jurisdiction, a reminder that no matter what the FBI said, he was the one who knew the map of her nerves. He gripped her waist, his fingers digging into the soft flesh of her hips, leaving marks that would still be there when the feds arrived. You're mine, he panted, his face buried in the crook of her neck. Tell me, say it. I'm yours, she sobbed, her body arching to meet every punishing stroke. Alexander, I'm yours. He sped up, his rhythm becoming a blur of friction and heat. The sound of their joining filled the room, a wet, rhythmic slapping that drowned out the sound of the ocean outside. Elena was lost. She was no longer a person. She was a raw nerve, vibrating at the frequency of his obsession. She felt the climax building, a tidal wave of silver light that threatened to shatter her. She locked her eyes onto his, seeing the raw, unadulterated love and terror warring in his gray gaze. The wave broke. Elena screamed, her body convulsing in a violent, rhythmic release. She clamped down on him, her internal muscles milking him with a frantic intensity. Alexander let out a low, primal roar. He thrust one last time, pinning her to the bed as he erupted. He filled her, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like they were branding the truth into her very marrow. He stayed deep inside her for a long time, his forehead pressed against hers, their shared breath misting in the cool air. "The feds will be at the gates by morning," he whispered into the dark. "Then let them come," Elena replied, her voice steady and sharp. "We'll be waiting on the edge of the knife." He withdrew slowly and pulled the silk sheets over them. They lay in the gray twilight, two survivors of a war they had started themselves. The illusion of power was dead. The real battle for their freedom, their names, and their jagged, broken love was only just beginning. Chapter 25. The contract ends. The 8th day didn't begin with the sun. It began with the rhythmic, flashing pulse of blue and red lights reflecting off the salt-stained windows of the Hamptons estate. Elena woke to a room that felt like a crime scene. The charcoal silk sheets were a tangled wreck, smelling of sweat, sea salt, and the desperate, frantic sex of the night before. Beside her, the bed was empty, the space where Alexander had slept still radiating a fading warmth. The low-frequency hum of the ocean was gone, replaced by the mechanical drone of a helicopter circling overhead and the distant, muffled shouting of men with bullhorns. The 7 nights were over. The clock had run out. Elena sat up, her body aching with a deep, bone-weary exhaustion. She looked at her wrists. The faint shadows of his grip were still there. She looked at the bruises on her hips, his signature. She had spent a week being Lot 42, a week being an obsession, and a week being a partner in a war she didn't fully understand. Now she was just a witness. She found her clothes, the simple white shirt she had stolen from him, and pulled it on. It was too thin against the sudden chill of the house. As she walked toward the balcony, she saw them. 3 black SUVs were parked across the gravel drive, their doors open, men in windbreakers with FBI emblazoned in yellow across their backs moving with a clinical, terrifying efficiency. Alexander was already downstairs. She found him in the grand foyer, standing between 2 men in suits who looked like they were made of stone. He was dressed in a suit of his own, midnight blue, perfectly tailored, his tie knotted with a precision that made him look untouchable. But his eyes were different. When they landed on Elena as she descended the stairs, they flared with a raw, jagged protectiveness that he couldn't hide behind his corporate mask. "Miss Vance," one of the agents asked, stepping forward. He was older, his face etched with the weariness of a man who had spent his life looking at the dark side of wealth. "I'm Agent Miller. We're here to escort you to a secure location for questioning." Elena didn't look at the agent. She looked at Alexander. "The contract is over." "The contract is dead," Alexander said, his voice a low, vibrating baritone that seemed to push back the very walls of the room. "You are a private citizen, Elena. You owe these men nothing. You owe me nothing." "But the investigation." "The investigation is into the Blackwood estate," Miller interrupted, his voice cool and professional, "and into Mr. Thorne's involvement in the illegal acquisition of assets. We have reason to believe you were held under duress, Miss Vance, that your debts were used as a mechanism of coercion." Elena felt a bitter laugh rise in her throat. Coerced. The word felt ridiculous compared to the heat of the library, the desperation of the penthouse, and the way she had looked at the exit and chosen to stay. "I wasn't coerced," she said, her voice steady. "We'll let the grand jury decide that," Miller replied. "For now, you are a person of interest. Mr. Thorne, your attorneys are waiting for you at the field office. You are not to have any contact with Miss Vance until the depositions are complete. Do you understand?" Alexander didn't answer. He walked toward Alina, the agents tensing as he moved. He didn't care about their badges. He didn't care about the helicopters. He stopped inches from her, his presence a dark, overwhelming heat. "They're going to try to make you hate me," he whispered, his voice too low for the agents to hear. "They're going to show you the ledgers. They're going to talk about Project Vance. They're going to tell you I'm a predator." "I already know you're a predator, Alexander," she whispered back. "Then remember why you stayed." He reached out, his hand hovering just inches from her cheek, forbidden from touching her by the law he had spent his life circumventing. "The money is in an offshore account in your name. The keys to the house in Tuscany are in the glove box of the car waiting for you. If you want to run, run now." "I'm not running." "You have to." His eyes darkened, a flash of pure, unadulterated pain crossing his face. "If you stay near me, they'll use you to break me, and if I'm broken, I can't protect you. Go with them, Alina. Tell them the truth. Tell them I bought you. Tell them I'm a monster." "Alexander." "Go," he roared, the sound echoing through the foyer. Agent Miller stepped between them, his hand resting on his holster. "That's enough, Thorne. Step back." Alexander ignored him. He looked at Alina one last time, a gaze that felt like a branding. And then he turned and walked toward the back of the house, his silhouette disappearing into the shadows of his empire. The ride back to the city was a nightmare of gray pavement and sterile silence. Alina sat in the back of the FBI's SUV, flanked by two agents who treated her with a nauseating mixture of pity and suspicion. They gave her water. They offered her a jacket. They spoke to her in soft, modulated tones as if she were a glass vase that might shatter at any moment. She didn't feel like glass. She felt like iron. She watched the Manhattan skyline rise up to meet them, the glass towers, the steel spires, and the one building that stood taller than the rest, Thorne Plaza. She realized then that for 7 nights that building had been her entire world. Now it was just another piece of architecture. They took her to a hotel, not a Thorne hotel, but a bland, corporate Marriott near the Federal Building. The room was beige. The carpet was industrial. The windows didn't open. "You'll stay here tonight," Agent Miller said, standing by the door. "We'll begin the formal deposition tomorrow at 9:00 a.m. There is a guard at the door for your protection." Protection or possession? Alina asked, the words a bitter echo of Alexander's own voice. Miller didn't answer. He closed the door, and the click of the lock was a sound she had heard 100 times in the last week. But this time, it was different. This time, she wasn't being held by a man she desired. She was being held by a system that wanted to turn her into a weapon. She sat on the edge of the bed. The sheets were scratchy, smelling of industrial detergent. She missed the charcoal silk. She missed the scent of sandalwood and scotch. She missed the weight of a hand on the small of her back. She felt the silence of the room pressing against her ears. She was free. The contract was over. She could walk to the window and look at the city without Alexander's permission. She could buy a ticket to Tuscany and never look back. But as she looked at her reflection in the hotel mirror, the woman in the oversized white shirt, the woman with the bruises on her hips and the fire in her eyes, she realized that the contract hadn't ended. The 7 nights were just the prologue. She walked to the desk and found a piece of hotel stationery and a plastic pen. She sat down and began to write. She didn't write a confession. She didn't write a statement for the FBI. She wrote a letter to the man who had bought her. "Dear Alexander," she wrote, "you told me to tell them you're a monster. You told me to tell them you bought me. I will. I'll tell them everything. But I won't tell them what you want them to hear. I'll tell them that $50 million was the cheapest thing about you. I'll tell them that I was a prisoner long before I met you, and you're the only one who ever showed me how to fight back." She stopped, the pen hovering over the paper. She could hear the guard coughing in the hallway. She could hear the city breathing outside. She thought about the breaking point. She thought about the way Alexander had looked at her in the foyer, the man who was willing to lose his empire just to make sure she was safe. She realized then that love and power couldn't coexist forever. One always had to surrender to the other. And as she looked at the FBI folder on the desk, the one they had left for her to review, she saw the first page. It was a photo of her father. The grief hit her then, sharp, cold, and undeniable. She looked at the photo, then at the letter she was writing to the man who had signed the orders that killed him. The knife's edge was sharpening. She took the letter and tore it into a dozen pieces, watching the scraps of paper fall like snow onto the beige carpet. She picked up the phone and dialed the number the agents had given her. "This is Elena Vance," she said, her voice like ice. "I'm ready to talk, but I'm not talking to you. I want Marcus Sterling." The contract was over. The war was just beginning. And for the first time in her life, Elena Vance wasn't waiting for a bid. She was the one in control of the hammer. Chapter 26. A Choice That Hurts. The Marriott suite smelled of nothing. It was a sterile, vacuum-sealed vacuum of beige walls, polyester linens, and the faint, chemical scent of industrial-strength lemon cleaner. For Elena, who had spent the last week enveloped in the scent of sandalwood, aged scotch, and the raw, musky heat of Alexander Thorne, the lack of scent was its own kind of torture. It felt like being buried alive in a box made of middle management decisions. She sat in the armchair by the window, watching the rain smear the Manhattan skyline into a jagged, gray blur. She was still wearing Alexander's white shirt. It was wrinkled now, the scent of him fading into the fabric, leaving her feeling like a ghost haunting her own skin. A soft knock at the door broke the silence. It wasn't the rhythmic, heavy knock of the FBI agents. It was a light, expectant sound. The guard outside the door murmured something, the lock clicked, and the door swung open. Marcus Sterling stepped into the room. He didn't look like a man who had just sparked a federal investigation. He looked like a man who was about to buy a mid-sized country. He wore a suit of light gray silk, his hair perfectly coiffed, a smile on his face that was as bright and hollow as a neon sign. He carried a leather briefcase that looked like it cost more than the room he was standing in. "Elena," he said, his voice a smooth, oily baritone. "You look different without the diamonds." Elena didn't stand. She didn't offer him a seat. She watched him with the wary intensity of a cornered animal. "You're the one who leaked the story, Marcus. You're the one who called the feds." "I'm the one who saved you," he corrected, walking toward the center of the room. He set his briefcase on the desk and looked around with a look of theatrical pity. "This room is an insult. Thorne has you in a glass tower, and the government has you in a Marriott. Is this the value they place on a woman of your rarity?" "I asked to see you," Elena said, her voice like a blade. "Not to hear a sales pitch. Why are you here?" Sterling leaned against the desk, crossing his arms. "I'm here because I know about Project Vance, Elena. I know what the Thorne family did to your father, and I know that Alexander didn't just inherit that legacy, he perfected it." He reached into his briefcase and pulled out a tablet. He swiped a few times and then turned the screen toward her. It was a video file. "The FBI has the ledgers, but I have the audio," Sterling said. "This is a recording from a board meeting 3 months ago. Listen to your hero." Elena's heart hammered a frantic rhythm. She didn't want to hear it. She wanted to scream at him to leave. But the silence of the room was too heavy and the grief in her chest was too loud. She leaned forward. The audio was grainy, but Alexander's voice was unmistakable. It was cold, it was clinical, it was the voice of the Titan. "The Vance patent is the only hurdle left for the merger," Alexander's voice said through the speakers. "If the father won't sell, we liquidate the assets, we freeze the credit lines. I want him in a position where he can't breathe without my permission. As for the daughter, she's a variable. We'll deal with her when the time comes." The variable. The word felt like a physical blow to Alina's stomach. She felt the bile rise in her throat. Alexander hadn't just watched her drown, he had timed the tides. "He didn't buy you at that auction because he loved you, Alina," Sterling whispered, stepping closer. He reached out, his hand hovering near her shoulder. "He bought you to keep you quiet. He bought you because he realized that if you ever found out the truth, you could destroy the merger. He's not a protector. He's a jailer who knows how to make the bars feel like silk." Alina looked up at him. Sterling's eyes were bright with a predatory hunger, a different kind of hunger than Alexander's. Alexander wanted to possess her. Sterling wanted to use her to dismantle a rival. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice a hollow echo. "I want you to testify," Sterling said, his voice dropping to a persuasive, soft murmur. "The grand jury meets on Tuesday. If you tell them about the contract, about the coercion, and about the Vance liquidation, Alexander Thorne will go to prison for a decade. The Thorne empire will be dismantled. And you'll be the hero of the story. You'll have justice for your father. And I'll make sure you have the 50 million and more to start a real life." He reached out and finally touched her. His hand landed on her shoulder, his fingers sliding down toward the collarbone. It was an unwanted touch. It was a touch that made her skin crawl. Compared to the electric, soul-shattering heat of Alexander, Sterling's touch felt like cold, dead plastic. "Think about it, Alina," Sterling said, leaning in until she could smell his generic, expensive cologne. "A choice that hurts now, but sets you free forever. Or you can stay loyal to the man who buried your father. Which one are you?" Alina looked at the tablet. She looked at the grainy photo of her father on the desk. She thought about the penthouse, the library, and the way Alexander had looked at her when he said, "Go." He had forced her away to protect her, or had he forced her away to make sure she wouldn't see the next move in his game? "I need time," she whispered. "You have until Monday morning," Sterling said, straightening his suit. "My car is outside the hotel. If you decide to do the right thing, the guard will let you through. Don't be a variable, Alina. Be the end of the equation." He walked out, the door clicking shut with a sound like a gavel. Alina stood up, her legs feeling like they were made of water. She walked to the bathroom and splashed cold water on her face, scrubbing at her skin until it was red. She looked at herself in the mirror. She saw the marks Alexander had left. The faint purple shadow on her hip, the bite mark on her shoulder. They were the signatures of a man who claimed everything he touched. She thought about the audio recording. The Vance patent is the only hurdle, the choice that hurt. If she testified, she was a victim. She was the woman who got justice. She was the one who stood up to the billionaire. But she would be doing it with Sterling, a man who was just as ruthless, just as cold, but lacked the honesty of Alexander's darkness. If she stayed silent, she was complicit. She was the woman who loved the man who killed her father. She was the one who chose the cage. She walked back into the room and sat on the edge of the bed. She felt the heat beginning to rise in her, not the heat of desire, but the heat of a fever. She missed him. She hated him. She wanted to feel his hands on her throat, and she wanted to watch him burn. She reached into the pocket of her jeans. the ones she had worn to the estate, and found a small, crumpled piece of paper. It was a note Alexander had slipped into her hand during the final night. She hadn't read it until now. "The world is going to tell you who I am, Alina, and they'll be right. I am the monster in the tower. But remember this, I didn't buy you to keep you quiet. I bought you because you were the only thing I ever found that was worth more than the empire. If you must destroy me, do it with your own hands, not Sterling's." Alina let out a choked sob, the paper crinkling in her fist. The obsession wasn't a contract. It wasn't a debt. It was a gravity that she couldn't escape. Alexander knew her. He knew she would find the files. He knew Sterling would come for her. He was playing a game, yes, but he was playing it with his own heart as the collateral. She stood up and walked to the door. "Agent Miller." She called out. The door opened instantly. "Yes, Miss Vance." "I want to see Alexander Thorne, now." "That's not possible. The no-contact order is in effect." "Then tell him this," Alina said, her voice sharpening into a lethal, cold clarity. "Tell him the variable is tired of waiting. Tell him I'm coming for the 7th night, and tell Marcus Sterling to get his car ready." She closed the door. The choice was made. It was a choice that hurt. It was a choice that was messy, dark, and probably doomed. But as she stood in the beige hotel room, Alina Vance realized that she wasn't a variable. She was the master of the auction. She began to strip off the white shirt. She didn't want the scent of him anymore. She wanted the reality. She wanted the fire. She wanted the man who had bought her so she could finally show him what it felt like to be the one who was owned. Chapter 27. Silence is the LOUDEST punishment. The Thorne Plaza penthouse was no longer a palace. It was a mausoleum. Alexander Thorne stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, a glass of neat crystal-filtered scotch in his hand. The city of New York stretched out below him, a grid of glowing circuits he had spent 15 years mastering, but tonight it looked like a graveyard. The lights of the skyscrapers didn't look like symbols of progress. They looked like the cold, unblinking eyes of his enemies. He had $50 billion in assets. He had private jets fueled and ready on 3 continents. He had the power to sink currencies and topple cabinets. And yet, for the first time in his life, he was utterly, violently alone. The silence was the loudest thing in the room. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of a man who had achieved everything. It was a jagged, predatory silence that seemed to have teeth. It bit into his skin, reminding him with every heartbeat of the space she had occupied only 48 hours ago. The scent of her, lilies, rainwater, and that faint, sweet musk that only came from her skin when she was flushed with desire, was fading. It was a ghost that haunted the hallways, lingering in the charcoal silk of the bed, clinging to the edge of the obsidian table. Every time he turned a corner, he expected to see her, naked and defiant, or wrapped in his shirt, or kneeling in the foyer. But there was nothing. Only the hum of the air filtration system and the rhythmic ticking of the clock he wanted to smash. "The FBI has frozen the offshore accounts, Alexander." The voice came from the doorway. It was Eris, his lead attorney, looking like he had aged a decade in a single night. Eris didn't enter the living area. No one entered Alexander's space these days. They stayed at the threshold, afraid of the radiation of his rage. "Let them freeze them," Alexander said. He didn't turn around. His voice was a dead, flat resonance. "You don't understand. Sterling has filed a civil suit on behalf of the Vance estate. He's claiming you used the Blackwood auction to launder the intellectual property stolen from her father. If Alina Vance testifies, if she corroborates the coercion." "She won't." "How can you be sure? You sent her away. You handed her to the bureau. Sterling is in that hotel right now, Alexander. He is whispered in her ear. He is showing her the files. He is giving her every reason to burn you to the ground. Alexander finally turned. The movement was slow, predatory, and possessed a stillness that made Eris stop breathing. Alexander's eyes were bloodshot, the gray iris almost swallowed by the blown-out black of his pupils. "I am sure," Alexander whispered, "because I know what I put in her blood. Sterling can show her files. He can show her numbers, but he can't give her the fire. He can't make her feel the way I did. This isn't about sex, Alexander. This is about your life, your empire." "My empire is a pile of glass and ego," Alexander roared, slamming his glass onto the marble floor. The crystal shattered, sending shards of glass and amber liquid flying. "I bought her to win a game I'd already finished. I bought her because I was bored. And now I find that the only thing in this world that makes the air worth breathing is the woman who has every right to see me dead." He walked toward Eris, his presence filling the room like a dark tide. "Get out. Tell the legal team to prepare for a total liquidation if necessary. I don't care about the Thorn name. I don't care about the merger. I want to know where she is, every second, every breath she takes. If Miller or Sterling so much as touches her hair, I want their lives dismantled by morning." Eris nodded, his face pale, and retreated into the elevator. The silence returned, heavier than before. Alexander walked into the master suite. The bed was made, the housekeeping staff had been in, but he hadn't slept in it. He couldn't. The charcoal silk felt like a shroud without her heat. He walked to the dressing room. He opened the door and the scent of her hit him like a physical blow. He saw the red lace dress, the one he had torn in the library, lying on the velvet bench. He picked it up. The fabric was light, almost weightless, but it felt like lead in his hands. He sat on the bench, the red lace crumpled in his fist. He closed his eyes, and the darkness wasn't empty. It was filled with her. Flashback, night 4. The memory hit him with the force of a heart attack. It had been the middle of the night. The penthouse was lit only by the blue glow of the city. He had woken to find Alina standing by the window, her silhouette a masterpiece of shadow and light. She wasn't wearing anything. She never did after the second night. He had walked up behind her, his hands finding the curve of her waist. She had leaned back into him, her skin cool from the glass, her hair smelling of sleep. "Why me, Alexander?" she had whispered. He hadn't answered with words. He had turned her around and lifted her onto the marble ledge of the window, 100 floors above the world. He had forced her legs apart, his hands gripping her thighs with a possessive, territorial hunger. "Because you're the only thing that doesn't have a price," he had growled, his face buried in the crook of her neck. He remembered the way she had looked at him then, not as a victim, not as a prize, but as a mirror. She had reached out and gripped his hair, pulling his head back so she could look into his soul. "I have a price, Alexander," she had said, her voice a low, jagged rasp. "It's $50 million. You paid it." "No," he had whispered, his hand sliding down to her center, finding her already slick and hot. "I paid $50 million for the week. I would pay the world for the woman." He had entered her right there against the glass, his pace a brutal, rhythmic hammer that seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. He remembered the sound of her gasps echoing in the quiet room, the way her nails had raked down his back, the way she had screamed his name as the climax shattered her. In that moment, there had been no debt, no Project Vance, no auction. There had only been two broken souls, trying to fuse themselves together in the dark. Alexander opened his eyes in the present. He was still in the dressing room. The red lace was still in his hand. But the heat was gone. The woman was gone. The silence was the loudest punishment he had ever endured. It was the punishment of a man who had spent his life believing that everything could be controlled, only to find that the thing he wanted most was the only thing he had no jurisdiction over. He stood up, his body feeling like it was made of lead. He walked back to the living area and looked at the phone on the obsidian table. It was silent. No calls from Miller. No messages from the secret line he had given her. He realized then that Marcus Sterling was right about one thing. He was a variable, but he wasn't the variable in the equation of the empire. He was the variable in her heart. He walked to the elevator and pressed the button. He didn't have a destination. He just couldn't be in the silence anymore. As the elevator descended, Alexander Thorne realized that he had spent $50 million to find the one thing that could destroy him. And as the doors opened into the cold, clinical garage, he knew that the seventh night hadn't been the end. It had been the beginning of his surrender. The billionaire had no more bids to make. He was no longer the buyer. He was the one waiting to be judged. And as he stepped into the Maybach, the silence of the city felt like a scream. "Where to, Mr. Thorne?" The driver asked. Alexander looked at the reflection of the glass tower in the window. "To the Marriott," he said, "and tell the security detail to stay back. I'm going in alone." "But the FBI." "I don't care about the FBI," Alexander hissed. "I want to hear her voice. I want to know if the silence is mine or hers." Chapter 28, Her Life Reclaimed. The linoleum in the new apartment was a pale, sickly yellow. It didn't hum with the warmth of heated marble, and it didn't reflect the city lights like obsidian. It was just a floor, cold, cheap, and scarred by the lives of the tenants who had occupied this box before her. Elena Vance stood in the center of the room, surrounded by cardboard boxes that felt like a mockery. She had $50 million in a private account. She had the deed to a villa in Tuscany tucked into her leather handbag. She could be in Paris by morning. She could be in the Maldives by sunset. Instead, she had rented a one-bedroom in Brooklyn, 3 blocks away from her old life. She wanted to see if she still existed. The FBI had finished with her, for now. Without her testimony, Marcus Sterling's case was a house of cards built on hearsay. She had given them enough to satisfy their procedural hunger, but she had kept the heart of the 7 nights for herself. She had claimed duress, just enough to protect herself, but she had stayed silent enough to protect Alexander. Now, she was reclaiming her life. She walked to the window. The view was of a brick wall and a rusted fire escape. It was a far cry from the 100th floor of Thorne Plaza. Here, the air smelled of wet asphalt and garbage, not sandalwood and scotch. The noise was the rhythmic, jagged throb of a bass line from a passing car and the distant, muffled shouting of a neighbor. It was normal. It was the life she had fought so hard to keep before the auction. But as she reached out to touch the window pane, her fingers trembled. The glass felt thin, flimsy, like it could shatter if she breathed on it too hard. Everything felt fragile. She went to the box labeled kitchen and pulled out a chipped ceramic mug. It was the mug her mother had used for her morning tea for 20 years. Elena held it to her chest, waiting for the comfort of the memory to anchor her. Nothing. The mug was just clay. The memory of her mother felt like a faded photograph left out in the sun, bleached and distant. All she could feel was the phantom weight of the Thorne heart diamonds around her neck. All she could hear was the low, gravelly vibration of Alexander's voice telling her that she was an obsession. "He's not here," she whispered to the empty room. Her voice sounded thin, Reedy. "He's not watching, you're free." But the silence was the lie. She felt him in the marrow of her bones. She felt the way he had reshaped the map of her nerves. When she walked, she felt the slight ache in her hips that reminded her of the library. When she breathed, she felt the phantom pressure of his hand against her throat. She wasn't reclaiming her life. She was haunted by the ghost of a person who didn't exist anymore. The attempt at normalcy was a disaster. She went back to the gallery on Tuesday. Her boss, a man named Henderson who smelled of mothballs and desperation, had welcomed her back with a look of terrified curiosity. He didn't ask about the headlines. He didn't ask about the Maybach or the FBI. He just pointed her toward a stack of catalogs that needed sorting. Elena sat at her desk, the fluorescent lights humming over her head like a swarm of angry bees. She tried to focus on a 19th century landscape, a pastoral scene of rolling hills and quiet sheep. It was boring. It was dead. She found herself looking at the brushstrokes and thinking about the lost masterpieces on Alexander's walls. She thought about the way he had stood in front of a Caravaggio and explained the physics of shadow. She thought about the way he had looked at her as if she were the only piece of art that mattered. "Elena, you have a delivery." Henderson was standing by the door holding a small, square box wrapped in plain brown paper. No gold lettering, no vellum. Elena's heart spiked into her throat. She took the box, her fingers tracing the rough surface. She went to the back room, the air thick with the smell of turpentine and old canvas. She opened the box. Inside was a single black silk blindfold. There was no note. There was no name. But she knew. The silk was identical to the one they had used at the Blackwood estate. It smelled of him, that cold, metallic scent of absolute power. Elena felt a surge of heat that turned her blood to lava. Her knees buckled, and she had to lean against a crate of frames to keep from falling. He was watching. He hadn't sent guards. He hadn't sent the Maybach. He had sent a memory. She clutched the silk to her chest, her eyes closing. In the dark of the gallery back room, the reclaimed life vanished. She wasn't an art historian in Brooklyn. She was a woman who was $50 million of property. She reached into her skirt, her fingers finding the damp heat between her thighs. She didn't want to. She hated herself for it. But the obsession was a physical demand she couldn't ignore. She touched herself, her head thrashed back against the wood. She imagined him there, in the shadows of the gallery, watching her with those turbulent gray eyes. She imagined him telling her to be silent, telling her to follow the rules, telling her that she was the only thing that made the empire feel like dust. She came with a sharp, choked gasp, her body vibrating with a high-voltage release that left her shattered. She stood there for a long time, the black silk blindfold still clutched in her hand. She realized then that Alexander Thorne hadn't just bought her time. He had colonized her desire. He had built a penthouse in her mind, and he was never moving out. The sun was setting over Brooklyn when she left the gallery. The city was a churn of gray and orange, the air cooling as the winter wind began to bite. She walked toward the subway, her head down, her hands shoved deep into the pockets of her wool coat. She felt the eyes on her. She didn't know if they were the eyes of the paparazzi, the eyes of the FBI, or the eyes of the man who owned the skyline. She reached the corner and stopped. A black SUV was idling at the curb. It wasn't a Maybach. It was a generic, armored Suburban, the kind of vehicle used by security details and federal agents. The windows were tinted to a total, impenetrable black. The rear window slid down 2 inches. A hand reached out, a large, powerful hand with long fingers and a heavy, silver signet ring. The hand held a single white lily. The flower was pristine, a jarring splash of white against the grime of the city street. The hand let go, and the lily fell onto the pavement at Elena's feet. The window slid up. The SUV pulled away from the curb, merging into the flow of traffic without a sound. Elena looked at the lily. It was a statement, a warning, a promise, possession or protection. She realized then that there was no such thing as a reclaimed life. You don't walk away from the sun and expect to be warm. You don't leave the storm and expect the world to be quiet. Alexander wasn't letting her go. He was giving her the illusion of freedom just to see how long it would take for her to realize that she was still on the knife's edge. She picked up the lily. The petals were soft, smelling of the penthouse and the dark nights of surrender. She tucked the flower into her coat, her jaw setting in a hard, determined line. She wasn't going back to the apartment. She wasn't going back to the linoleum and the beige walls. She walked to the edge of the sidewalk and hailed a taxi. "Thorn Plaza," she said, her voice clear and sharp. "And don't stop for the lights." She didn't know what she was going to do when she got there. She didn't know if she was going to kill him or kiss him. But as the taxi sped toward the glass towers, Elena Vance realized that she was no longer the item. She was the one making the bid. The breaking point had arrived, but it wasn't her breaking. It was the world. And as she looked at the black silk blindfold in her lap, she realized that the auction was only just beginning. Chapter 29. The Auction Returns. The elevator didn't just carry Elena Vance up to the 100th floor. It stripped her. As the quiet, velvet-lined capsule accelerated through the core of Thorn Plaza, Elena felt the layers of her reclaimed life falling away like dead skin. The Brooklyn apartment, the chipped mug, the fluorescent lights of the gallery, they weren't her reality. They were a costume she had tried to wear, a lie she had told herself to keep from screaming. The weight of the black silk blindfold in her pocket was a heavy, constant reminder of what she was returning to. The white lily she had tucked into her coat was already wilting. It sent a fading ghost of the man who had bought her soul. She didn't have a key card. She didn't have a code. But as she reached the private floor, the doors slid open without hesitation. The penthouse was bathed in the bruised light of a city at war with the dark. It was silent. But it wasn't the sterile silence of the Marriott or the lonely silence of Brooklyn. It was the silence of a predator holding its breath. The air smelled of wood smoke, old leather, and that familiar, sharp scent of Alexander's scotch. He was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, his silhouette a jagged shadow against the glowing grid of Manhattan. He hadn't changed his clothes. He wore the same dark trousers and white shirt from the day before, the sleeves rolled up, the collar open. He looked like a man who had been hollowed out from the inside. He didn't turn around. "You're late, Elena," he said. His voice was a low, vibrating rasp that made her knees feel like they were made of water. "I expected you 2 hours ago." "You knew I'd come," she said, her voice stronger than she felt. She walked into the center of the room, her bare feet silent on the marble. The heat of the floors rose up to meet her, an intimate welcome she hadn't realized she was starving for. "I knew you couldn't stay away from the storm." He finally turned. His eyes were bloodshot, his jaw shadowed by a rough, dark stubble. He looked at her not with the appraisal of a master, but with the raw, agonizing hunger of a man who had seen his own death and was looking for a reason to live. "Why are you here, Elena? Are you here to testify? Are you here to finish what Sterling started?" Elena walked up to him, stopping inches from his chest. The heat radiating from him was a physical force, a gravity she was helpless to resist. "I'm here because I'm tired of the silence," she whispered. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the black silk blindfold. She held it out to him, her fingers trembling. "You sent this to the gallery. You sent the lily. You wanted me to remember." Alexander looked at the silk, then back at her eyes. A slow, dark smile touched his lips, a smile that was more of a threat than a greeting. I wanted you to know that the world is a very small place, Elena. And no matter where you go, the auction never truly ends. He reached out and took the blindfold, but he didn't put it away. He wrapped it around his hand, the silk whispering against his knuckles. He stepped into her space, his shadow swallowing her. The FBI thinks they shut it down, he murmured, his breath hot against her forehead. They think the Blackwood raid was the end of the trade. They're fools. The underground doesn't die, it just changes its skin. What are you talking about? Sterling, he didn't just want to destroy me, he wanted to replace me. Alexander reached into his pocket and pulled out a card. It wasn't gold. It wasn't vellum. It was a slip of blackened steel, engraved with a single silver phoenix. The Phoenix auction, Friday night, the final lot, the variable. Elena's blood turned to ice. The variable, that's what Sterling called me. He's relisted you, Elena. Alexander's voice dropped to a lethal, guttural resonance. The Phoenix auction is a ghost event. No records, no witnesses, only the most powerful men in the world, meeting in the dark to bid on the things the law says they can't have. Sterling has convinced the old Blackwood board that the only way to settle the Thorne-Sterling war is to put the prize back on the block. He can't, she gasped. The feds are on his payroll now, Elena. He's used the investigation to clear out the competition. On Friday night, you won't be a person of interest. You'll be a commodity again. And this time, Sterling has ensured that I'm barred from the room. The realization hit her like a physical blow. The choice that hurts hadn't been about justice. It had been a setup. Sterling hadn't wanted her to testify. He had wanted her isolated, stripped of Alexander's protection so he could claim her for himself in the only language he understood, a bid. Elena looked at the blackened steel card. She looked at Alexander. What do we do? She asked. We don't hide, Alexander said, his hand tangling in her hair, pulling her head back. His eyes were burning with an unholy, protective fire. If they want an auction, we'll give them one. But this time, we're not playing by their rules. We're going to burn the house down while they're still holding their paddles. The danger was no longer an illusion of power. It was a total, existential threat, and in the face of that darkness, the only thing that felt real was the heat between them. Alexander dropped the blackened steel card and grabbed her waist, pulling her flush against his chest. He wasn't gentle. He was desperate. He captured her mouth in a kiss that was a conquest, a reclamation, and a prayer all at once. He tasted of scotch and fury. I bought you once, he growled against her lips. I'm not letting anyone else put a price on you again. He didn't take her to the bedroom. He didn't care about the windows or the city or the world. He pushed her back against the obsidian dining table, the same table where she had first learned the cost of his obsession. He stripped her coat off, then her shirt, his hands moving with a frantic, jagged intensity. He didn't remove his own clothes. He simply unzipped his trousers, his thick, heavy length springing free, pulsing with a rhythmic, frantic energy. Alexander, someone will see. Let them, he hissed. Let the whole world see what happens when someone tries to take what belongs to me. He entered her with a single, brutal thrust that made the obsidian table groan. Elena let out a sharp, choked cry, her head thrashed back against the stone. He was too big, too hard, but she welcomed the sensation. It was the only thing that made her feel alive in a world that wanted to turn her into an object. He fucked her with a relentless, punishing pace. Each thrust was a statement of jurisdiction. Each groan was a declaration of war. He gripped her thighs, his fingers leaving marks that would still be there when the phoenix rose. Elena clung to his shoulders, her nails drawing blood through his white shirt, her heart hammering a synchronized rhythm with his. "You're mine," he panted, his face a mask of dark, unadulterated focus. "Not Sterling's, not the auction's, mine." "Yes," she sobbed, her body arching to meet every stroke. "Alexander, yes." The climax hit them like a lightning strike, a violent, shuddering explosion that turned the room into a blur of silver light and raw heat. Elena screamed his name, her voice echoing off the glass and into the vastness of the city. Alexander followed her seconds later. He let out a low, primal roar, his body stiffening as he spilled himself into her. He thrust one last time, pinning her to the obsidian table, his forehead pressed against hers, his breath coming in jagged, broken gasps. For a long time, the only sound was their ragged breathing and the low hum of the city. Alexander withdrew slowly and pulled her into his chest, his arms wrapping around her with a frantic, protective strength. He looked out at the skyline, his eyes fixed on the distance where the Phoenix auction would be held. "They think they can buy you back, Elena," he whispered into her hair. "They think they can use the old rules to take what I've claimed." He pulled the black silk blindfold from his pocket and looked at it. "Friday night, the auction returns," he said, his voice dropping to a lethal, cold resonance. "But this time, I'm not the highest bidder. I'm the one who kills the auctioneer." Elena looked at him. She saw the man behind the mask, the monster, the savior, the billionaire who was willing to lose everything for a variable. She reached out and took the blindfold from his hand. She didn't put it on her eyes. She tied it around his wrist, a silk shackle that bound them together. "We go together," she said. "It's a trap, Elena." "I know. That's why I'm the one walking into it. Because they'll be so busy looking at the item, they won't see the woman with the knife." Alexander looked at her, and for the first time he looked truly terrified, not of the feds or Sterling, but of the woman he had created. He leaned down and kissed her, a slow, tender seal of their new alliance. The auction was returning. But this time, the price wasn't $50 million. The price was everything. And as the sun began to rise over Manhattan, casting a bloody light over the glass tower, Elena Vance realized that she was no longer the one being sold. She was the one who was going to make them pay. Chapter 30. Watching Her Be Wanted. The venue for the Phoenix auction was a place where history went to die. It was a decommissioned shipyard on the edge of the East River, a cavernous cathedral of rusted steel and salt-rotted timber. Outside, the fog rolled in off the black water like a funeral shroud, muffled the sound of the city and turning the world into a gray, liminal space. Inside, the air was different. It didn't smell of salt. It smelled of ozone, expensive perfume, and the sharp, copper-tinged scent of collective greed. This wasn't the Blackwood estate. There were no velvet curtains here, no mahogany podiums. The Phoenix auction was raw, industrial, and utterly illegal. The bidders didn't sit in plush chairs. They stood in the shadows of the massive, rusted ship hulls, their faces hidden behind masks of hammered iron and cold obsidian. Elena Vance stood in the prep room, a steel shipping container that had been converted into a high-end dressing suite. The walls were cold, vibrating with the low-frequency hum of a portable generator. She looked at herself in the triptych of mirrors. She was wearing the gold chainmail dress Marcus Sterling had sent to the penthouse. It was a masterpiece of provocation. The links were so fine they felt like liquid against her skin, clinging to every curve, highlighting the swell of her breasts and the line of her hips. It hid nothing and promised everything. She looked like a goddess of greed. She looked like the very thing these men had come to buy. A heavy hand landed on her shoulder. She didn't flinch. She knew the heat of that palm, She knew the way his thumb traced the line of her collarbone. Alexander was standing behind her, his reflection a dark, brooding contrast to her shimmering gold. He was dressed in a simple black suit, his face obscured by a mask of matte black steel, the same one he had worn to the first auction. "You look like a dream they'll never wake up from," Alexander whispered. His voice was a low, vibrating rasp that seemed to travel through her bones. "I look like a target," she replied, her eyes meeting his in the mirror. "Are you ready to watch, Alexander? Are you ready to see them look at me the way you did?" Alexander's grip tightened on her shoulder, his fingers digging into the gold links. Elena saw the flare of white-hot, unadulterated rage in his gray eyes. This was the choice that hurts. To destroy Sterling, Alexander had to let the world believe he had lost his grip. He had to be a ghost in the room, a man barred from the bidding, forced to watch as other men put a price on his obsession. "I'm going to watch every one of them," Alexander hissed, his breath hot against her ear. "I'm going to watch the way their pulses jump when you walk out there. I'm going to watch their hands twitch as they reach for their paddles. And I'm going to remember every face, Elena, every single one." He turned her around, his hands sliding down to her waist. The gold chainmail was cold, but his touch was a furnace. He pulled her flush against him, the metal links biting into her skin, marking her with the texture of the auction. "Remember the plan," he murmured, his lips grazing hers. "You are the variable. You are the prize. You make them want you so much they forget to be careful. You make them bid until they've emptied their souls." "And what do?" "I wait in the dark," he growled. "And when the final gavel falls, I show them that some things aren't for sale." He kissed her then, a violent, desperate collision. It tasted of salt, adrenaline, and a dark, possessive love that bordered on madness. He bit her lower lip, drawing a tiny bead of blood, a secret mark he knew would be hidden by the gold of the dress. The door to the shipping container creaked open. A man in a bone-white mask stood there. "Item 42. The Phoenix is ready for its rise." Alexander let her go. He stepped back into the shadows of the container, his mask absorbing the dim light. He looked like a statue of death. Elena took a breath, the gold chainmail shifting against her chest. She walked out of the suite and toward the main floor of the shipyard. The transition was a shock. The main floor was lit by harsh, blue floodlights that turned the rusted steel into a landscape of ice and shadow. As she stepped onto the raised platform in the center of the room, the low murmur of the crowd died instantly. The silence was a physical weight. Elena stood perfectly still. She didn't look down. She looked into the darkness where the men stood. She felt the eyes, hundreds of them. They weren't looking at her as a woman, they were looking at her as the legend. The woman Alexander Thorne had paid $50 million for, the woman who had broken a billionaire. She felt the want in the room. It was a thick, humid cloud that made the air hard to breathe. In the shadows, Alexander watched. He stood behind a rusted iron pillar, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. He saw the way the man in the front row, a Russian oligarch in a silver wolf mask, was staring at the curve of Elena's hip. He saw the way Marcus Sterling, standing on a private balcony above the floor, was smiling with a sickening, triumphant pride. Every look felt like a lash. Every hungry gaze felt like a violation. Alexander's blood was boiling, his mind a chaotic storm of protective instinct and strategic coldness. He wanted to leap onto that platform, to wrap his coat around her and kill every man in the room. But he didn't move. He watched. "Gentlemen," a voice boomed, the new auctioneer, a man whose voice was like sliding gravel. "You know the history, you know the price. Tonight we offer the ultimate variable, Elena Vance. the woman who brought the Thorn Empire to its knees. The bidding didn't start at 5 million. 20 million, the silver wolf called out. 25, said a man in a porcelain doll mask. 30. The numbers rose with a frantic, feral energy. These men weren't just bidding on a woman, they were bidding on a piece of Alexander Thorne's soul. They wanted to own what he couldn't keep. They wanted to prove that money could buy anything, even a heart. Elena stood like a statue of gold. She felt the heat rising in her own belly, a dark, twisted thrill. She saw the way the men were fighting over her. She saw the power she held over them. She wasn't the victim here, she was the bait. She looked toward the pillar where she knew Alexander was hiding. She couldn't see his eyes, but she felt his focus. It was a tether holding her upright in the middle of the storm. 40 million. Sterling shouted from the balcony, his voice cracking with ego. 45. Countered the wolf. The atmosphere was reaching a breaking point. The men were leaning forward, their masks glinting under the blue lights. The air was charged with a violent sexual tension. They wanted to touch the gold. They wanted to see if the skin beneath it was as soft as the rumors suggested. Alexander's nails drew blood from his own palms. He watched a man in the second row reach out as if he could touch Elena's ankle from 10 feet away. The man's eyes were filled with a disgusting, leering lust. "I'll kill him first," Alexander thought. The one in the silver mask second. Sterling last. The bidding hit 60 million. The room went quiet. Even for these men, 60 million was a statement of total obsession. 60 million to the gentleman on the balcony, the auctioneer called out, looking up at Marcus Sterling. Going once, going twice. 100 millions. The voice didn't come from the floor. It didn't come from a paddle. It came from the shadows behind the auctioneer. A man stepped out. He wasn't wearing a mask. He was older, his face a map of ruthless, cold experience. It was Julian Thorne, Alexander's uncle, the man who had been exiled from the Empire 10 years ago. The room went tomb silent. Alexander froze in the shadows. He hadn't expected this. His uncle, the man who had taught him how to be a machine, was back. And he wasn't here to save the Empire. He was here to claim the prize. $100 million, Julian said, his voice a smooth, terrifying echo of Alexander's own. He walked onto the stage and stood beside Elena. He didn't touch her, but he looked at her with a clinical, disturbing familiarity. Alexander always did have a taste for expensive things. But he never did learn how to keep them. Elena felt a new kind of terror. This man didn't want her because of lust. He wanted her because she was the ultimate weapon against his nephew. Sold, the auctioneer shouted, his voice trembling, to Mr. Thorne. The gavel fell, a sharp, final sound that echoed through the shipyard. In the shadows, Alexander's composure finally, fully shattered. He didn't care about the plan. He didn't care about Sterling. He saw his uncle's hand move toward Elena's waist, and the beast finally broke its chains. He stepped out of the shadows, pulling a suppressed pistol from his jacket. "Get your hands off her, Julian," Alexander growled, his voice a low, lethal resonance that made the entire room freeze. The auction hadn't just returned. It had turned into an execution. Elena looked at Alexander, her eyes wide, her heart hammering against the gold chainmail. She saw the man who had bought her once, and she saw the man who was willing to die for her now. The wanted part was over. Now it was about survival. "Alexander," she whispered. "Don't move, Elena," he said, his eyes fixed on his uncle. "The price of this auction just went up, and I'm paying in blood." The floodlights flickered. The shipyard groaned. And as the men in the masks began to scramble for the exits, Elena Vance realized that she was no longer the item. She was the trigger. Chapter 31, The Price of Pride. The air in the shipyard didn't just feel cold anymore. It felt sharp, like the edge of a razor pressed against a jugular. Elena stood on the rusted platform, the gold chainmail dress shimmering like a dying sun under the flickering blue floodlights. Beside her, Julian Thorne stood as a monument to the man Alexander was supposed to become, a creature of pure, icy calculation, devoid of the variable of human emotion. And 10 feet away, in the shadow of a massive, rotted hull, was Alexander. He had discarded the mask. His face was a mask of its own, a sculpture of jagged rage and desperate, unholy love. The suppressed pistol in his hand was pointed directly at his uncle's heart, but his eyes were locked onto Elena. "Pride is an expensive thing to maintain, Alexander," Julian said, his voice a smooth, terrifyingly calm echo in the hollow shipyard. He didn't look at the gun. He looked at Elena's throat, where the bead of blood Alexander had drawn earlier was a dark, secret blossom against her skin. "You paid 50 million to own her. I paid 100 million to destroy you with her. Tell me, nephew, what is the current market value of your soul?" "There is no market for what I'm going to do to you, Julian," Alexander growled. His voice was a low-frequency vibration that made the metal floorboards under Elena's feet hum. "You can't shoot," Julian reasoned, taking a half-step closer to Elena. He reached out, his long, thin fingers hovering just inches from the gold links on her shoulder. "The Phoenix board is watching. Sterling's feds are 5 minutes away. If you pull that trigger, you aren't just a billionaire with a scandalous mistress anymore. You're a murderer on a federal feed. You lose the empire, you lose the name, you lose everything." "I lost everything the second I let her walk out of that penthouse," Alexander hissed. Elena felt the shift in the room. The choice that hurts was no longer about Sterling or the FBI. It was about the two men in front of her. She saw the legacy of the Thorne family, a history of buying, selling, and breaking. She saw the price of pride written in the lines of Alexander's face. He was willing to burn his entire world to the ground just to keep his uncle's hand off her skin. "Alexander, don't," Elena whispered, her voice cutting through the tension. "Stay silent, Elena," Julian commanded, his gaze flicking to her with a cold, dismissing arrogance. "The items do not speak during the settlement." "She isn't an item," Alexander roared. The sound of his voice was the signal. The floodlights didn't just flicker, they exploded. Alexander had timed the secondary charge. The shipyard was plunged into a chaotic, strobing darkness. The air was suddenly filled with the roar of a high-speed engine and the sharp, rhythmic pop-pop-pop of suppressed fire. Elena felt a hand grab her waist, not Julian's cold, clinical grip, but the hot, possessive iron of Alexander. "Jump," he hissed in her ear. He didn't wait for her to comply. He hoisted her over his shoulder, the gold chainmail links biting into his suit jacket, and leaped from the platform just as a hail of return fire from Julian's security team shredded the wood where they had been standing. The escape was a blur of adrenaline and metal. Alexander moved like a predator through the darkness he had created. He knew the shipyard's layout. He had bought the debt on this land years ago as a contingency. He ran through the skeletons of old ships, the weight of Elena against his back, a grounding force amidst the chaos. They reached a blackened SUV idling in the fog by the pier. Alexander shoved her into the back seat and dived in after her, the tires screaming as the vehicle tore away from the shipyard. "Are you hit?" Alexander panted, his hands flying over her body, checking for wounds with a frantic, uncoordinated intensity. "I'm fine," she gasped, her heart hammering against her ribs. "Alexander, your uncle." "Julian is a ghost," Alexander growled, pinning her against the leather seat. "He's a ghost of the man I used to be, but you're real. He grabbed her face, his thumbs pressing into her cheeks. His eyes were wild, a storm of gray fire. He touched you. He almost touched you. He didn't, Alexander. I'm here. The price of my pride was letting you walk onto that stage, he whispered, his voice breaking. I thought I could control the game. I thought I could use the auction to flush them out. But when I saw you standing there, when I saw those men looking at you, I realized I'd rather be a dead man with you than a king without you. The safe house was a brutalist concrete bunker tucked into the side of a cliff in Montauk. It was cold, dark, and smelled of salt and gunpowder. There were no silk sheets here, no lilies, no obsidian tables. Alexander slammed the heavy steel door and turned to her. The adrenaline of the escape was curdling into something darker, something more primitive. He looked at the gold chainmail dress, the garment Marcus Sterling had sent, the garment Julian had bid $100 million for. Take it off, he commanded. It wasn't a rule. It wasn't a contract. It was a reclamation. Elena didn't hesitate. She reached for the clasp at her neck, her fingers trembling. The gold link slid down her body, hitting the concrete floor with a heavy, metallic clink that echoed like a final gavel. She stood before him in the dim, red emergency light of the bunker, naked, shivering, and marked by the night. Alexander let out a guttural groan. He didn't take off his suit. He dived for her, his hands gripping her hips with a violence that made her gasp. He pinned her against the cold concrete wall, his body a furnace against her skin. You're mine, he hissed, his face buried in the crook of her neck. Not the auctions, not the Thorn legacies. Mine. He wasn't the billionaire tonight. He was a man whose pride had been stripped bare, leaving only the obsession that had defined the last 8 days. He kissed her with a desperate, starving energy, his tongue demanding entry, his teeth grazing her lip. He tasted of copper, sweat, and salt. Say it, he growled against her skin. Tell me I'm the only one who gets to see you like this. You're the only one, she sobbed, her hands clawing at his back, drawing blood through the fine wool of his shirt. Alexander, I'm only yours. He didn't use foreplay. He didn't use the gentle touch of the Hamptons. He unzipped his trousers, his thick, heavy length springing free, pulsing with a rhythmic, frantic energy. He forced her legs apart with his knees, his hands gripping her thighs so hard his knuckles turned white. He entered her with a brutal, dry thrust that made Elena scream, the sound echoing off the concrete walls. He was too big, too hard, but she welcomed the pain. It was the only thing that felt as real as the danger they were in. He fucked her with a relentless, punishing pace. Each thrust was a statement of survival. Each groan was a reclamation of the woman he had almost lost to the shadows. He used the concrete wall to anchor her, his pelvis slamming against hers with a rhythmic, wet thud that drowned out the sound of the ocean outside. They thought they could buy you, he panted, his pace becoming a blur of friction and heat. They thought you had a price. I don't have a price, Alexander, she gasped, her body arching to meet every stroke. I have you. The climax hit them like a physical assault. It was a violent, shattering explosion of silver light and raw heat. Elena screamed his name, her internal muscles clamping down on him with a frantic, rhythmic intensity. Alexander let out a low, primal roar, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like they were branding the truth into her very marrow. He stayed deep inside her for a long time, his forehead pressed against the concrete, his heart hammering a frantic, synchronized rhythm against her ribs. The silence returned to the bunker, but it was a different silence. The illusion of power was dead. The price of pride had been paid. Alexander withdrew slowly and slid down the wall, pulling Elena into his lap. He wrapped his arms around her, his suit jacket draped over her shivering shoulders. "Tomorrow, the world will come for us," he whispered into her hair. The FBI, Julian, the Phoenix board. They won't stop until the Thorn name is a memory. Elena looked at the gold dress lying in a heap on the floor, $100 million ghost. She looked at the man who had traded his empire for the right to hold her in a concrete room. "Let them come," she said, her voice steady and sharp. "They bought a variable, Alexander, but they're about to find out that a variable can also be an end." He kissed her then, a slow, tender seal of their final surrender. The pride was gone. The contract was gone. There was only the obsession. And as the waves crashed against the cliff outside, Elena Vance realized that she wasn't the prize of the auction. She was the one who was going to make sure the auction never happened again. Chapter 32. Power Surrenders. The bunker in Montauk was a tomb of cold concrete and humming electronics, but inside the small sleeping quarters, the air was thick with the scent of salt, sweat, and the dying echoes of a dynasty. Alexander Thorne sat on the edge of the narrow cot, his broad shoulders hunched, his head hanging low. The midnight blue suit he had worn to the shipyard was ruined, torn at the seams, stained with the dust of the escape and the blood from Elena's nails. He looked at his hands. These were the hands that had moved markets. These were the hands that had signed the orders that dismantled the Vance family. And now they were shaking. He wasn't afraid of the FBI. He wasn't afraid of Marcus Sterling's lawyers or the Phoenix board's assassins. He was afraid of the silence coming from the woman standing across the room. Elena stood by the small, reinforced ventilation grate, watching the gray dawn bleed into the bunker. She was wrapped in his discarded suit jacket, the heavy wool smelling of him, a scent that had once been her prison and was now her only anchor. The gold chainmail dress lay on the floor like a pile of discarded coins, $100 million reminder of the world that was currently screaming for their heads. "The server just updated," Alexander said, his voice a hollow, sandpaper rasp. He didn't look up. "Julian has filed for an emergency injunction. He's claiming I'm mentally unfit. He's using the auction, the $50 million an hour, our flight, as proof that I've lost my grip on reality." Elena turned. Her face was pale, her eyes wide and haunted, but there was a sharpness in her gaze that hadn't been there a week ago. "Are you losing your grip?" Alexander finally looked at her. The gray of his eyes was almost entirely eclipsed by the black of his pupils. "I lost it the moment I saw you on that stage, Elena. Everything since then has been a slow-motion crash. My empire, my name, my pride, it's all burning. And the terrifying part is, I'm the one who lit the match." He stood up, his movements heavy, as if the air in the bunker had turned to lead. He walked toward her, but he didn't stop in her space with the usual predatory confidence. He stopped 3 feet away. "I have a plan to save the company," he whispered. "Eris is waiting for a signal. If I sign the Vance Restoration Papers, if I admit that the acquisition of your father's patent was a fraudulent act by my father and I return the assets to you, the FBI loses their primary motive for the trafficking charge. I become a whistleblower instead of a predator. The Thorne name survives. The merger goes through." "And what happens to us?" Elena asked. Alexander's jaw tightened. "The board has a condition. To protect the stock price, I have to distance myself from the variable. You'd be given the restitution, hundreds of millions. You'd be free, truly free, but you'd have to sign a non-contact order. You'd have to vanish. And I'd have to stay in that glass tower, ruling over a kingdom that smells like your absence." The silence that followed was the heaviest thing Alina had ever felt. This was the breaking point. The ultimate power move. Alexander was offering her justice for her father and a fortune beyond her wildest dreams. He was offering to give her back her life. All it would cost was him. "You're giving me a choice," Alina said, her voice trembling. "I'm surrendering," Alexander corrected. He did something then that he had never done, not for his father, not for the Phoenix board, not for any man or god. He sank to his knees. It wasn't a sexual act. It wasn't part of a game. He knelt before her on the cold concrete floor, his head bowed, his hands resting on his thighs. The Titan had fallen. The master was gone. There was only a man, stripped of his armor, offering his heart as a sacrifice. "I have spent my life possessing things, Alina," he whispered, his voice cracking. "I thought if I bought you, I could control the one thing that made me feel alive. But I was wrong. You can't own a fire. You can only choose to let it burn you or let it keep you warm. I'm choosing to let you go, take the restitution, take the freedom. Destroy me if you have to, just be free." Alina looked down at him. The sight of Alexander Thorne, the man who owned the skyline, kneeling in the dirt of a bunker, was the most provocative thing she had ever seen. It was more intense than the library, more raw than the penthouse. It was the ultimate heat. Power didn't look like a skyscraper or $1 billion. Power looked like this, a man willing to lose everything for the mercy of the woman he had tried to own. She didn't walk away. She reached out and ran her fingers through his dark, disheveled hair. She felt him shiver under her touch. She moved her hand down to his jaw, forcing him to look up at her. His eyes were wet, filled with a raw, jagged vulnerability that made her own heart shatter. "You think you can just buy your way out of this, Alexander?" she whispered. "You think you can pay for your sins with a check and a goodbye?" "Alina." No, she dropped the suit jacket, letting it fall to the floor. She stood before him, naked in the red light of the bunker, her skin glowing like a warning. "You don't get to surrender that easily. You bought 7 nights. You bought a week of my life, but you haven't even begun to pay for what you've done to my heart." She sank down to the floor with him, her knees meeting the concrete. She crawled into his space, her body a furnace against his. "I don't want the restitution," she hissed, her lips inches from his. "I don't want the non-contact order. I want the monster. I want the man who is brave enough to kneel, and I want him to know that he's never going to be free of me." Alexander let out a choked, broken sound, a sob that turned into a growl. He grabbed her waist, his fingers digging into her skin, and pulled her flush against him. The sex that followed wasn't a reclamation. It wasn't an act of dominance. It was a mutual destruction. He didn't remove his shirt. He didn't care about the clothes or the setting. He pinned her to the cold concrete wall of the bunker, his body a solid, unyielding weight against hers. He kissed her with a desperate, starving intensity, his tongue a rough, demanding muscle that tasted of salt and surrender. He entered her with a single, deep, agonizingly slow thrust. Alina's head snapped back against the concrete. She felt him every inch of him, filling her, stretching her, claiming her not as a possession, but as a part of his own soul. It was a joining of more than just flesh. It was a fusion of two people who had reached their breaking point and decided to shatter together. Alexander moved with a rhythmic, frantic energy, his breath coming in jagged, guttural gasps. He wasn't the billionaire tonight. He was a man fighting for his life, his hands gripping her thighs as if she were the only thing keeping him from drifting into the abyss. "Alina, please," he groaned, his face buried in her neck. "Don't stop," she sobbed, her hands clawing at his back. "Don't you ever stop." The climax hit them like a physical blow. It was a violent, shuddering explosion of silver light and raw, unadulterated heat. Elena screamed into the empty bunker, her internal muscles clamping down on him with a frantic intensity. Alexander followed her seconds later, his body stiffening as he spilled himself into her, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like a baptism. He stayed inside her for a long time, his forehead pressed against hers, their shared breath misting in the cool air of the bunker. The power had surrendered. But in its place, something far more dangerous had been born. The sun finally broke over the Atlantic, casting a pale, cold light through the ventilation grate. Alexander sat back on his heels, his hands still resting on Alina's hips. He looked at her, shattered, beautiful, and utterly resolved. "You're not signing the papers," he said. It wasn't a question. "I'm signing the restoration," she said, her voice steady and sharp. "I'm taking the patent back. I'm taking the Thorn assets, but I'm not signing the non-contact order. And I'm not vanishing." She reached out and took his hand, her fingers interlacing with his. "Julian wants a war, we'll give him one. Sterling wants a scandal, we'll give him a revolution. But we do it together, Alexander. No more auctions, no more variables, just us." Alexander looked at her, and for the first time in the entire ordeal, a real smile touched his lips. It was a dark, dangerous thing, the smile of a man who had lost his empire but found his soul. "Power surrenders," he whispered, leaning in to kiss her forehead. "But obsession is forever." He stood up and offered his hand, not as a master, not as a buyer, but as a man who had finally learned that the most expensive thing in the world isn't something you buy, it's something you earn. They walked toward the heavy steel door of the bunker together. The helicopters were still circling. The world was still waiting to judge them. But as they stepped out into the salt air of the morning, Elena Vance realized that the breaking point was over. The 7 nights had become a lifetime, and the Billionaire's auction was finally, fully closed. Chapter 32, Power Surrenders. The bunker in Montauk was a tomb of cold concrete and humming electronics, but inside the small sleeping quarters, the air was thick with the scent of salt, sweat, and the dying echoes of a dynasty. Alexander Thorn sat on the edge of the narrow cot, his broad shoulders hunched, his head hanging low. The midnight blue suit he had worn to the shipyard was ruined, torn at the seams, stained with the dust of the escape and the blood from Elena's nails. He looked at his hands. These were the hands that had moved markets. These were the hands that had signed the orders that dismantled the Vance family. And now they were shaking. He wasn't afraid of the FBI. He wasn't afraid of Marcus Sterling's lawyers or the Phoenix Board's assassins. He was afraid of the silence coming from the woman standing across the room. Elena stood by the small, reinforced ventilation grate, watching the gray dawn bleed into the bunker. She was wrapped in his discarded suit jacket, the heavy wool smelling of him, a scent that had once been her prison and was now her only anchor. The gold chainmail dress lay on the floor like a pile of discarded coins, $100 million reminder of the world that was currently screaming for their heads. "The server just updated," Alexander said, his voice a hollow, sandpaper rasp. He didn't look up. "Julian has filed for an emergency injunction. He's claiming I'm mentally unfit. He's using the auction, the $50 million and our flight, as proof that I've lost my grip on reality." Elena turned. Her face was pale, her eyes wide and haunted, but there was a sharpness in her gaze that hadn't been there a week ago. "Are you losing your grip?" Alexander finally looked at her. The gray of his eyes was almost entirely eclipsed by the black of his pupils. I lost it the moment I saw you on that stage, Elena. Everything since then has been a slow-motion crash. My empire, my name, my pride, it's all burning. And the terrifying part is, I'm the one who lit the match. He stood up, his movements heavy, as if the air in the bunker had turned to lead. He walked toward her, but he didn't stop in her space with the usual predatory confidence. He stopped 3 feet away. I have a plan to save the company, he whispered. Eris is waiting for a signal. If I sign the Vance restoration papers, if I admit that the acquisition of your father's patent was a fraudulent act by my father and I return the assets to you, the FBI loses their primary motive for the trafficking charge. I become a whistleblower instead of a predator. The Thorn name survives. The merger goes through. And what happens to us? Elena asked. Alexander's jaw tightened. The board has a condition. To protect the stock price, I have to distance myself from the variable. You'd be given the restitution, hundreds of millions. You'd be free, truly free, but you'd have to sign a non-contact order. You'd have to vanish. And I'd have to stay in that glass tower, ruling over a kingdom that smells like your absence. The silence that followed was the heaviest thing Elena had ever felt. This was the breaking point. The ultimate power move. Alexander was offering her justice for her father and a fortune beyond her wildest dreams. He was offering to give her back her life. All it would cost was him. You're giving me a choice, Elena said, her voice trembling. I'm surrendering, Alexander corrected. He did something then that he had never done. Not for his father, not for the Phoenix board, not for any man or god. He sank to his knees. It wasn't a sexual act. It wasn't part of a game. He knelt before her on the cold concrete floor, his head bowed, his hands resting on his thighs. The Titan had fallen. The master was gone. There was only a man, stripped of his armor, offering his heart as a sacrifice. I have spent my life possessing things, Elena, he whispered, his voice cracking. I thought if I bought you, I could control the one thing that made me feel alive. But I was wrong. You can't own a fire. You can only choose to let it burn you or let it keep you warm. I'm choosing to let you go, take the restitution, take the freedom. Destroy me if you have to, just be free. Elena looked down at him. The sight of Alexander Thorn, the man who owned the skyline, kneeling in the dirt of a bunker, was the most provocative thing she had ever seen. It was more intense than the library, more raw than the penthouse. It was the ultimate heat. Power didn't look like a skyscraper or $1 billion. Power looked like this, a man willing to lose everything for the mercy of the woman he had tried to own. She didn't walk away. She reached out and ran her fingers through his dark, disheveled hair. She felt him shiver under her touch. She moved her hand down to his jaw, forcing him to look up at her. His eyes were wet, filled with a raw, jagged vulnerability that made her own heart shatter. You think you can just buy your way out of this, Alexander? She whispered. You think you can pay for your sins with a check and a goodbye? Elena. No, she dropped the suit jacket, letting it fall to the floor. She stood before him, naked in the red light of the bunker, her skin glowing like a warning. You don't get to surrender that easily. You bought 7 nights. You bought a week of my life, but you haven't even begun to pay for what you've done to my heart. She sank down to the floor with him, her knees meeting the concrete. She crawled into his space, her body a furnace against his. I don't want the restitution, she hissed, her lips inches from his. I don't want the non-contact order. I want the monster. I want the man who is brave enough to kneel. And I want him to know that he's never going to be free of me. Alexander let out a choked, broken sound, a sob that turned into a growl. He grabbed her waist, his fingers digging into her skin, and pulled her flush against him. The sex that followed wasn't a reclamation. It wasn't an act of dominance. It was a mutual destruction. He didn't remove his shirt. He didn't care about the clothes or the setting. He pinned her to the cold concrete wall of the bunker, his body a solid, unyielding weight against hers. He kissed her with a desperate, starving intensity, his tongue a rough, demanding muscle that tasted of salt and surrender. He entered her with a single, deep, agonizingly slow thrust. Elena's head snapped back against the concrete. She felt him every inch of him, filling her, stretching her, claiming her not as a possession, but as a part of his own soul. It was a joining of more than just flesh. It was a fusion of two people who had reached their breaking point and decided to shatter together. Alexander moved with a rhythmic, frantic energy, his breath coming in jagged, guttural gasps. He wasn't the billionaire tonight. He was a man fighting for his life, his hands gripping her thighs as if she were the only thing keeping him from drifting into the abyss. "Elena, please," he groaned, his face buried in her neck. "Don't stop," she sobbed, her hands clawing at his back. "Don't you ever stop." The climax hit them like a physical blow. It was a violent, shuddering explosion of silver light and raw, unadulterated heat. Elena screamed into the empty bunker, her internal muscles clamping down on him with a frantic intensity. Alexander followed her seconds later, his body stiffening as he spilled himself into her, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like a baptism. He stayed inside her for a long time, his forehead pressed against hers, their shared breath misting in the cool air of the bunker. The power had surrendered. But in its place, something far more dangerous had been born. The sun finally broke over the Atlantic, casting a pale, cold light through the ventilation grate. Alexander sat back on his heels, his hands still resting on Elena's hips. He looked at her, shattered, beautiful, and utterly resolved. "You're not signing the papers," he said. It wasn't a question. "I'm signing the restoration," she said, her voice steady and sharp. "I'm taking the patent back. I'm taking the Thorn assets, but I'm not signing the non-contact order, and I'm not vanishing." She reached out and took his hand, her fingers interlacing with his. "Julian wants a war, we'll give him one. Sterling wants a scandal, we'll give him a revolution. But we do it together, Alexander. No more auctions, no more variables, just us." Alexander looked at her, and for the first time in the entire ordeal, a real smile touched his lips. It was a dark, dangerous thing, the smile of a man who had lost his empire but found his soul. "Power surrenders," he whispered, leaning in to kiss her forehead. "But obsession is forever." He stood up and offered his hand, not as a master, not as a buyer, but as a man who had finally learned that the most expensive thing in the world isn't something you buy, it's something you earn. They walked toward the heavy steel door of the bunker together. The helicopters were still circling. The world was still waiting to judge them. But as they stepped out into the salt air of the morning, Elena Vance realized that the breaking point was over. The 7 nights had become a lifetime. And the Billionaire's auction was finally, fully closed. Chapter 33, A Public Risk. The salt air of Montauk didn't feel like freedom. It felt like a countdown. When the heavy steel door of the bunker finally groaned open, the world didn't greet Elena and Alexander with silence. It greeted them with the rhythmic, predatory thrum of a news helicopter hovering 1,000 feet above the cliffs and the distant, tinny sound of a siren echoing through the pines. Alexander stood at the threshold, his hand anchored to the small of Elena's back. He wasn't gripping her with the cold authority of the auction anymore. He was holding her like a man who had finally realized that if he let go, he would drift into the black Atlantic below. His suit was a wreck, his face was shadowed by 5 days of stubble, but his eyes, those turbulent, gray storms, were clearer than she had ever seen them. "They're waiting," he whispered. The wind caught his words, almost whipping them away. "Miller, the press, Julian's lawyers. The second we step off this property, the performance is over. The reality begins." Elena looked at him. She was wearing his silk robe under a heavy wool coat they'd found in the bunker's emergency supplies. She felt raw, her skin still humming from the desperate, soul-shattering surrender of the night before. "Let them wait," she said, her voice steady. "We're not going to their deposition, Alexander. We're going to yours." This was the public risk. They weren't going to hide in a federal hotel or sneak into a courtroom through a back alley. They were going to walk directly into the heart of the fire. They were going back to Thorn Plaza, not as master and mistress, but as a united front that would either incinerate the Thorn legacy or forge something new from the ashes. The ride back to Manhattan was a different kind of war. They sat in the back of a blacked-out SUV driven by one of Alexander's few remaining loyalists. The city skyline rose up in the distance, a jagged crown of glass and greed. Elena watched the flashes of light on the dashboard, her hand resting on Alexander's thigh. He covered her hand with his thumb tracing the line of her knuckles. There was no desk between them, no auction floor, no contract. "The board is meeting at noon," Alexander said, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. "Julian is going to move for the morality clause in the charter. He's going to use the Blackwood ledgers to prove I used corporate funds for a personal acquisition. If I don't show up with the Vance restoration papers already signed and filed, they'll strip the CEO title before I can even reach the elevators." "And if you do show up with me?" Elena asked. "Then we're taking the biggest risk of all." He turned to her, his expression a mixture of terror and dark, unyielding desire. "I'm not just restoring the patent, Elena. I'm naming you the majority shareholder of the subsidiary that controls the Thorn energy grid. I'm giving you the keys to the empire." "You're making me your partner," she whispered. "I'm making you my equal, and the world is going to hate us for it." He pulled her into his chest, his arms wrapping around her with a frantic, bone-deep intensity. He buried his face in her hair, breathing her in as if she were the only thing keeping him from the edge. "I spent $50 million to buy a week," he groaned against her skin. "I'd spend every cent of the Thorn fortune to buy a lifetime of you looking at me the way you did in that bunker." The car began to slow as they entered the heavy traffic of Midtown. The white flashes of the paparazzi began to strobe against the tinted windows, a fractured, violent assault. "We need to get ready," Alexander said, his voice dropping to that low, predatory baritone. "If we're going to walk into that boardroom, we need to look like the gods they think we're trying to be." They didn't go to the penthouse. They went to a private floor in the Thorn Plaza, a floor dedicated to the shadow cabinet, the elite tailors and stylists who handled the public image of the dynasty. The room was a sanctuary of white marble and gold leaf, smelling of expensive cologne and fresh lilies. Alexander dismissed the staff with a single, sharp gesture. He wanted to be the only one to touch her. "The dress is in the vault," he said, walking toward a hidden panel in the wall. He returned with a garment that made Elena's breath hitch. It wasn't the black silk of the auction or the red lace of his desire. It was a gown of structured, architectural white, stark, pure, and lethally elegant. It had a high collar that framed her jaw like a challenge and a back that plunged to the base of her spine. "This is your armor," Alexander whispered. He helped her out of the wool coat and the robe. She stood naked in the center of the white room, her skin glowing under the recessed lights. She saw the marks on her body, the bruises on her hips, the faint bite mark on her shoulder. They were the history of the last 8 days, the map of her journey from item to chosen. Alexander didn't rush. He picked up the white dress and stepped into her space. He slid the fabric over her head, the heavy silk falling over her curves like a second skin. He stood behind her to do up the tiny, hidden buttons at the back of her neck. His fingers were steady, but his breath was jagged. As he finished the last button, his hands stayed there, his palms flat against her bare back. "You're beautiful," he murmured, his face dropping to the crook of her neck. "So beautiful it hurts to look at you." He turned her around. The dress was a masterpiece, turning her into a vision of untouchable power. But beneath the silk, she was still the woman who had knelt in the dirt with him. "One more thing," he said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a velvet box. Inside was a ring. It wasn't a diamond. It was a raw, uncut piece of obsidian, black, jagged, and unbreakable. "This belonged to the first Thorn woman," he said, sliding it onto her finger. "She wasn't a queen. She was a revolutionary who built the first shipping line with her own hands. She was the only one who ever matched the men in this family. I'm not a thorn, Alexander. You're the only thorn that matters now." He pulled her flush against him, his hands gripping her waist. The public risk was only minutes away, but in the silence of the white room, the heat between them ignited one last time. It was a different kind of heat, not the frantic desperation of the bunker, but a slow, rhythmic, and incredibly provocative claim. He didn't remove the white dress. He couldn't. Instead, he hiked the silk up to her waist, his hands moving over her thighs with a slow, deliberate reverence. He unzipped his trousers, his thick, heavy length springing free, pulsing with a rhythmic, frantic energy. "Alexander, the board is waiting," she gasped, her hands tangling in his dark hair. "Let them wait," he growled. "I want them to see the fire in your eyes when we walk in. I want them to know that I just spent the last hour worshiping the woman they think they can buy." He entered her right there, against the white marble vanity. It was a slow, deep, and incredibly intense joining. Each thrust was a statement of partnership. Each groan was a seal of their new reality. Elena arched her back, her head thrashed against the mirror, her eyes locked onto his gray gaze. She saw him then, not the billionaire, not the monster, but her partner. The climax was a long, slow-motion explosion of silver light. Elena cried out, her voice echoing in the sterile room, her internal muscles clamping down on him with a frantic intensity. Alexander followed her, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like a final signature on her soul. 20 minutes later, the elevator doors of the Thorn Plaza executive floor slid open. The hallway was a gauntlet of security guards, lawyers, and the sudden, deafening roar of the press that had been allowed into the foyer. Alexander stepped out first. He was dressed in a suit of charcoal black, his hair perfectly swept back, his face a mask of cold, absolute authority. He reached back and took Elena's hand. The world went silent for a heartbeat. Elena stepped out beside him in the stark white dress, the obsidian ring glowing on her hand, her head held high. She didn't look like a mistress. She didn't look like a victim. She looked like the woman who owned the room. They walked toward the boardroom doors. The flashes of the cameras were a strobe light assault, but Elena didn't flinch. She felt the weight of Alexander's hand in hers, a connection that was more powerful than the Thorn legacy. The doors swung open. The board was seated around the long obsidian table. 20 men and women who held the keys to the city's economy. At the head of the table sat Julian Thorne, his face a mask of frozen, icy shock. Beside him was Marcus Sterling, a smug, triumphant grin on his face that began to fade the moment he saw Alina's white dress. Alexander didn't take his seat. He walked to the center of the room, Alina at his side. "The Phoenix auction is dead," Alexander said, his voice a lethal, low-frequency rumble that seemed to vibrate the very air in the room. "And so is the era of the Thorne men ruling from the shadows." He reached into his jacket and pulled out a stack of documents. He slammed them onto the table. "These are the Vance restoration papers. They have been filed with the SEC and the FBI. The patent has been returned. The assets have been liquidated into a trust for Alina Vance." Julian stood up, his face red with rage. "You've destroyed the merger, Alexander. You've bankrupted the subsidiary for a woman." "I haven't destroyed the merger," Alexander countered, his eyes flashing with a dark, triumphant fire. "I've secured it, because as of 5 minutes ago, Alina Vance is the majority shareholder of Thorne Energy, and she has a very specific set of rules for the new board." Alina stepped forward. She looked at Marcus Sterling, whose face was now the color of ash. She looked at Julian Thorne, the ghost of the man Alexander used to be. "Rule 1, Alina said, her voice clear and sharp as a diamond. "The auction ends today. No more variables, no more items." She looked at Alexander. She saw the man who had knelt for her. She saw the man who had traded his empire for the right to hold her hand in public. "And rule 2, she added, her gaze returning to the board. "The only person who decides the value of a woman in this room is the woman herself, and I've decided I'm priceless." The silence in the boardroom was absolute. It was the sound of a world shifting on its axis. Alexander reached out and took her hand, his fingers interlacing with hers. The public risk had been taken. The bridge was burned. And as they stood together in the heart of the empire, Alina Vance realized that she was no longer the one being sold. She was the one who was going to build the new world. Chapter 34. No masks left. The boardroom doors had closed with a sound like a guillotine, but the silence inside Thorne Plaza was far from peaceful. It was a pressurized, vibrating thing, the sound of an empire's foundation cracking under the weight of the truth. As Alexander and Alina walked back toward the private elevator, the gauntlet of lawyers and security guards fell back like waves before a prow. There were no more whispers. There was only awe, fear, and the sudden, jagged realization that the rules of the game had changed. Alexander didn't let go of her hand. His grip was a tether, a grounding wire for the lightning that was still arcing between them. They didn't speak until the elevator doors hissed shut, sealing them into the silk-lined capsule. Alexander leaned back against the mirrored wall, his chest heaving. He looked at Alina, at the stark white dress, the obsidian ring, and the lethal clarity in her eyes. The mask of the Titan didn't just slip, it shattered. He looked raw, exhausted, and terrifyingly alive. "You did it," he whispered, the words a low, gravelly vibration. "You didn't just sign the papers. You took the throat of the board and squeezed." "We did it," Alina corrected. She stepped into his space, her heels clicking on the floor. She reached up and unknotted his tie, her fingers moving with a slow, deliberate rhythm. "The masks are gone, Alexander. No more item 42. No more billionaire. No more secrets." She pulled the tie from his neck and dropped it. Then she began to unbutton his shirt. Alexander's breath hitched. He grabbed her wrists, his pulse thrumming against her palms. "The world is burning out there, Alina. Julian is already calling the SEC. Sterling is probably halfway to a safe house. The press is going to dismantle every second of our lives. Let them, she said, her voice dropping to a seductive, dangerous purr. They can have the story, they can have the scandal, but they can't have this. She pulled her wrists from his grip and finished the buttons of his shirt, pushing the fabric off his shoulders. She wanted him bare. She wanted to see the man who had knelt for her, the man who had traded his legacy for her mercy. Alexander let out a guttural groan and grabbed her waist, spinning her around and pinning her against the mirrored elevator wall. His reflection was a dark, brooding shadow behind her white-clad silhouette. "No masks left," he growled, his face buried in the crook of her neck. He didn't wait for the penthouse. He couldn't. The adrenaline of the boardroom, the terror of the bunker, and the raw, unadulterated triumph of their union had turned his blood into lava. He reached down and gripped the hem of the structured white silk dress. He didn't rip it. This dress was her armor, but he hiked it up to her waist, his hands moving over her skin with a frantic animal hunger. "Alexander, the cameras," she gasped, her head thrashed back against the mirror. "I turned them off the second we stepped inside," he hissed. "This is our space, our rule." He unzipped his trousers, his thick, heavy length springing free, pulsing with the same frantic energy that was vibrating through the entire building. He didn't use foreplay. He didn't need to. Elena was already slick, her body a traitorous, starving instrument that had been waiting for this reclamation since the moment she stood at that podium. He entered her with a single, brutal thrust. Elena's vision went white. The sensation of him filling her in the small, moving space was overwhelming. Each rhythmic thrum of the elevator's ascent felt like it was happening inside her body. Alexander was a force of nature, his hands gripping her thighs, his teeth grazing the sensitive skin of her shoulder. "You're mine," he panted, his pace a blur of friction and heat. "Not because I bought you, because you're the only thing that's real." "Yes," she sobbed, her nails drawing blood through the skin of his back. "I'm yours, Alexander Moore." He fucked her against the glass and silk, a raw, primal encounter that had nothing to do with billionaires or auctions. It was the sound of skin on skin, the rhythmic thud of the elevator, and the desperate, synchronized gasps of two people who had finally found the surface. The climax hit them as the elevator chimed for the 100th floor. It was a violent, shattering explosion that turned the world into a blur of silver light. Elena screamed his name, her internal muscles clamping down on him with a frantic intensity. Alexander followed her, his body stiffening as he spilled himself into her, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like a final, unwritten contract. The doors opened directly into the penthouse. They stumbled out, still tangled together, the cool air of the high-rise hitting their heated skin. The room was dark, the only light coming from the city below, a million glowing eyes watching the tower but seeing nothing. Alexander picked her up, her legs wrapping around his waist, and carried her to the floor-to-ceiling window. He set her down on her feet, but he didn't move away. He stood behind her, his arms wrapped around her waist, his chin resting on her shoulder. They looked out at the empire. "Julian will try to sue for the intellectual property," Alexander said, his voice returning to a low, quiet resonance. "He'll claim the Vance restoration was done under emotional duress. He'll try to tie you up in court for years." Elena leaned back against him, her head resting on his chest. She looked at the obsidian ring on her finger. "Let him try. I own the grid now, Alexander. If he wants to fight, he'll have to do it in the dark. I can shut down every thorn building in this city with a single command." Alexander let out a low, dark laugh. I've created a monster." "No," she whispered, turning in his arms to face him. "You just finally met your match." She reached up and traced the line of his jaw. He looked different without the mask of power. He looked younger, more vulnerable, and yet infinitely more dangerous. Because a man with nothing to lose is a threat, but a man with everything to protect is a god. "What happens tomorrow?" she asked. "Tomorrow, we face the fallout. The press conference is at 10. The FBI will want a final statement. And the board. The board will be waiting to see if we blink." He pulled her closer, his hands sliding down to her hips. "But tonight there are no masks, no cameras, no board." He led her toward the master suite. The charcoal silk sheets were waiting, but as they walked through the penthouse, Alina realized that the auction was finally, truly over. There was no more bidding. There was no more price. She had been bought for 50 million, but she had been chosen for something that couldn't be counted. And as she looked at Alexander Thorne, the man who had ruined her, saved her, and finally surrendered to her, she realized that the only person who had truly been sold at the auction was him. He had sold his soul to her. And she was never going to give it back. Chapter 35, Wanting Without Chains. The sun rose over Manhattan like a spill of liquid gold, but for the first time since she had arrived at Thorne Plaza, Alina Vance didn't wake up to the feeling of being watched. She woke up to the feeling of being held. She lay in the center of the massive bed, the charcoal silk sheets tangled around her legs like the remnants of a dream. Alexander was still asleep, his heavy arm draped over her waist, his thumb resting just above her hip bone. In the quiet, morning light, the Titan looked human. The lines of stress around his eyes had softened, and his breathing was slow, rhythmic, and deep. Alina looked at her hand, specifically at the obsidian ring. It felt heavier than the diamonds. It was a weight of choice, not of debt. She thought about the rules. Rule 1, no covering. Rule 2, do not speak unless questioned. Rule 6, I decide when the day is over. They were gone. The contract was a pile of ash in the Hamptons. The legal restitution had been filed. The power grid of New York was, on paper, partially hers. She could get up, put on a robe, and walk out of the front door. She could call a cab, fly to Italy, and never look back at the glass tower or the man who had bought her. But as she watched the steady rise and fall of Alexander's chest, she realized that the chains hadn't been made of paper or money. They had been made of a hunger she didn't know she possessed until he had reached into her soul and pulled it out. She didn't want to leave. She wanted to see what happened when the wanting had no chains. She moved, sliding her body against his. The friction of skin on skin was electric, a familiar spark that ignited the low-simmering fire in her belly. She traced the line of his jaw with her fingertip, feeling the rough shadow of his stubble. Alexander's eyes opened. There was no transition from sleep to wakefulness. He was simply there, his gray gaze locking onto hers with a clarity that made her breath hitch. He didn't issue a command. He didn't reach for her wrists. He just looked at her, his hand sliding up from her waist to cup her cheek. "You're still here," he whispered, his voice a morning rasp that sent a shiver down her spine. "I'm still here," she said. "And I'm not wearing the sheets, Alexander, but not because of your rule." A slow, dark smile touched his lips, a smile of pure, unadulterated relief and simmering lust. "Why then?" "Because I want you to see me, all of me, without the contract, without the auction." She leaned in, her lips brushing his. "I want you to see the woman who chose the monster." Alexander let out a guttural groan and pulled her into his chest. This wasn't the predatory reclamation of the previous nights, it was a mutual collision. He didn't pin her down. He rolled onto his back, pulling her on top of him, letting her take the space. The board is calling for an emergency session at 10, he murmured against her throat, his hands sliding down to her hips, his fingers digging into the soft flesh. The press is camped out in the lobby. Julian is trying to freeze my personal assets. Let them, Elena whispered, her hands tangling in his dark hair. She sat up, straddling him, her hair falling around them like a curtain. She looked down at him, her eyes burning with a new, dangerous kind of power. The world can wait, Alexander. Right now, I want to know if you can handle wanting me without the chains. Alexander's eyes flared. He reached up and gripped her waist, his thumbs tracing the line of her hip bones. He was already hard, a thick, insistent pressure against her thigh. I've wanted you without chains since the second I saw you on that stage, he growled. I just didn't think I was allowed to have it. He didn't wait, he didn't ask, but he didn't command either. He simply moved, his hands sliding down to her thighs, opening her up. He was thick, hot, and weeping with his own need. Elena guided him in, her eyes locked onto his as she lowered herself onto him. The entry was soul-shattering. Without the rules, without the weight of the sale, the sensation was amplified 1,000-fold. It wasn't a transaction, it was a fusion. Elena gasped, her head thrashing back, her internal muscles clamping down on him with a frantic, rhythmic intensity. God, Elena. Alexander choked out, his hands moving up to her breasts, his thumbs rubbing her nipples until they were peaked and aching. He began to move, but he didn't take the lead. He let her set the pace. Elena arched her back, her heels digging into the mattress, her body moving in a slow, rhythmic dance of pure desire. She felt every inch of him, every ridge, every pulse. She saw the way his face transformed, the Titan becoming a man, the billionaire becoming a lover. Look at me, she commanded, echoing his own old words back to him. He looked. His eyes were molten lead, filled with a raw, jagged adoration that made her heart ache more than her body. You're beautiful, he whispered. You're the only thing that's ever been mine that I didn't have to pay for. I was never yours to buy, Alexander, she said, her pace increasing, her breathing becoming a series of ragged, broken gasps. You just had to wait for me to decide to be yours. The heat in the room rose until it felt like the glass walls would melt. The city of New York was 1,000,000 miles away. There was only the friction, the scent of sandalwood and salt, and the rhythmic, wet slapping of their bodies colliding. Alexander reached up and gripped her throat, his thumb pressing against her windpipe, not to dominate, but to anchor her as the waves of pleasure began to crash. I'm going to. She sobbed, her body vibrating. Do it, he growled, his own pace becoming a frantic blur. Come for me, Elena. Come because you want to. The climax hit her like a lightning strike. It was a violent, shattering explosion of silver light that turned her world into a blur of pure sensation. She screamed his name, her body convulsing around him, her internal muscles milking him with a desperate intensity. Alexander followed her seconds later. He let out a low, primal roar, his body stiffening as he spilled himself into her. He thrust one last time, pinning her to his chest as he erupted, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like a final, unwritten contract of the soul. They lay in the wreckage of the charcoal sheets for a long time, their shared breath misting in the cool air of the penthouse. The wanting without chains had left them both shattered, but in the ruins there was a new kind of strength. Alexander finally shifted, pulling her into his side. He kissed her temple, his hand stroking her hair. We have an hour before the first press conference, he said, his voice returning to its low, professional resonance, but the warmth remained. I'll be ready, Elena said. She stood up and walked to the window, her nakedness no longer a source of shame. She looked out at the city she now partially owned. She saw the Thorn Plaza sign glowing in the distance. She saw the world that wanted to judge her, to break her, to use her as a variable in a game of power. She reached out and touched the glass. Alexander. Yes. The auctioneer at the Phoenix event. The one who called me the variable. Alexander walked up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. What about him? I want his name. And I want the names of every man who placed a bid on me in that shipyard. Alexander's grip tightened, his eyes darkening. I've already started the liquidation of their assets, Elena. By next week, the men who tried to buy you won't have enough money to buy a cup of coffee. Good. She turned in his arms, her eyes flashing with a lethal, cold clarity. Because the 7th night is over. But the payment is just beginning. Alexander looked at her, and for the first time, he saw the true power of the woman he had bought. She wasn't his shadow. She was the light that was going to burn his enemies to ash. Chosen, not bought, he whispered, leaning down to kiss her. Chosen, she agreed. The masks were gone. The chains were broken. And as they prepared to face the world together, Elena Vance realized that the Billionaire's auction had been the cheapest part of her life. The real price was the woman she had become, a woman who was no longer for sale, but who was ready to own the world. Chapter 36. The past comes for payment. The air in the penthouse didn't smell like sandalwood anymore. It smelled like the cold, ozone-heavy scent of an approaching storm. It was 3:00 a.m. on the 10th day since the auction. The glass tower was no longer a sanctuary. It was a lighthouse in a rising sea of scandal. Below, the city was awake with the frenzy of the Thorn Fall. The news cycles were a relentless loop of grainy auction photos, legal experts dissecting the Vance restoration, and the inevitable, predatory speculation on just how long a billionaire could survive his own heart. Elena stood in the kitchen, her hands wrapped around a glass of water she hadn't touched. She was wearing one of Alexander's black silk robes, the fabric heavy and cool against her skin. She looked out at the horizon, where the first jagged line of gray was beginning to cut through the dark. The silence was broken by the sharp, mechanical hiss of the private elevator. Elena didn't turn. She knew the rhythm of the guards, the cadence of the staff. But this sound was different. It was heavy, final. He's here, isn't he? She asked. Alexander appeared from the shadows of the library. He hadn't slept. His shirt was open, his hair a wild mess, his eyes glowing with a dark, restless energy. He held a phone in one hand and a blackened steel file in the other. Julian has bypassed the board, Alexander said, his voice a low-frequency rumble that seemed to vibrate the floorboards. He didn't go to the SEC. He went to the one place I thought was buried forever. He went to the Blackwood trustees. Elena turned, her heart hammering. The trustees, I thought the FBI cleared them. The FBI cleared the records, Alexander hissed. But the debt of a Thorn is never truly cleared. Julian has convinced them that by restoring your assets, I've committed an act of corporate treason. He's invoked the blood clause. Elena felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. What is the blood clause? It's an old, archaic part of the Thorn Charter. If a head of the house uses the family's core assets to settle a personal, moral debt, the family can reclaim the asset in question. It's not about the money, Elena. It's about the person. Julian isn't trying to take my company anymore. He's trying to legally reclaim you. The room went tomb silent. The past wasn't just coming for payment, it was coming to repo the soul of the woman Alexander had fought to free. He can't, Elena whispered. The law. Julian doesn't use the law, Elena. He uses the shadow law of the elite. And according to the contract you signed at Blackwood, the one that was transferred to the Phoenix board, your personhood is still technically collateral until the final audit is complete. Alexander walked toward her, his presence a dark, overwhelming heat. He slammed the file onto the obsidian table. Inside were photos, not of the auction, not of the penthouse, photos of her father, photos of the lab where the patent had been developed, and a photo of a young Alexander standing beside his father, looking at the very documents that would ruin the Vance family. He sent these to remind me, Alexander whispered, his hand tangling in her hair, pulling her head back. He wants me to know that no matter how much I love you, I am still the man who began your destruction. He wants me to believe that I don't deserve to protect you. Elena looked into his eyes, the gray, turbulent storms she had learned to navigate. She saw the guilt, the rage, and the raw, unadulterated obsession. You're not that man anymore, she said, her voice sharpening. I am that man. I am the man who signed the order. He roared, grabbing her waist and hoisting her up onto the obsidian table. The water glass shattered against the floor, a crystalline explosion that echoed through the room. And Julian knows it. He knows that as long as I feel this guilt, he can use you to break me. He didn't wait. He didn't ask. He was driven by a frantic, jagged need to reclaim her, to prove that she was his through choice, not through the shadow law of his ancestors. He ripped the silk robe open, the fabric tearing with a sound like a scream. He didn't remove his own clothes. He simply unzipped, his thick, heavy length springing free, pulsing with a rhythmic, frantic energy. He was harder than she had ever felt him, a physical manifestation of his own desperation. If he wants payment, Alexander hissed, his face inches from hers, he'll have to take it from my cold, dead hands. But right now, I'm the only one who gets to touch you. He entered her with a brutal, dry thrust that made Elena cry out, her head thrashed back against the obsidian. The pain was sharp, a lightning strike of reality that turned her blood to lava. He was too big, too much, but she welcomed the assault. She wanted the heat. She wanted the marks. She wanted to feel the man who was willing to burn his legacy to ashes just to hold her. He fucked her with a relentless, punishing pace. Each thrust was a statement of jurisdiction. Each groan was a declaration of war against the ghosts of his father and the threats of his uncle. He gripped her hips, his fingers digging into the soft flesh, leaving bruises that would be her armor for the day to come. "You're mine," he panted, his breath hot and jagged. "Tell me. Say it before the world comes to take you." "I'm yours," she sobbed, her hands clawing at his back, drawing blood through the fine cotton of his shirt. "Alexander, I'm only yours." The climax hit them like a crash on the market floor, sudden, violent, and total. Elena screamed his name into the empty penthouse, her internal muscles clamping down on him with a frantic intensity. Alexander let out a low, primal roar, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like he was pouring his very life into her. He stayed deep inside her for a long time, his forehead pressed against hers, their shared breath misting in the cool air. The silence returned, but it was different. It was the silence of two people who had just signed a pact in the dark. Alexander withdrew slowly and stood up, adjusting his clothes. He looked at the shattered glass on the floor, then back at her, flushed, naked, and marked. "The past is here for payment, Elena," he said, his voice returning to its cold, level resonance. "Julian is waiting at the old estate. He's called a meeting of the trustees. He wants me to hand you over to settle the blood clause." "What are you going to do?" Alexander reached into the pocket of his trousers and pulled out a small, silver detonator. the one he had used at the shipyard. "I'm going to pay him," Alexander whispered. "But not with you. I'm going to pay him with the only thing a thorn truly values." "What's that?" "The end of the line." He offered his hand, not as a master, not as a buyer, but as a man who was ready to walk into the fire with her. "Julian thinks I'm afraid of my guilt," Alexander said. "He's wrong. I'm only afraid of a world where you aren't in my bed. If the empire has to burn to keep you there, then let it burn." Alina took his hand. Her fingers were steady. She looked at the obsidian ring on her finger, the black, jagged stone that had belonged to a revolutionary. "We go to the estate," she said, "and Alexander." "Yes." "Don't bring the lawyers, bring the gasoline." The past had come for payment, but as they walked toward the elevator, Alina Vance realized that some debts can't be settled with money. They can only be settled with the absolute destruction of the past itself. The final bid was coming, and this time there were no masks left to hide behind. Chapter 37, Standing Beside a King. The Thorne ancestral estate, deep in the Hudson Valley, didn't feel like a home. It felt like a fortress built to house the sins of a century. It was a sprawling, Gothic monstrosity of black stone and ivy that looked like it had been clawed out of the earth. As the Maybach wound up the long, gravel driveway, the ancient oaks arched overhead like the ribs of a giant, skeletal beast. The air here was different from the city. It was cold, smelling of damp earth, wood smoke, and the stagnant history of men who had spent their lives believing they could buy anything, even time. Alexander sat in the back of the car, his hand gripped so tightly around Alina's that his knuckles were white. He was dressed in a suit of absolute black, no tie, the collar of his shirt open, revealing the jagged line of his throat. He looked less like a CEO and more like a war king returning to a city he intended to raze to the ground. "This is where it began," Alexander whispered, his voice a low, gravelly vibration that barely rose above the hum of the engine. "My grandfather built this place on the wreckage of a dozen smaller families. He used to say that a thorn doesn't live in a house, he lives in a statement of jurisdiction." Alina looked at the stone walls as they approached the front portico. "And what is the statement today, Alexander?" "Today," he said, turning to her, his gray eyes burning with a dark, unholy clarity, "the statement is that the bloodline is broken, and the only thing left standing is us." He reached out, his hand sliding behind her neck, pulling her toward him. He didn't kiss her for comfort. He kissed her to mark her. It was a deep, possessive claim that tasted of the scotch he'd been drinking and the raw, jagged adrenaline of the night. He bit her lower lip, hard enough to draw a gasp, his tongue a rough, demanding muscle. "They think you're an asset, Alina," he growled against her skin. "They think the blood clause gives them the right to pull you back into the dark. But they forget that I'm the one who knows how the shadows work." The car stopped. The front doors of the manor were opened by two men in suits that looked like they had been tailored in 1950, stiff, traditional, and devoid of any modern mercy. These were the Thorne trustees, not the lawyers or the bankers, but the shadow keepers of the family's most archaic secrets. Alexander stepped out first, then reached back for Alina. He didn't offer a hand of support, he offered a hand of partnership. They walked into the foyer, a vast cavern of white marble and dark mahogany. Portraits of dead Thorne men lined the walls, their painted eyes following Alina with a cold, judgmental focus. She felt the weight of their legacy pressing down on her, the decades of theft, the centuries of pride. But as she gripped the obsidian ring on her finger, she felt her own power rising. She wasn't the girl from the Brooklyn apartment anymore. She was the woman who held the keys to the Thorn energy grid. She was the variable that had finally unglued the equation. "This way, Alexander," one of the trustees said. "Julian is waiting in the Great Library." The Great Library was a room that felt like it was made of ancient paper and cold stone. Thousands of books lined the walls, rising 3 stories high, but there was no warmth in the knowledge they held. In the center of the room sat a long table of scarred oak, and around it were 5 men. Julian Thorne sat at the head. He looked like a refined version of the devil, his hair perfectly silver, his suit a masterpiece of gray wool. He didn't look angry. He looked satisfied. "Welcome home, Alexander," Julian said, his voice a smooth, terrifying echo. "And Miss Vance, or should I say, Item 42, I see you've decided to wear the white of a bride. A bit optimistic, considering the circumstances." Alexander didn't sit. He stood at the foot of the table, Alina beside him. He looked like a predator in a room full of scavengers. "The blood clause is an archaic relic, Julian," Alexander said, his voice a lethal, low-frequency rumble. "It has no standing in a modern court." "It has standing in the Thorn Charter," Julian countered, sliding a vellum document across the oak. "And as the trustees will attest, the Charter is the only law that matters within these walls. You used family capital to settle a personal debt. You traded $100 million patent for a woman's affection. That is a breach of the legacy. The woman belongs to the estate until the debt is satisfied in full." Elena felt the air in the room turn to ice. "I am not a piece of collateral," she said, her voice sharp and clear. "The papers you signed at Blackwood say otherwise, my dear," Julian said, leaning back. Alexander thought he was being clever, tearing up the contract. But a contract in our world is like energy. It can't be destroyed, only transferred. And the Phoenix Board has transferred your jurisdiction back to the trustees. Alexander's hand found the small of Alina's back. She felt the heat of him, the raw, vibrating energy of a man who was seconds away from violence. "There is no debt," Alexander whispered, "because as of midnight, the Thorn estate no longer exists." The trustees shifted in their chairs. Julian's smile didn't fade, but his eyes narrowed. "What are you talking about?" "I've spent the last 6 hours on a secure server," Alexander said, a slow, dark smile touching his lips, the smile of a man who had just burned his own bridge. "I've liquidated the holding company. I've transferred the intellectual property, the physical assets, and the ancestral land into a new entity. An entity called Vance Global." He leaned over the table, his hands flat on the oak. "The Thorn name is now a subsidiary of a woman you claim to own, Julian. If you want to invoke the blood clause, you'll have to do it with the majority shareholder. And as you can see, she's standing right beside the king." The silence in the library was absolute. It was the sound of a century of power being dismantled in a single sentence. Julian stood up, his face finally turning a mottled, ugly red. "You've bankrupted us. You've destroyed the name." "The name was a curse," Alexander hissed, "and I'm the one who broke it." He turned to the trustees, his gaze like a blade. "The meeting is over. Pack your files. Leave the keys. If I find any of you on this property in an hour, I'll have you removed for trespassing on Vance land." He took Alina's hand and led her out of the library, leaving the shadows of the past to scream at each other in the cold stone room. They didn't go back to the car. Alexander led her up the grand staircase, through corridors that smelled of mothballs and old money, until they reached the master suite, the room where he had been born, the room where his father had died. He slammed the door and locked it. The adrenaline of the confrontation was a physical heat in the room. Alexander turned to her, his chest heaving, his eyes wild with a mixture of triumph and raw, unadulterated lust. He didn't say a word. He grabbed her waist and hoisted her onto the massive, four-poster bed, the very altar of the Thorn bloodline. "No more thorns," he panted, his hands gripping her thighs, pulling her toward him. "No more legacies, just us." He didn't remove his suit. He didn't care about the structured white dress. He ripped the silk of her gown down the center, the sound of the fabric tearing a violent punctuation to the silence of the manor. He didn't use foreplay. He didn't use the gentle touch of a partner. He was the king who had just burned his kingdom for his queen. He entered her with a single, brutal thrust that made the ancient bed frame groan. Elena let out a sharp, choked cry, her head thrashed back against the dark wood. He was too big, too hard, but she welcomed the sensation. It was the only thing that felt real in a house built on lies. He fucked her with a relentless, punishing pace. Each thrust was a statement of his new reality. Each groan was a declaration of freedom. He gripped her hips, his fingers digging into the soft flesh, marking her with the heat of his victory. "You're the master now, Elena," he hissed, his face buried in the crook of her neck. "Tell me, say it." "I'm yours," she sobbed, her hands clawing at his back. "Alexander, I'm only yours." "No," he growled, his pace becoming a blur of friction and heat. "I'm yours. I've always been yours." The climax hit them like a lightning strike, a violent, shattering explosion of silver light and raw heat. Elena screamed his name into the rafters of the ancestral home, her internal muscles clamping down on him with a frantic intensity. Alexander followed her seconds later, his body stiffening as he spilled himself into her, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like a baptism. He stayed inside her for a long time, his forehead pressed against hers, their shared breath misting in the cold air of the room. The blood clause was dead. The trustees were gone, and as the sun began to rise over the Hudson Valley, casting a bloody light over the Blackstone Manor, Elena Vance realized that she wasn't just standing beside a king. She was the one wearing the crown. Chapter 38, The Final Bid. The silence that followed the destruction of a century-old dynasty was not peaceful. It was heavy, like the air before a lightning strike. Elena Vance stood by the arched window of the master suite in the Hudson Valley estate. The morning light was a cold, pale gray, illuminating the dust motes that danced in the stagnant air of the room. Below, on the gravel drive, she could see the black town cars of the trustees departing. They moved like a funeral procession, carrying away the files, the secrets, and the hollowed-out dignity of the Thorn name. She looked down at her hands. The obsidian ring felt like it was fused to her skin. It was no longer just a piece of jewelry, it was a physical weight, a reminder that she was now the majority shareholder of the very machine that had once tried to grind her father into the dirt. She was the owner of Vance Global. She was the mistress of the grid. And yet, she had never felt more exposed. "They're gone," a voice said from the shadows of the four-poster bed. Alexander was sitting on the edge of the mattress, his head in his hands. He had stripped off his suit jacket, his white shirt open to the waist, revealing the marks her nails had left on his chest during the night. He looked like a king who had just watched his palace burn and found that he liked the smell of the smoke. "Julian said I destroyed the name," Alexander whispered, his voice a low, jagged rasp. "He said I traded a kingdom for a variable." Elena turned, the silk of her ruined white dress, now held together by nothing but her own will shifting against her skin. "And did you, Alexander, do you regret the trade?" Alexander stood up. His movements were slow, burdened by the gravity of what he had done. He walked toward her, the floorboards of the ancestral home groaning under his weight. He stopped inches from her, his presence a dark, suffocating heat. "I don't regret the kingdom," he murmured, his hand reaching out to trace the line of her jaw. "The kingdom was a cage I built for myself, but the bid is different now." "There is no more bidding, Alexander. The auction is closed." "No." He grabbed her waist, pulling her flush against him. His eyes were gray storms, filled with a raw, terrifying clarity. "The auction is never closed. Every morning I wake up, I have to make the final bid. I have to decide what I'm willing to lose to keep you in this room." He leaned down, his forehead pressing against hers. "And today the bid is my life, my name, my future. I've given you the company, Alina. I've given you the patent. I have nothing left but the skin I'm in and the obsession I can't quit." Alina felt a surge of heat that turned her blood to liquid fire. The power dynamic had reached its final, most dangerous stage. He wasn't her master, and she wasn't his item. They were two people standing in the ruins of a war, realizing that the only thing left to conquer was each other. "You think having nothing makes you vulnerable," she whispered, her hands sliding up his chest to grip the collar of his shirt. "It doesn't. It makes you the most dangerous thing in this house, because now you have nothing left to hide behind." Alexander let out a guttural growl and captured her mouth. This wasn't the kiss of a billionaire. It was the kiss of a man who had finally found the surface. It tasted of salt, ancient dust, and a desperate, unholy longing. He bit her lip, his tongue demanding entry, his hands gripping her hips so hard his knuckles turned white. He didn't take her to the bed. He didn't care about the furniture or the history. He pinned her against the cold stone wall beside the window, the gray light of the morning framing them in a halo of shadow. He didn't remove the white dress. He reached for the structured silk and tore it again, the sound of the fabric rending a violent punctuation to the silence of the manor. He wanted her bare against the stone. He wanted the contrast of her warmth against the cold history of his family. "The final bid," he hissed against her skin, his face buried in the crook of her neck. "Tell me it's enough. Tell me you won't walk out those gates and leave me with the ashes." "I'm the one who lit the match, Alexander," she sobbed, her head thrashed back against the stone. "I'm not going anywhere." He unzipped his trousers, his thick, heavy length springing free, pulsing with a rhythmic, frantic energy. He was harder than she had ever felt him, a physical manifestation of his total surrender. He forced her legs apart with his knees, his hands gripping her thighs as if she were the only thing keeping him from falling into the abyss. He entered her with a single, brutal thrust that made the stone wall behind her feel like it was vibrating. Alina's vision went white. The sensation of him filling her was a different kind of intensity today. It was the feeling of total, undisputed possession, not by contract, but by choice. She felt every ridge of him, every pulse of his release waiting to break. He moved with a relentless, punishing pace. Each thrust was a statement of his new reality. Each groan was a declaration of his final bid. He used the stone wall to anchor her, his pelvis slamming against hers with a rhythmic, wet thud that drowned out the sound of the wind in the oaks outside. "You're the master," he panted, his face a mask of dark, unadulterated lust. "You own the grid, you own the name, you own me." "Yes," she gasped, her body arching to meet every stroke. "Alexander, yes." The climax hit them like a lightning strike, a violent, shattering explosion of silver light and raw heat. Elena screamed into the empty manor, her voice echoing down the corridors where the Thorn men had once ruled. Her internal muscles clamped down on him with a frantic intensity. Alexander followed her seconds later, his body stiffening as he spilled himself into her, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like he was pouring his very soul into her. He stayed deep inside her for a long time, his forehead pressed against the stone, their shared breath misting in the cool air. The silence returned, but it was a different silence. The final bid had been accepted. Later that afternoon, the reality of their new world began to take shape. Elena sat at the long oak table in the library, the same table where Julian had tried to invoke the blood claws. She was dressed in a simple black sweater and trousers she had found in the guest wing, her hair pulled back, the obsidian ring her only ornament. In front of her were the legal documents for Vance Global. Alexander was standing by the fireplace, watching the flames consume a stack of old ledgers. He looked at her, and for the first time she saw a flicker of peace in his eyes. "Eris called," Alexander said. "The FBI has dropped the trafficking charges. Without Sterling's testimony, and with the restoration papers filed, they have no case. They're focusing on the Blackwood estate now. The trustees are going to prison, Elena, all of them. And Julian. Julian is a man without a country. He's been barred from the board. He's lost his standing. He's just another ghost haunting the Hudson Valley." Alexander walked toward her, his footsteps echoing on the wood. He stopped behind her chair, his hands landing on her shoulders. His touch was no longer a claim, it was a grounding force. "You have the power now, Elena," he whispered. "You have the fortune. You have the justice your father deserved. What is your first order as the head of Vance Global?" Elena looked at the documents. She thought about the auction, the penthouse, the bunker, and the man who had knelt for her. "My first order," she said, her voice clear and sharp, "is to close the books on the Thorn name. We sell the estate. We liquidate the archives. We move the headquarters to a building that doesn't look like a cage." She stood up and turned to face him. "And my second order," she added, her gaze dropping to his lips, "is that you never wear a mask again. Not for me. Not for the world." Alexander reached out and took her hand, his fingers interlacing with hers. "I think I can manage that." The final bid had been made. It wasn't money. It wasn't power. It was a future built on the ruins of a past they had both survived. And as they walked out of the library and toward the front doors of the Stone Manor, Elena Vance realized that she was no longer the girl who had been bought. She was the woman who had redefined the value of a soul. The world was still waiting for them, the press, the markets, the remnants of their enemies. But as they stepped out into the crisp, salt-tinged air of the Hudson Valley, she knew that they weren't walking into a storm. They were the storm. Chapter 39, this time SHE decides. The penthouse was no longer a cage. It was a vantage point. Elena stood on the glass-walled balcony, the midnight air of Manhattan swirling around her. The city below was a sprawling, chaotic organism of light and shadow, but from this height, it looked orderly. For the first time in her life, she didn't feel like an ant scurrying beneath the feet of giants. She was the one looking down. The papers had been filed. The transition of Thorn International into Vance Global was the headline of every financial journal in the world. The variable had become the equation. She was wealthy beyond her wildest dreams, powerful beyond her former imagination, and free. Truly, legally, and financially free. The 7 nights were a lifetime ago. The contract was ash. The auction was a dark memory. Behind her, the sliding glass door hissed open. Elena didn't turn around. She didn't need to. She felt the sudden, jagged spike in the atmosphere, the gravity that only Alexander Thorne possessed. He walked toward her, his footsteps silent on the stone. He stopped a few feet away, respecting the space she had claimed. He was dressed in a simple black shirt, the sleeves rolled up, no tie, no jacket. He looked stripped of his corporate armor. He looked like a man who was waiting for a verdict. "The merger is finalized," Alexander said, his voice a low, quiet resonance that was carried away by the wind. "The board has accepted the new charter. Your signature is the only one that matters now, Elena. You could fire me tonight. You could sell the penthouse. You could have me barred from this building by sunrise." Elena turned to face him. The wind whipped her hair across her face, but her eyes were steady. She looked at the man who had bought her, ruined her, saved her, and finally surrendered to her. "Is that what you think I'll do, Alexander? Use my power to punish you for yours?" "I think," he said, taking a step closer, "that I have no right to expect anything else. I gave you the keys to the empire so you would never have to say yes to me out of necessity again. I wanted the choice to be yours. This time, there are no debts to settle, no parents to avenge, no auctions to survive." He stopped inches from her. He didn't touch her. He stood there, vulnerable in a way that made her heart ache more than his dominance ever had. "This time, Elena, you decide what we are." Elena looked at him. She thought about the girl who had entered the Blackwood estate with nothing but a black card and a desperate hope. She thought about the cold marble of the foyer, the heat of the library, and the raw, unadulterated terror of the shipyard. She realized then that the most dangerous thing about Alexander Thorne wasn't his money or his power. It was his capacity to be rewritten by her. "You spent $50 million to see if you could own me," she whispered, her hand rising to touch the collar of his shirt. "But you ended up spending your entire life to make sure I was free. Why?" "Because a captive can only give you obedience," Alexander growled, his hand covering hers, pressing it against his chest. "But a free woman can give you everything. And I realized I'd rather have a second of your love than a century of your submission." The confession was the final bid. Elena reached up and took his face in her hands. She kissed him, not with the desperation of a prisoner, but with the authority of a queen. It was a slow, deep, and incredibly provocative seal of her own choice. "I'm not going to Tuscany, Alexander," she murmured against his lips. "And I'm not selling the penthouse. No, I'm staying here in the storm with you." She led him back into the penthouse. The lights were dimmed to a bruised purple, the air smelling of the lilies she had chosen herself today. There were no masks on the tables, no legal files on the desk. She didn't lead him to the bedroom. She led him to the obsidian table, the place where the transaction had first turned into an obsession. "This time," Elena whispered, her hands finding the buttons of his shirt, "I'm the one who sets the rules." "Tell me," he panted, his eyes dark with a raw, jagged adoration. "Rule 1, she said, pulling his shirt off his shoulders, her eyes locked onto his. "You will never look away when I'm touching you. I want to see the moment you realize I'm the only thing that's real." "Yes," he growled. "Rule 2, she continued, her hands sliding down to his belt. "You will not use your power to protect me from the world. You will use it to stand beside me while I burn it down." Alexander let out a low, guttural roar and grabbed her waist, hoisting her onto the table. The obsidian was cool against her skin, a sharp contrast to the furnace heat of his body. "I'm yours, Elena," he whispered, his face buried in the crook of her neck. Whatever you want, whatever you command, I am the shadow to your sun." He didn't remove her dress, a slip of emerald silk she had bought for herself. He simply hiked it up, his hands moving over her thighs with a slow, deliberate reverence. He was thick, hard, and weeping with a need that was no longer fueled by pride, but by total, uninhibited desire. He entered her with a slow, deep thrust that made Alina's head thrashed back against the stone. It was a different kind of intensity. It was the heat of equality. There was no struggle, no reclamation. There was only the rhythmic, beautiful collision of two people who had found their way through the dark to each other. Alexander moved with a powerful, steady grace, his eyes locked onto hers just as she had commanded. He saw her, not as an item, not as a prize, but as his equal. He saw the fire in her eyes, the flush on her skin, and the raw, unadulterated joy of her own choice. "Elena!" He groaned, his pace increasing, his breath coming in jagged, broken gasps. "I choose you, Alexander," she sobbed, her body arching to meet every stroke. "I choose the monster, I choose the man." The climax was a long, slow-motion explosion of silver light. Elena cried out, her voice echoing in the vast, glass-walled room, her internal muscles clamping down on him with a frantic, rhythmic intensity. Alexander followed her, his body stiffening as he spilled himself into her, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like a final, unwritten contract of the soul. They lay on the obsidian table for a long time, the only sound the hum of the city and the synchronized rhythm of their breathing. Alexander finally shifted, pulling her into his chest, his arms wrapping around her with a protective, tender strength. He looked out at the city, then back at her. "What happens tomorrow?" he asked. "Tomorrow," Elena said, her voice clear and sharp, "we start the first day of Vance Global. We show the world that the auction is closed. And then we go to Italy, for as long as we want." Alexander leaned down and kissed her, a slow, tender seal of their future. "I think I can manage that," he whispered. The Billionaire's auction was over. The price had been paid. The variables had been settled. And as the sun began to rise over Manhattan, casting a golden light over the glass tower, Elena Vance realized that she wasn't just a woman who had been bought. She was a woman who had decided that she was worth the world. And for the first time in her life, she wasn't waiting for a bid. She was the one holding the hammer. Chapter 40, The Woman Who Was Never for Sale. The sun over Tuscany did not bleed neon and steel. It bled gold and lavender. Elena Vance stood on the terracotta balcony of the Villa da Session, her bare feet pressing into stone that had been baked by 5 centuries of Mediterranean heat. The air here was heavy, honeyed with the scent of wild rosemary and the distant, salt-tinged breath of the Tyrrhenian Sea. It was a world away from the sterile, filtered oxygen of the Thorn Plaza penthouse. She was no longer a variable. She was no longer a lot number. In her hand, she held a glass of dark, violet-hued wine from the vineyard that now bore her name. On her finger, the obsidian ring caught the dying light of the afternoon, a jagged shard of darkness amidst the golden beauty of the valley. Vance Global was thriving. The Thorn name had been dismantled, its jagged edges filed down and repurposed into something that actually served the world. Julian was a ghost in a federal cell. Sterling was a memory. And the Billionaire's auction was now whispered about in the dark corners of Manhattan as a myth, a story of a man who tried to buy a soul and ended up losing his own. The glass door behind her creaked open. Alexander didn't walk with the heavy, predatory tread of the Titan anymore. His movements were fluid, grounded, and intensely focused on the woman at the rail. He was dressed in a simple linen shirt, unbuttoned, his skin tanned and salt sprayed from an afternoon on the water. He didn't speak. He stepped into her space, his heat a familiar, grounding gravity. He wrapped his arms around her waist, his chin resting on her shoulder, his breath warm against her neck. "The merger papers for the European grid arrived," he murmured, his voice a low, gravelly vibration. "You need to sign them by morning." "I'll sign them when I'm ready, Alexander," she said, leaning back into him. "Right now, I'm watching the sun set on the empire we burned." Alexander let out a low, dark laugh and buried his face in the crook of her neck. He breathed her in not the scent of lilies and high-rise fear, but the scent of sun-warmed skin, jasmine, and freedom. "I spent $50 million to see you stand on a stage," he whispered. "And I would spend 50 billion more just to see you stand on this balcony for one more minute." He turned her in his arms, his hands sliding down to her hips. The white silk of her sundress, a garment she had chosen for herself, shimmered in the twilight. He looked at her with a raw, unadulterated adoration that made the 7 nights feel like a prologue to a much larger, more dangerous story. "You weren't bought, Elena," he said, his eyes locking onto hers. "I thought I was the buyer. I thought I was the one in control. But you were the one who walked into that room and decided that I was the only man worth breaking." "I wasn't for sale, Alexander," she said, her fingers tangling in his dark hair. "I was just waiting for the final bid." He captured her mouth then, and it was the final reclamation. It wasn't a kiss of dominance, it was a kiss of total, uninhibited surrender. He tasted of the wine, the sea, and the 12 days of fire they had shared. He bit her lower lip, his tongue a rough, demanding muscle that spoke the only language they had left. He lifted her, her legs wrapping instinctively around his waist. He didn't take her to the bed inside. He carried her to the stone table in the center of the terrace, a slab of ancient marble that overlooked the vineyards. "This time," he panted against her throat, his hands sliding the silk of her dress up her thighs, "there is no crowd. No cameras, no masks." "Just us," she gasped, her head thrashed back against the stone. He didn't remove his trousers. He simply unzipped them, his thick, heavy length springing free, pulsing with a rhythmic, frantic energy that had only grown more intense with their freedom. He was harder than he had ever been in the tower, a physical manifestation of a man who had finally found his home. He entered her with a single, deep, soul-shattering thrust. Elena's vision went white. The sensation of him filling her under the open sky, with the scent of lavender and the sound of the cicadas, was the ultimate heat. It was raw. It was primal. It was the sound of a woman who had taken everything back. Alexander moved with a relentless, rhythmic pace. Each thrust slammed her back against the marble, her heels digging into his back, her body a raw nerve vibrating at his frequency. He wasn't the billionaire tonight. He was her obsession, her partner, her man. "You're mine," he groaned, his face a mask of dark, unholy focus. "I choose you," she sobbed, her body arching to meet every punishing stroke. "Every day, Alexander, I choose you." He sped up, his rhythm becoming a blur of friction and heat. The sound of their joining filled the quiet valley, a wet, rhythmic slapping that was a prayer to the gods of the earth. Elena was lost. She was no longer a person, she was a fire, and he was the wind that kept her burning. The climax hit them like a lightning strike. It was a violent, shattering explosion that turned the Tuscan sunset into a blur of silver light. Elena screamed into the empty air, her internal muscles clamping down on him with a frantic intensity. Alexander followed her seconds later. his body stiffening as he spilled himself into her, his release hitting her in hot, thick pulses that felt like a final, unwritten contract of the soul. They lay on the marble table for a long time as the stars began to pierce the velvet dark of the Italian sky. The heat of their bodies was the only thing that mattered in a world that had tried so hard to pull them apart. Alexander finally shifted, pulling her into his chest, his arms wrapping around her with a protective, tender strength. He looked out at the valley, then back at the woman in his arms. "They still talk about you in New York," he said quietly. "The woman who was never for sale. The one who broke the thorn curse." Elena reached up and traced the line of his jaw. She looked at the obsidian ring, then at the man who had knelt for her in a concrete bunker. "I wasn't the one who broke it, Alexander. We broke it together." She stood up, the white silk of her dress falling back into place. She offered him her hand, not as a mistress, not as a variable, but as the woman who owned the grid, the empire, and the heart of the man standing before her. "The auction is closed, Alexander," she said, her voice clear and sharp. "And the bid? The bid is forever." He took her hand and led her back into the villa. As the glass doors closed, sealing them into their own private world, the billionaire's auction finally, fully ended. She wasn't bought. She was desired, and she stayed because she wanted to. The storm had passed, but in the quiet of the Tuscan night, the fire was only just beginning to grow. End of the billionaire's auction.